Still trying to keep the play alive though. Kismet checking the corners. He saw the tip of the head of Dashy. Oh my god, Kismet finds all three!
This lockdown for CDL Surge is looking so good. 20 points or so to go. In Florida, nowhere near, my god, Brett.
A kill to be found, not a crumb, not a whisper.
Oh my.
As Brent cuts them asunder, and it is all over. Seattle Surge bury the Mutineers in a 3-1 victory. Kismet on the bomb site. That's at least one player on B, so you know that's up. Here comes Shotzzy into the site. Kismet, he takes care of him. Shotzzy is done. Still trying to keep the play alive though. Kismet checking the corners. He saw the tip of the head of Dashy. Oh my god, Kismet finds all three! That's it, that's it. It's done. It's done.
His bomb has been relocated, but Vance takes him off of it. Great opportunity for him as he'll look to try to find the timing. Nearly hits the beamer on the tip. Round the corner goes Cammy, stays alive. It's beautiful from Cammy.
Capsule answers with the other, and just like that, what turned out to be something special very well could have remained at his debut. Oh, four! Oh my goodness, an instant team wipe from the legend.
You lose the first set of rotations on the first attempted break. Well, the second go around, OpTic win them all. Instant break, right back to building that lead.
Absolutely magnificent stuff so far, as OpTic still keeping things flowing. Shotzzy at 7-2. The Shotzy's playing real sneaky. Envoy's never going to check this corner. There's the gunfight. 5 now in a row for Shotzzy. Rotation still looking good as your boy is getting his free running on. Should be an interesting change. Ooh, 6 now in a row as OpTic Texas looking to have control of the next as well.
I know he's been taking almost the exact same route. Pick a different corner and fire, get a kill, run to a different corner, get a kill, jump in a window, and now slide in and get the help from Prolute, the most annoying player in the game.
Quite frankly, everywhere, and he's about to find one, maybe two more. Brilliant stuff again. It's a 9 spree for Shotzzy here in map 1. Hardpoint timing accumulated by his teammates, and again, full awareness, and the 10 is there. This is absurd, man. Absurd. Come on!
How many times have they called out? He shot every single player in the back multiple times.
The snow has melted, and the summer heat is here. Welcome to our city.
We score high.
Oh! Tobias with 4.
We hit hard,
Just have to be careful inside.
And it's Winside again.
and we play to win.
And he just guns both of them.
No, that is disgusting.
Time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah.
Watching as well. It's the second one on the bomb. Mack pulls up the 1v3. The rest of them are free for this as well. Kismet finds the second one.
Round the corner goes Cammy, stays alive. Beautiful.
Don't get left behind.
It hasn't worked for Mr. aBeZy. It's just coming. He finds the first though.
My god, Brett.
Very well could have remained at his debut.
Oh! 4 wins it. Second one's there. Slides out. Shots are in. Scumpy.
Havok has read this. Can he find the timing? He finds the second as well.
This has been a massacre.
Oh my god.
Oh, he shut down everything. Oh my god, Kismet finds all 3. That's it. That's it. It's done. It's done.
This is day 2 of Major Free.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are on the road, you tune into the right place because you guys know what day it is, right?
Friday. Yeah, it's Friday.
Elimination day, baby.
It's Elimination Day, baby. It's day 2 out here in Toronto, and we're repping things at the Matt and Me Athletic Center, and Canada has been treating us pretty well lately.
Wow.
I'm loving the sights, I'm loving the scenes.
Look at that
I'm
trophy.
loving that right there as well. The mascot is banging. Nameless, this has been a great time.
That trophy was a crown. That is fire. It has been a great time. We got some teams trying to get that trophy today, man. It's Elimination Day, dude. People are going to get sent home. It's going to be some spicy matches.
You got that right. My name is Belly. I'm the host on the desk, breaking things down with the biggest brains on the desk, right? We got Jeremy. We got Ali. We got Nameless. Yesterday was pretty amazing for day 1. Study, that was the best set of day one matches that we've had all year long. Every match was a banger from start to finish.
Oh, yesterday was a complete surprise, man. We saw upsets. We saw teams turning it completely around. Like LA Thieves either getting 3-0'd or 3-0'ing. They win 2 search and destroys versus the best search and destroy team that we have in the CDL. So obviously yesterday was insane, and today I'm expecting nothing better.
Right, Nameless, man, I was taking a look at the bracket this morning, and you know which one of the top teams are in the top side of the winners bracket?
It's got to be Atlanta FaZe, man. They made some moves yesterday, got a big win over the home team. The crowd was here in full force getting hyped for Toronto Ultra. It wasn't enough. Atlanta FaZe looked great. aBeZy brings it back. So we'll get to see them play tomorrow, but today we got to see some of these heavy hitters that have fallen to the losers bracket try to rise above adversity.
Right, and Ali, see, Elimination Day is my favorite part of the event, right? For the simple fact that there's more excuses. You win or you go home.
No, I'm right there with you. It is definitely one of the most exciting because it's do or die, right, for most of these teams. And the fact that we have 3 teams that arguably were in the conversation of winning this event already sent down into elimination. We got OpTic Texas, we got New York Subliners, we got Toronto Ultra, the home team down here. It's going to be a hell of a day of matches.
Let's actually take a look at it, okay? It's different when you put your eyes on it. Let's take a look at the bracket, and the loser side is pretty stacked. OpTic Texas is sitting down there at the bottom. We have the Major 1 champs facing off against the Major 2 champs, the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Oh my goodness.
Nameless, which one of these matchups are going to be your favorite?
I think Røkkr versus Breach is my favorite matchup. I mean, you got 2 teams that, you know, have been up and down throughout the season. Breach and Major 2 qualifiers. In Major 2, they're fantastic. You know, they have a chip on their shoulder. They feel like they should be in the winners bracket, but going up against Røkkr, a team that was undefeated with a 15-3 map count, they fall to lose bracket. That is a tough round 1 elimination game.
And I want to take a look at the top side of the bracket right now. Hey, yo, steady, man. You got Thieves, FaZe, Mutineers, and Surge. This is beautiful, man. I really didn't expect this.
I definitely did not expect this. I thought OpTic Texas were going to be able to take care of Florida, but obviously Florida being the OpTic killers, they come out and get the job done there in the game 5. And then Seattle Surge just clutch up, got ice in their veins, missed their accuracy, Mr. Clutch. Does it in the search and destroy to close it out all the way into round 11. Yesterday was absolutely insane. Our winners bracket team definitely deserved to be in those spots.
So it's safe to say that the most insane matchup that we had yesterday was OpTic Texas versus the Florida Mutineers. And Ali, it wasn't the team that we all thought was going to win that wound up on top, right? Florida upset them big time.
Well, you know, the Mutineers fans at home definitely probably knew and had their pick'ems good and set, but I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't prepared for the Florida that we were about to get. I definitely thought it was going to be in the side of Vivid having to step it up, but it was really Skies and Awakening. Like you guys said, Skies dropped a 1.49 overall, and that is after having some slow start to some maps, making that huge turnaround, and also the mental fortitude, right? Because we have to talk about that team kill in that Tuscan for the loss on Search and Destroy in map 2. I would have been checked after that. He looked checked, but then he turns around, comes out game 3, super hot fries, right?
I think everybody had their moments throughout the series, right? Like Skies popped off, and he's been the constant when they play against OpTic Texas. He always goes crazy, but Awakening was a man on a mission yesterday. Just heavy slaying, man, picking up huge 3-piece when they needed it. But some of the bigger moments that won them games, I attribute that to Vivid, especially in the control, and then also when they were down on that Tuscan hardpoint, it was Dave Patty who got them back into it on Churchill. I mean, it was a really well-balanced team effort yesterday, and if this Florida team can do that consistently, they can enter the discussion. It can't just be versus OpTic. They've done that twice now. It's their Twitter bio, for God's sake, so I'm expecting them to do that once again.
You know, Major 2, they actually did have a really good run, but also that run against OpTic was almost cut short, and we saw Dave Patty a little bit of friendly fire with one of his teammates, Skies. Let's actually go ahead and take a look and see what happened.
The dust kind of settles here for a moment. Everybody takes a breath.
I take that trade all day, as long as it's on the Shotzzy. Shotzzy finds that first blood, but it's like, you know what? He's off the map.
Get him out of here.
Oh no. Mamma mia.
I can get on him. No!
To a team kill in map 2, like what was going through your head there and how do you regain?
After map 1, we had really good momentum, and then in 3-5 in the Surge, I thought we were gonna make the comeback, and then the team kill unfortunately happened. Because he said he instant reacted because he was cracked or something, but after we lost that, I kind of lost foot in the moment, and after that, I went to the back all right, I regained, these guys can't gun us, and then we just played good.
Ali, I don't know about you, but I would have been tilted. I would have punched Dave Patty's screen.
Yo, I would have been checked. I bet Dave did not make eye contact with Caesar for a couple of minutes after that. But he then goes the following 3 maps. I mean, 35-15, 41-27, 8-3. I mean, Skies took that and just straight ran with it. And they just OpTic just can't beat them on land. It's comedy.
You're right, and yeah, we're looking at a new kryptonite to OpTic Texas, kind of like how Seattle are to Atlanta FaZe, right? Let's take a look at the schedule, though, to see what matches are going to be on this stream. It's going to be a fun one. We're finally going to see the London Royal Ravens, shout to Zero and Afro, by the way, facing off against the New York Subliners.
That's a big
And when it comes to all these matches, Standy, which one do you like, man?
Honestly, the most scary matchup for me is going to be OpTic Texas going up against LAG, because obviously OpTic Texas, they come out yesterday, they get outslayed in that series by 39 kills. When you think of OpTic Texas, especially in the respawns, they're usually dominant there. They lose 2 of those to Florida and then end up losing the series. And then on the opposite side for LAG, this is a team who just recently got Gunless back on their team through the middle of stage 3. So this is a team throughout Major 2. They go out there and win it. They take the S&D record on going like 10-0, undefeated in Search and Destroy. I think that's going to be the pillar where LAG needs to go above and beyond to take that series.
I don't know about you guys, but seeing Gunless walk around yesterday made me so happy, right? But one half of our CDL pre-show headquarters is done. On the other side, we have a lot more to talk about, including Challengers. You got that right. The Challengers Open Bracket is finally here, and it kicks off today. We'll see you guys on the other side to dive in even deeper. See you soon.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the long con. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that was again in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Welcome back.
Oh, yeah.
We're here not just for the CDL main stage, right? But there's a separate part of this venue where we're hosting challengers, baby. Ali, it kicks off today.
Listen, you can box them up across the station or you can box them up on the mats in the corner. But yeah, the Passion Pit is back, and I am just so happy to see the amount of challengers events we've had this year and the amount of impact they've had on the scene as well.
Right, Nameless, man. It's almost as if it's culture to come out to Call of Duty and compete in these open events, right? You never know if that opportunity is going to strike gold for you.
Absolutely, and you got to make waves now. If you want to get picked up to a CDL team, I mean, we know roster lock is going to be after stage 4 qualifiers, so if you want to make an impact here on the CDL, you have to fry in challengers. And we got some heavy hitters down there. Clayster's going to be playing in that. We obviously have Sensor. We have players who just won an event. We have Spark, who is our reigning defending MVP back in challengers. So it's not easy. It breeds fantastic talent. You can see everybody loading up right now, getting ready to go. It's just such a good vibe down there. That's a world champion on your screen, and Adam Assault out there looking at the competition. We got aBeZy. There's just so many storied names that have just been playing Call of Duty for so long. And that's where we breed the talent that comes to CDL.
I'm not gonna lie, man, I'm loving it. I'm loving the community and the feeling and just the welcoming we're getting from these players, right? But they're not playing just to be the best of the best. They're playing to win a little bit of dollars, you know what I'm saying? And I don't mean a little bit, it's a lot. First place is Walker away with 24, big, and shoot, even down to 16th place. I think that us on the desk, you guys could carry me to a top placing, and we can walk away with a few.
I don't know about that, though. I don't know about
Belly,
that.
we can do it.
Wait, Jay.
Why are they
That's
acting like you're not
being
good at
bad, or
that
us not being
games?
good enough.
I'm good. I can sit in the back and snipe. I'm like Black Gunless, man.
Wait, Alex, you just try to get a
Yo,
cosign?
let's get it.
180 world sign.
Right, all right, so while you guys think I might not be an impact player, let's talk about the impact players here. We have Smart with 100% win rate at CDL Matrix this
It's
year.
a defending MVP, right? Smart, he comes onto his LAG team, he tests the meta, he makes the loser bracket run with them. I mean, he was going to go play in the Minnesota Open, man. And then, of course, we got Kismet on the likes of New York Subliners, Jay.
And Kismet, he was unbelievable. Obviously, in the beginning of the year, Texas Nation win multiple cups online, and then Kismet gets his opportunity for NYSL, and it's completely changed the narrative for this team. He leads in the vocal comms, he leads in the aggression. He's overall a great player for that roster.
And we got Cold Havok. He's changed the entire dynamic of the Minnesota Røkkr. And while they lost yesterday, they still look good, especially in the respawns. Just let that control get a little bit away from them. But he was big frying. The man was pushing 40 kills on maps 1 and 3. So Cold Havok playing at a lightning fast pace. He's changed his Minnesota team. Everybody's looking much better. I'm expecting them to bounce back.
I think Scrappy is probably my favorite. Yeah, he's like the storied player already in Challenger scene, and then he got his chance to sub in for Toronto Ultra, right? And then he drops a 1.26 and then just dips. Then he has to go back into Challengers. They have been absolutely lighting it up, so there's plenty of players to still keep your eyes on heading into the Challenger scene and possibly get their chance in the rosters.
For those of you at home, you know what you should keep your eyes on? This stream, because yes, we're giving you an opportunity to watch and earn. You can look like the pros and also play like them by getting some beautiful skins. That Maple Blossom weapon blueprint is actually, it's pretty hot. I love the colorway.
Dude, that is fire. I love the emblems, everything, man. Go ahead and get yourself some new stuff in the Call of Duty store. Check it out, watch and earn. So if you're in chat, you might get yourself a free blueprint.
And you know what? This one right here is going to be funny. Whip out your cell phones right now and scan this QR code. If you love burgers, then yeah, represent
Belly, you gotta run this.
I gotta run this.
If you love Belly, you gotta run this calling card.
Bobby Miles
too. He had to catch a straight.
Everyone who's on the L trigger, everyone who's holding the pre-aim down, this is for you.
Yeah, Allie too when she runs an auto, but when she runs a sub, she's a demon.
Oh yeah.
When she runs an auto, just put that calling card on.
I don't like the slander. Production, if you can, just take them off the cameras and put it on me. Ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for Headquarters our CDL pre-show. But on the other side of this, day 2 is finally here. You got that right. It's elimination day. Each and every single one of these teams have to win now, because if they don't, they go home. This is time to prove to everybody what you're made of, and there are no more excuses. We'll catch you guys on the other side of break to see which team is basically going to be the best of the best in this round of elimination. See you soon.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, mourn for me Monday. Well, then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. They kill me on Tuesday, bury me on Wednesday, mourn for me Thursday. Then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. Weapons hard, vaqueros.
Somebody say a prayer for me.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday. Then you gotta let me go.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day. It's Friday. It's elimination day. All of our game today will be sending at least one team home. Some of these teams did not have a good day yesterday, and some didn't have a good time in the qualifiers, but that's okay. Without adversity, there can be no redemption. And speaking of redemption, it's time to get our first team onto the stage. Please give a warm welcome to the New York Subliners. Crimsix, Hydra, Paulehx, and Kismet.
I'm seeing the infamous pink Under Armour on the likes of Paco. I didn't see it yesterday, Jay. I see it today. I know this man is about to go rogue.
100%. That guy is going to answer early on into the series. Yesterday, he spawned into that control, gives a 40 bomb. Kind of started off slow, but with those pink arm sleeves, the guy's coming out hot.
With a big loss yesterday, Bryce, they need the points, man. They need the dub. Let's bring out the London Royal Rape. So.
That is very, very true. New York are ready to do battle. So for the first time in Toronto this major, it's time to introduce the London Royal Ravens. Nasty, Harry, Afro, and Zero.
Take a look at the right side of your screen with the gameplay as big as Afro right there, man. That man Afro is on it. Watching him play in respawn game types is an absolute treat. He's in your face, he wants the action, and he almost always wins those 1Vs. But Zero is the main man on this roster for me. That AR play and that veteran IQ is second to none on this roster. I'm really looking forward to the London Royal Ravens to turn the ship around starting right now. They only have one more chance, Bryce.
They certainly do, Valley. It all comes down to the game on the main stage. I love all the players, but we've got to send one home and one forward in the bracket. But I'm not with the action. Who will be guiding us through this game? Two of my good friends, Miles and Chance.
He's not lying, we are good friends indeed. Welcome, friends. This is going to be a fantastic start to the day. Hello to a wonderful Friday here at the Toronto Major. Miles and Chance taking you through this one. And mate, the stakes couldn't be higher. Elimination matchup.
I mean, honestly, this is like one of the most important matches of the year for both of these teams. You have the Ravens that are in a position where they're in third place in the CDL standings. It has been that way since the start of the Major, but they've barely been gaining points. And if they falter here, I mean, they might get passed by 4 or 5 different teams. On the flip side for the Subliners, again, we talked about it at the Prom, they were fantastic. There were no CDL points gifted out. They are still 11th in the standings. They need to start making a climb because, again, they're also a team. If they falter here, it might turn into an insurmountable situation. So the pressure is absolutely on. And I mean, obviously right now, loser's bracket, not a fun place to be.
Very scary looking loser's bracket right now. Again, looking across the events of the week so far, it's been a treat. Maps and Mo's though on your screen. Berlin, Bocage, Gavutu, Tuscan, Berlin. A wonderful tapestry of carnage unfold before us.
And generally speaking, obviously, just you could pick your poison at the different maps between these two teams. It is a massive advantage for New York and pretty much all of the hard points, so they're happy for the 1 and 4. There was an adjustment made last time these guys played. There was the Gavutu control. It does go to that round 5. It was nothing but defense, so I'd say that's New York just trusting their defense again to play in the same map. But that Bocage S&D also a little bit interesting. Last time it was a Desert Siege, went to around 11, and I think the Subliner said, hey, we don't want to roll those dice with Zero. We're going to try a different map, but I think Ravens not too unhappy to see the Bocage in the mix either. So if I'm thinking about this series, New York got to win the hard points, and well, I think Ravens trying to look down the barrel of a 2-3-5.
We will see. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go into map number 1, our first of the day here at Major 3 on Friday. We welcome you. You watching at home on YouTube. For those of you here in the arena, let's get it, friends. Map number 1, Berlin. It's the New York Subliners, London Royal Ravens. Let's go.
And Afro has to be that guy, or maybe one of them to step up for the team. And if there's any way you're going to win a hard point, hey, be that main slayer for the team and try to have a good opening break. You see, Hydra actually falls despite Afro not connecting with a bullet, but there the connection comes through. A little bit of scrappy. Crim, though, that final player in line in the hold for Ravens is strong.
Yeah, Ravens start on the favorable side here on Berlin, and the opening time going their way. 30 seconds remaining here on first, and so far all good for the Ravens. They've got to contend now with a bit of a pinch developing from the Subliners. Kismet, Hydra, line up the kill feed. There we go, 0-1 point, getting the job done with the AR. Harry, though, lands 3. Brilliant stuff from him. That's 4 now in a row for Harry. Ravens maintain control.
aBeZy will take it. Final 15 seconds going to go their way. A little bit of time to try to work on this rotation. And Afro, you see in the SMG players home. Keep control of the second story in this building and makes the hill time that much easier. No gunfights coming through, but checks his corners and now has the option, right? Play the stairs, play for the kills, or make your move on the point. But while he's trying to make his move, Kismet with the reads, and New York now collecting a little bit of time.
Finding a bit of time here on P2. Hydra, a man we've been talking about much again. Whether it's the neon pink arms he's got on at the moment, but the man has certainly come to play today. 3-3 overall, top side of the hard point all covered. He has a very important job of making sure that this side of the map is all safe and sound for his boys, soaking up hard point time below.
I think what now Afro, you see now trying to strike from a down low angle. Hydra's gonna be there, but looks like the break might be in. Nasty was able to pick up 2, and nice little important moment for the Ravens who, honestly, you got Afro number 8 inside of fire. Maybe wants to think about the spawns, but he is letting everybody through. Players already behind him, and you see New York have flipped it. Now, granted, they still had to actually win the gunfights, but Subliners very happy for that moment. Maybe a little mishap there for Ravens.
Yep, next hard point's up. Moving towards the office we go. Zero can't get a hold of Don and Ol, but that's the time stop now. Ravens still maintaining a somewhat of a decent lead. Can they find anything now? We've already got Hydra and the boys in on New. Hydra taking care of business over by Ol. Stopping the reinforcements now of the Ravens, getting across map, and a good job indeed. Kismet going to pick up exactly where he left off. Here's one, here's the potential for the second, and the third brings him down. But that's good kills either way. The Subliners slowing down the approach of the Ravens.
I mean, honestly, I know it's early on, but again, we're talking about Subliners having advantage in the hard points. It's not just because of how good they have been, but also because Ravens have really struggled in the game mode. A little scrappy towards New, and you see Ravens actually in the back, but I mean, honestly, this hard point could have been worse if they just held those spawns for P3. They'd have an even bigger lead, but all is well that ends well. Still got a 20-point bump. Easy gunfights for this scrap time, and funnily enough, London Royal Ravens, they're going to have a sizable lead going into New.
Running it up, indeed. Across the map they have to go now, though a long journey towards the next hard point, but Afro prying his way through train station. Massive stuff out of him. Barely touched upon it before. Big gameplay coming out of Afro. Exciting to see him go up against Hydra in this matchup already. One of the most dynamic POVs in the league.
I mean, he's locked in as well. He's always got a good player cam, and well, you just get set up over towards New. Is this as good as it gets for the London Royal Ravens, winning these rotations as well? And I mean, hey, they've been outslaying their opponent as well. I mean, maybe saying an advantage in the hard points is a little too early, too soon. On the flip side, Crim 3 and 10, Ravens getting all of these kills.
Yeah, finding the kills. London still maintaining control of the hard point. Now for the first time here at Major 3, let's go for a listen in with the London Royal Ravens.
We gotta ramp this up.
Give me a second. Yo, can you give me a second? I'm gonna pinch Team Street. Give me a second.
I need some.
Out Hydra, out Hydra.
Listen, yeah, remember Crim was third, okay?
Charles, the New York Subliners may have won the Pro-Am, but they're getting handled right now by the Ravens.
Dude, in the Ravens, they are like 9-21 in map count since the Pro-Am. Most of their map wins are against Paris or Team War. They've been on the struggle bus and then some. All of a sudden, we show up at LAN, and I mean, hell, they got what, an 80-point lead against the team that has been the best hardpoint team for the past 2 months. I mean, they're taking it to them, and again, it cannot be understated how important this match is for both of these teams.
Zero. Eyes on the stairs, takes care of Crim now as the lead now growing for the London Royal Ravens. 8 and 9 overall. I mean, what, Nasty's on like a 17? How many kills he's got now? 15 and 8 for Nasty. Nasty by name, Nasty by nature as the kills keep going now. Ravens, decent hold there on P5. First set of hard points coming to a close. Now we go back to P1. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, friends. Ravens may be in first, but here come New York.
I mean, still though, you are in the hill first, and oh my God, with gunfights like that, this P1 hill is assuredly going to go the Ravens' way. Ridiculous way to kick things off, and this has been the permanent blender basically from the opening moment. The Subliners have been stuck. No one right now has stepped up to that team to try to get him out of it, and Crim still struggling to shoot back, nearly triple negative.
Harry going big there, watch the cross though. Subliners do get it on the point. 25 seconds remaining on this one. The contest comes to a close. Subliners now finally picking up time, and better late than never, because that scoreline is only getting bigger right now. Nasty trying to slow these players down. That's exactly what he's doing. 18 and 10, a nice 2. Rotation's already down. Ravens should have the next point.
Well, it'll be New York at least attacking from up top early on. Kismet with a nice little intro kill. He's got Hydra on the other side, so steps control is all theirs. Docs control the next thing in line, trying to hunt Zero down, and they got 2 players on the hunt. Kismet actually doing the smart thing, knows Hydra got it, so he actually is trying to push up Doc, so maybe the teamwork flowing just a little bit, but there's one thing to have the teamwork, another to actually have the hill time. Finally, 12 seconds go by, and Subliners just now have got inside the hill, and it lasts for all of 2 seconds. Ravens now with the insta-break.
Nasty finds kill number 20 of the map so far and gets himself the hill point time. Here we go, looking to break 200 here, boys, on P2. Zero with the cross covered. Eyes are up. Hall takes him down. Now the Subliners making their way towards that point. Nasty taken clean care of. Kismet finds another one. Subliners with the break. There's 1 player left in the point, and Harry, last man alive. Can he find anything here? Oh my God! He just killed Crim.
I mean, that is what the Crim POV potentially this entire match. I mean, again, 8 and 20 still struggling, but maybe you get the scrap time, a little bit of moments. You were down by 100, you chopped it, well, down to 80, but not even, right? Zero's being annoying towards scrap time, buying his teammates extra moments on this rotation. Back towards B3, where you actually had Ravens make the mistake the first go around. This time, no mistakes. They get the full lockdown setup, and well, they can win this game here.
Yep, this could be it. One more hard point's all the Ravens need. They've got it for now. Kills coming through. Hydra, the last man up on the contest. He loses the fight though to Nasty, who has been stunning so far here on Berlin. Harry trying to make his way forward as well. Crim's there to at least get one. Trades are about. There's another big one out of Zero, and he's lighting things up with the kill feed, and he's screaming in the map right now. Still, a decent set of kills coming through from New York. Get them off the point. You're not done yet.
I just cannot help but think about the mental game for the New York Subliners in this moment, right? I mean, we've heard the conversations about the fact that maybe they should have kept Paulehx. Well, now they get to play against Paulehx again. And I know it's only map 1, but this is a blowout in the game mode where Subliners have been just incredibly impressive. And now their backs are against the wall, trying to string together one of the most impressive comebacks in Vanguard, but they have such a long way to go. And I mean, honestly, they don't have any momentum to even get them started.
Yeah, it's not going great so far. Here we go. 9 seconds for the win for London. Trying to get the breaks here on the backside of the train yard. The kills are good. Hydra's still alive on time, though. It is going to be Harry, trying to be the hero for the squad. Lining it up now. Here comes the final push. Out of the Subliners. Last chance. And no one in there for the moment. It's a single second for the victory. Subliners, I mean, look, it would be probably the most incredible comeback we've ever seen. It is unlikely right now. The Ravens are frying here on Berlin. Afro with the final kills. Into the point they go. Kismet lines them up. And Harry should be able to dip a toe. Map number 1. London Royal Ravens.
I mean, that is just a ridiculous way to start this. Again, through the qualifying stages, when it has been online, Ravens have not been enjoying their time, and obviously the opposite has been true for the Subliners. But now for New York, you come into a LAN tournament, you lose to Seattle in a heartbreaking fashion. Now in loser's bracket, to just get bodied in map 1. I mean, that's the best Ravens have looked. I mean, I think the last time, Miles, we casted and listened to Ravens comms, it was scattered, not on point. The energy was not there. What we heard in that game, well, that's about as good as it gets.
Boys were dumb lit. They were absolutely spitting. And good looks out of the Ravens to start the series off. Look at these stats there. And again, I mean, look, we were giving nothing but love to Harry. Nasty as well, really popping off there. Afro, some sweet kills towards the end. But a very well-rounded effort there from nearly everyone on the Ravens. Beautiful stuff. On the other side of the board, though, Subliners. Let's see if we can't find some special stuff for Crim, who has definitely woken up on the wrong side of the bed today. A slow map for the GOAT. We'll see if they can bounce back in the search and destroy. Let's check out the highlights.
Hey, look, man, this is just immediately concerning for the team. Again, I think the path for the Ravens, and I would have said maybe a 30% chance at the series, and it would have had to have been from a 2-3-5. That's gotten blown wide open. Now you get options. Now when we're talking about going to Blockage, they might just have all the confidence in the world, especially if they are shooting like that. I mean, they got their flex player putting in work. Everybody across the board was on point. They get a comfort map for him, but as far as the map goes from Ravens, almost every single hill, as good as you could possibly want it. I think they dropped the ball on one rotation, which they immediately made up for, and then some. I mean, absolutely just disgusting stuff through and through. All 4 players on their team were positive. I think on the flip side, Subliners, I mean, they only had 2 players that were really shooting back the entire time. So that is a wild way for this series to start.
Blockage coming up next. As you can see, the bookends, Berlin, either side of the series. We have to go to the search and destroy, and it seems like a very, very distant place to go, but hey, who knows? This could go the distance. Blockage coming up next, though. Search and destroy here in our elimination matchup in the major. The first one we've seen so far, and one of these teams is going to be going home. Before we do talk about those teams going home, and it will have to be one of them, friends, sorry, it is going to be an interesting look, though, at the game field keys to victory now for the New York Subliners. Obviously, winning Berlin might have been on that one, but you can scratch that bad boy off. Map 1's done.
I mean, that would have been tippy top of the list, and I'd say there, you need more slang. Yeah, that was not evident in map number 1. I think Hydra and Paulehx, only 2 players close to being positive. Hydra, I don't even think was, but yeah, Kroom was certainly struggling, and honestly, he caught up to Kismet, who was not playing well. Both of those guys around -10, so the slang on land thus far has not been there. And I mean, yeah, London, we talked about it just in the comms. They have not really looked great as a team. The non-tradeds haven't been too clean across all game modes. They haven't really been there. So I mean, maybe trying to take advantage, but I mean, maybe that ship has sailed. Now you go into a search and destroy, where again, you know, we've mentioned for Ravens, it has not been clean across any game modes, but I think something that actually stood out to me was the fact that they have been winning 50% of their S&D rounds, at least throughout stage 3. That was tied for 5th in the league, so they're towards the top for round win percentage, but when it comes to actually winning games, 2 and 4 map count, Ravens have been sort of like the anti-ice team, right? Their round 11 record is abysmal, especially so on Berlin S&D, which is the map 5 should we get there. But again, I think a lot of that ice sort of conversation is all about that confidence and, well, maybe just something going on with the Subliners, trying to figure out issues with the set. Whatever the case may be, try to figure it out before map 2, because if you could just play it off with that for the map 1 performance, I mean, whatever it takes to get that confidence back.
Hydra, he may be all smiles now, but famously, at nearly every single major he's been at, he's had some kind of mishap on stage, whether it's pouring game fuel. He's the king of that, where it's pouring game fuel all over his entire setup, which, I mean, come on, man, you're a professional. That can't be happening, but as we see a very, very slight delay, friends, before we get into the search and destroy on Røkkr, but for the Ravens, sitting very, very pretty after that opening hard point there, the blowout on Berlin. Last few moments there, coach to part wisdom, get some words in, as the lads listen on very intently there. And this is going to be an interesting one, Chance. We said confidence sky high for a team that has had a abysmal, frankly, run up to this major.
And again, the difference maker in this series from the last one was played off of like what New York Subliners are expecting from the Ravens. They didn't want to run it back on Desert Siege. It was around 11 last time, and well, obviously the Subliners win it because of the ice situation, but maybe they thought they had better odds on Bocage, and I mean, it's they might not be wrong, because obviously Hydra on this map can be lights out. Same thing can be said for Kismet, so they trust themselves on the map, but I mean, I suppose the game fuel keys to victory for the London Royal Ravens. Trying to get that Kavutu control in the mixer, just the fact that they get it again. Obviously, they played it before. It was nothing but defenses, but you just strengthen up a little bit. Maybe a cheeky play over towards B. I know that's where Zero has honestly made his name on this map. If you can win the tick game, their defenses have still been clean, even against the Subliners, and that's all the way towards map 3. Back to that Bocage S&D for this team. I mean, they can be hyper aggressive, right? It is on offense, flying straight into grandmas, breaking open every single door, trying to take every advantage and making things as chaotic as possible. So Subliners, I'm sure, are going to be prepared for it. But just the way they were shooting back in map 1, obviously, I have concerns.
Look, I think at one point you said that Crim just wasn't. That's a bad start. However you look at it there for the New York Subliners. Plenty of COD still to play, though, here in the series. Bocage, search and destroy. We're loading in, pals. This is it. Map 2. The Ravens find themselves a win here. Tremendous. Subliners now an opportunity to bounce back. And this is going to be a spicy one. There is no doubt about it. The map records chance. That's a good look for the Ravens.
I mean, again, this is why, like, we were even talking to Carson, the stats guy. I didn't actually see if it was like the 3rd key to victory or like whatever the case may be, but I know at least in the DMs he was very on point of like, it is very concerning to let that Bocage go through instead of the Desert Siege. So maybe it's a little bit of a dice roll, but London, again, certainly happy to take advantage. You see the stats right there. Very solid for New York, but better for this side of the London Royal Ravens. So Subliners playing with fire, already down 0-1. Let's see what they have cooked up.
Slow and steady wins certain races. This one, though, I think may be over with the gunshot. Subliners, they will be on defense to start this one off. As the opening salvos of lethals and tacticals come to a close, Afro is going to hold on to his frag grenade and save it for a potentially rainy day here on Bocage. But slowly now we will creep inside Grandma's, checking every possible nook and cranny. Hydra's on the inside. Nasty Afro now teaching towards the bomb. Hydra's made a bit of noise there. Just enough to get a couple of shots rattling out over the map.
Yeah, door open, closed, I have no idea, but the player's trying to play around it. Funnily enough, I mean, talk about the battle of corners. Even if Afro falls, his teammates obviously close for the trades. You pull that pin, that is loud if you're this close by. So Afro obviously knows what the deal is, and you have 2 players there for the challenge. First blood for the Ravens.
Scary situation to be in now. Kismet knows they're inside. How will he approach this one? Slowly but surely, creeping forward to survive a single soul. Less than 30 seconds now remaining. The Ravens yet to plant the bomb. This may be the play to go for. The timing could be great. The timing could be incredible as Kismet doesn't see a bloody thing. Bomb planted now. Retake situation for the New York Subliners.
And you still got 2 players down there. Here for all the trades, but the crack in the wall. Kismet with a slightly better vision to even up the odds, but there you go. Zero deals with the flank, and now it's a 2v3 clutch. Crimsix, though, finally wins a gunfight, and that leaves us in a 2v2.
Nice bit of work with the 2v2. Afro hits the flank immediately now. Leaves it all down to Kismet. There's silence activated. Can't get it going through field side. Ravens take round 1.
And again, that's what it comes down to. I know I talked about how Ravens like to do it. Sometimes hyper aggressive, this time much more methodical, but they just get inside of Grandma's, play around all the doors, all the corners, all the rooms, and as soon as they're in, it is incredibly difficult to weed them out. And so while they're making plays on the inside, it was Zero making plays on the out. He was able to pick up 2 big kills in the round, dealing with the flanks, and I mean, as soon as Zero's picking up those kills, it just makes that round nice and secure. So we go over towards an offense, see what the Subliners have planned for the attack.
See how they go. A little speedier this time. They've got themselves over towards that A plat, a little faster. Crim eyes on towards the back line. Afro, the tip of his cap, and it will not be tipped, it will just be spotted there by Crim. This is going to give space, though, for him to work forward. Crim still has everything to work with. The gunny is there. Patience pays off. Harry, the shoulder's there. His Twinkle Toes has just eaten a concussion grenade, so now he knows exactly where he is. Harry's going to have to back on up. This isn't going to get the bomb down any faster, but it does give the Subliners now an opportunity to make something happen.
Well, the bomb is going to go down, or maybe not. Nasty's there in the window. The coverage was not there in time. I think Paulehx maybe didn't quite have the angle for it, so all of that work from Crim for the opening blood, well, you go back to just, point 0. Ready for Nasty up top, but again, he's tagged up, so he's trying to get out of dodge. And if you go for this plant over towards B, you're risking getting trapped in, and you see the guy that's doing the trapping. Well, for a moment, it was Zero.
Crim last man up, 1v2 situation now. Nasty and Harry, the young'uns, see what they can do now. The bomb down for the Subliners. Got to go for the recovery. Less than 30 now to work with. Tags are in, and Crim, though, he held the line. Shots not enough there to get the job done as the Ravens take their 2nd round in a row.
That's a big round, too. I mean, again, you get the first blood, but the trades are there instant. You don't let the bomb get planted, and just a small little moment of mishap for the Subliners. Didn't have that window covered, or maybe Hasty, or Harry or Nasty, whichever the case may be. Nice little duo name for him, but too quick through the window to get the kill and get out with their life. And after that, I mean, it seems to be rare for the rotations over to B to actually pan out unless you have the man advantage just because of how quickly you get trapped in. And, well, Ravens quick on the jump. 2-0 lead, and right now they just have all the momentum in the series.
See how the Subliners adapt to this one. Of course, we've only seen 1 round on defense so far. But so far, we're not going to see too much as everyone's going to sort of buckle in and let the nades rain down upon the frail side of the grindy side of the map. Afro now patrolling the outside as well, looking to catch anything out here. He's got space to work with. Howdy, Kismet! Behind door number 1, gets a kill.
Didn't know how much Kismet likes Kool-Aid. Kick that door open, get the first blood, and funny enough, that's actually bombed down in the dead center of the map. And just a, Spokage, it only takes 2 seconds to get anywhere, but still, you have to go slightly out of position and try to go to collect that. So Ravens now with the toughest round on their hands, but here's Afro inside, pick a corner, any corner, already behind, picks up 2, does get traded, but he has done his job.
Man moves around the map, seemingly dodging bullets left, right, and center, no questions asked. 2v2 now, 30 seconds on this one. Subliners can win it if they can run the clock down or find the kills. Crim's checking anything he can here through the tiniest of cracks through the door.
And right now, I think Harry's in a pretty precarious situation waiting for Zero, but they've cleared out so much of the map. You have to know players are going to be up top. And they haven't cleared it just yet, but they've collected the bomb, and as soon as you touch it, yep, Hydra turnarounds, gets the kill, and now Zero left with an impossible task.
Possible, can't get it done. Good shots out of Crim. Subliners finally get on the board. A nice round out of Crim there. 4-2 overall now.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too slow, in my opinion, for the Ravens in that 2v2. Like, as soon as Afro makes this play, I'm thinking hit that go button, but trying to clear out a decent chunk of the map, and, you leave yourself with 10 seconds on the clock. There's only so much you can do, but a necessary bounce-back round for the Subliners. A couple good kills go their way, and it's not like the first bloods have been an issue for them. Obviously, Crim is able to get one on the last offense they've had. Just about that conversion. We'll see what Subliners can do.
Blockage be like that, fast map. Turn its head incredibly quickly. It's quite small, one of the smaller maps we have here in Vanguard. Similar looks as we've seen all season long now for the Ravens. Howdy! Oh, Afro's in there, but they've taken clean care of him. Brilliant first blood there from Hydra.
I mean, hey, again, pick a corner, any corner, but if you just kick that thing in, at the very least, you're going to get the trade. So if you just win the first blood, even better. No one's planting the bomb yet, so no free kills for Nasty this time. And actually that bomb, it's not over to the B site yet. And again, I talked about it's not fun over towards B because you trap yourself in, but with the man advantage, it is a lot nicer. And as soon as Zero wraps out, well, you get it down for free.
There we go, bomb planted at B now. Ravens man down on the retake. Shots through mid-map. Hydra tagged, but actually not tagged. Does get away with it. 2 players now pop dead silence on the Subliners, looking to get aggressive here while defending that bomb. And they're going to do just that. Zero and Harry, last man up. Hydra checks every corner. It's all down to Harry now as the final 30 seconds on the bomb. No chance. The Subliners level the score 2-2.
Perfect. As good as it gets. That is everything you want. Just a nice little strat to deal with Afro inside of Grandma's. Quick call in the rotation. And again, you have the man advantage. You certainly have more options. A little bit lucky on the timing for Zero to end up wrapping out. But, I mean, hey, Call of Duty timing goes both ways. You live and die by it. But right now in a high-intense match, for the moment, tied 2-2. But Subliners clearly have bounced back at least a little bit. Have that breathing room after map 1.
All we need is a little bit of air, and we'll see if we can't get this New York Subliners airship afloat. And there's some tags, and there are some coordinated lead efforts. Those tags might have come through multiple walls. They didn't do a lot of damage, but interesting to see those hits come through either way. Afro knows this is a popular spot. We found him there a moment ago. We got blooded. Will anyone cross that line?
That's actually wild. That was Zero standing on the Godhead in the back, wall banging through gate, I'm pretty sure, just to hit guys from 2 different walls all the way across. Dude, if things like that are starting to happen on both guys, that just makes it a little bit less comfortable. But the battle inside Grandma's, again, it is all about those corners. I think Afro actually knows he backed that player down, so he is now taking control of this area, and you get the bomb down. Ravens in a good spot.
Kismet on the flank. Oh, Zero, good timing. Not enough on the gunny, though. Great job, Kismet with the first blood now. 35 seconds to wipe the Ravens out and defuse the bomb. That's the New York Subliners game plan. Taking care of 2 already as Kismet. He's got murder on his mind. Here he goes forward. Nasty, the last man up, and he's playing this one slow and steady. But there are too many Subliners, baby. They're all over the place. Now get the bomb defused, and they will take the lead.
I mean, hey, I like the double flank coming through as well, just to get, you know, a lot of pressure on to Zero, but it was just every single player winning their individual gunfight. Hydra had the exact same thing in his battle against Afro in bottom granny, so and right now, Subliners, if you're winning all your individual gunfights, makes things a whole heck of a lot easier. And obviously for the retake strats over towards that A site, throw an extra man on the flank, pull an extra trick out of the bag, and they deliver. And now we are 5 rounds deep, so I mean, it has to be acknowledged right now, Harry sitting on a donut, 0-4. Granted, the damage output has been there, but you certainly want to see him get on the board.
Yeah, he really was the hero of Berlin there for the Ravens, and now a little slow stuff here on Bocage, but you're far to be finished. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Nice opening kills there from Crim. He's finally got the guns going now. Nasty brought down again. It's a 2-piece there for Crimsix before being traded out now to Kismet. Oh, brought down from the air. Afro getting it going. Shots are on from Paul. Can he finish this one? No, Afro just about. Now a 1v2 for Zero. Make it a 1v1. Old teammates going at each other.
Hey, they let Zero get to the God tank, and Hydra apparently had no idea, so all that work from Crim just almost instantly get tossed away, and Paulehx against a former teammate, albeit briefly, for the 1 versus 1. Bomb is down, and not a difficult situation to be in, to be honest, but the lack of information that Paul has is the biggest problem.
And Zero's already used his dead silence to cross it over the map, and now the timing could be amazing. Paul can't land it. It's a little windy over that side of the map. Cool resolve there from Zero. A massive round for the Ravens, tied up.
And that's just one of those spots, by the way. I think it's because of the trees where you don't actually get aim assist from the Paulehx side of things. So just really unfortunate positioning, and, you know, no aim assist, always responsible for a lot of the windmills and Vanguard. But, I mean, hey, you will take that, you know, if you are Zero, just to stop the bleeding, because that was many rounds in a row. That is a round where Crim opens up, not just with the first blood, but he picks up 2, and well, Afro delivers with a 2-piece, Zero delivers with the clutch, and not terrible work, and well, this time Harry, not his fault for this one. Gets taken down by his teammate.
Sorry, Harry, still no kills, mate, but that's going to be a 3v2 now. Subliners with the man advantage. They are swarming the B-bomb site. The double flank coming through in just a brief moment, but it could be Paul who could get the party started, but Nasty has made an interesting run over now towards that B-bomb site. No one really home at the moment in time. Will he be able to check this one out, or will Paul possibly have the dagger at the ready?
As long as Paul is alive, though, this round is much easier for the Subliners. It's not just a man advantage, but as soon as you plant, Paul should be very quick just to try to trap you in and see what direction you're going. So you see him trying to put the pressure on the back wall. His teammate trying to clear out the rest, but Afro aggressive towards HUD, gets a freebie, alive for the moment, turns it into 2.
And that is now a 2v1 as Paulehx, he's been chill for a while, but now he may be running around in circles. Does he going to get spotted, he will. Now, Paul, what have you got? We've seen the sweet two-piece out of Afro. Can he do the same thing now? Just over 20 seconds to get both players and the defuse, and they are holding hands. You've got your Thunder Buddy, and there it is. The lightning lands. Ravens, another round. What a fun search and destroy this is. What a fun one.
I mean, you say fun, I say kind of annoying. Just not in position for the trades. Like, you had the 3v2. Paulehx should be able to say, hey, they haven't crossed the back spawns. They just planted the bomb. They will be near gate, or they will be trapped on site, or like even maybe towards L. But you eliminate so many possibilities, and Crim's the first one to fall. Kismet just not in position for the trades. And it's not like Crim had him one shot or anything, so that is honestly an easy two-piece for Afro. And that is a heck of a way just to win the instant 2v3 on a site that is not easy to clutch on.
Just had another brilliant two-piece here. Afro put on a bit of a highlight reel here on Røkkr, but Subliners still immensely capable here in the matchup. Towards the A-bomb side we go. No one finds anything yet as the typical standoff, as the tension can be cut with a knife right here, as the scattered shots now penetrating the walls of grannies. No one to be found whatsoever. That opening pick will set the tone.
Well, speaking of opening picks, Crim has actually been on point on offense for the first bloods, and was playing over towards this God tank, but I think Ravens finally made the adjustment, right? He drops down to 12 HP with the nade, so he has to relocate. Meanwhile, Nasty, I mean, this window's wide open, so you have to have someone looking this direction if you ever want to plant for the moment, though. You see Subliners down low, they're just looking for a pick first.
Afro sees a Crim gets him. Paul finds one as well, and now Nasty trying to bounce back. First blood immediately answered by. Nasty can't get it done. Nice shots out of Hydra. Less than 30 seconds now. Ample time to get the bomb down, but this is all going to be on zero. Trying to kill these members of the Subliners and get the defuse, it's got to be impossible. He's got eyes on at least two of them, though. We'll see if he can make the play, but hey, this is going to be tough.
Oh, yeah, no, Crim does not care. And no time wasted flying in for the chow and there to take him down. I mean, I'd say literally just on the first blood front, I feel like Subliners actually picking them apart. It has just been the clutches from Afro. The two pieces coming through, but at least when they need the first bloods, whether it be Crim or Paulehx in that round, both of them getting kills at the exact same time. And well, we brought up the donut that Harry was sitting on after it was round 5. We're now over towards round 9. Still yet to get a kill. Now, granted for the EKIA, he does have 2 assists, but those 2 assists happened early in this game. He's got to step it up.
Damage hasn't been there as well, so slow stuff from Harry still. As soon as he gets things going, we will see. But that opening blood, though, from Crim with the nade lands it. Trades come through. Afro, the star man now for the Ravens, out of the fight. Nasty, he and Harry in the 2v3, but look at the positions now. Out the Subliners, stacked up with the inside of grannies. No way they let this bomb go down.
Still though, 2v3, if you've clutched it once, you can clutch it again, but yeah, it's going to be in the window. Tough gunfights to win the whole way through, and these Subliners have actually split up just a little bit, but that is Paulehx and Hydra trying to roam, and obviously for the moment, it doesn't appear Ravens have the cleanest of leads, and well, Crim does up top, technical wall bang through the barrel, and well, last player to fall is James Bond. Subliners is a tough opening start for them, but as soon as they started winning rounds, it started to come very quickly. And I think definitely happy if you're a Crimsix fan. I know he struggled map 1, has absolutely bounced back 12-4 already, lighting things up on Bakash.
Running it. He is running it on Bakash. Map point now, New York Subliners. Ravens can tie things up, force that round 11, but Crim shooting hot right now, 12-4.
Yeah, 7-2, by the way, in the first blood count in favor of the Subliners. So lighting it up in first bloods. I know a couple have gotten traded out, but a couple have been convincing. And it has been Crim, one of the main guys on offense, works his way up to the tank and takes your time, and the SMG's down low, clearing out those corners. No Afro just yet to be found.
Nope, not yet. We're already in though. Harry gets on the board. Nice first blood. He's going to be traded out in a moment, though. Here comes the aggression. Nasty can't get anything going. Hydra, once again, too hot to handle. Fast trap towards B. That's going to be all Subliners for now, but the tags are in. Zero makes that read quickly, but an adaptation now from the Subliners. They're not going to plant the bomb. They're going to fight this one out.
Oh, they're so quick as well. Again, if you get trapped down low, you can just have players jumping up above you, and, well, they might be trapped in 2 different directions. And Harry, he saw somebody.
Oh, dear. New York Rats now trapped in the subway. That's a sentence I didn't think I'd get to say in Vanguard, but they've been trapped. Have they escaped? They may have. Zero. There's a lot of trouble coming around that corner as the bomb gets planted towards B. Ravens now, the 3 remaining members will have to hit the retake. What a kill from Zero to get the proceeding started. That is tremendous. 3v2.
And well, already gunfights maybe bottom barn. Well, Kismet wins down low, and again, you just pick your corner. Speaking of corners, there is Paul's, all for the 1v1.
Here we go. 1v1, Afro v Paul. 30 seconds on the clock, and they're running around. Tags are there. Can Afro get it done? Paul with the damage. The nade goes out, and this could be it. You've got to get the kill, Afro. He's got to make the move now. Got to get things going speedy as he like. He's been that all map long. As he check the corners now, he's going to go round. Oh! Has he got the bomb? He's on it. He's defusing. We got round 11.
Dude, the rule, dude, you gotta play back out, man. Paul, he just gets baited. He flies out, starts shooting at Ghost, and Afro, who got bad timing when he went to check the tower, immediately gets gifted. That is doubled up on Call of Duty timing at its absolute finest. I mean, I guess we get to see the entire thing again. Afro goes close when he should have gone out wide, and as soon as he crosses Paul, that is unreal.
Paul takes a shot as well, and again, look at the time. If you play that any slower, plays back L, as you said, like that's a typical spot you find players in for the clutch. Whoa, man alive, here we go. Final round in the Search and Destroy here in map 2. Ravens on the attack.
Subliners, they truly do just need this one in this moment. Well, London, they need the clutches in the round 11, another first blood for New York.
Typical look at New York again. They're holding that backside of Grannies. They're now letting the Ravens go forward, but that is a beautiful nade to be thrown over the top there. This isn't going to find anyone from Afro. He's going to let that one go. A concerted one with a teammate. So you're running out of things to throw at the Subliners now for London.
Yeah, and you see him on the cross as well. Afro should be able to get this bomb plant, but look how quick they are for the return. You get the bomb down, but can you stay alive, Afro? Yes, he can.
My. He's still alive, and he's inside Grannies. He's got a kill. How has he done that? Still flowing. Afro finds at least one. That's good enough for now, as the Ravens now scrambling to try to keep the bomb safe. New York Subliners, 3 of them up. Crims pop dead silence, 30 seconds on it. Hydra, oh my word. Harry's got on the board, 0-0 as well now. And Paul now in the 1v2. There's not a lot of time left, but Paul could still get this done. Harry brought down, less than 20 to play with, 0. Gotta go big.
Fly, run, Paul. You gotta get near the bomb. At least stay near for the defuse. You're running out of time, and you gotta get the kill. And 0 playing the corner. Didn't even get there in time.
London take map 2 in a very dramatic round 11. That is an absolute stinger for the Subliners. Chance now, that's match point Ravens. We now push New York Subliners' mental game to the limit.
And that is a breakdown as well. Subliners just had 8 out of 11 first bloods, including the final 2 rounds. Perfect with the nades, and then just 0 clutch ability after the fact. I mean, again, the strat was there. You saw it. Afro, they were 100% certain he was on bomb. You had an AR in the back tank. You had Kismet up close, but they still let him get out with his life, and he somehow turned that into a kill along the way. But I mean, not even for that moment, just 0 and Harry making the big plays. Harry might have only gotten 2 kills, but it was the final 2 rounds where he delivers for the team. And that is a wild round 11 that the Ravens, I mean, prayers to those guys able to convert that one. That is a massive win.
That was a tough fought battle indeed. Gavutu control, potentially the final map in the series here. And I think what can we take away from Røkkr is it's really, really hard to kill Afro. No matter how weak he is, no matter what spot he's in, that boy finds a way. The Westman's finest set, putting on a show for us there. What, 2 great 2 pieces and that kill towards the end. Woo! Crazy stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we find ourselves in a very precarious position. The New York Subliners staring down the barrel of defeat here in Major 3. Will the Ravens be able to get it done here on Gavutu Control? We'll find out after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Still, they got a saw, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now. Dude, London is Afro.
And oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Map number 3, the New York Subliners versus the London Royal Ravens. And this is it, friends. This is an elimination matchup. And right now, this is match point. Ravens, will they actually chance, after what has been, let's face it, a really bad stage, turn things around here in the major?
I suppose, look, you know, series is not over, still plenty of Call of Duty to play, but I'll get a little bit ahead of myself and talk about for the fact that in the online stages, the Ravens earlier on were on point, but both times they come to the LAN events, and granted, they had a couple good reasons, but did not particularly perform. Now, funnily enough, it's the opposite. Online didn't perform at all, but hey, it's LAN now, and I mean, they are looking good for the moment. The comms were flowing, but still, it is not the best of maps for them. They're happy for Gavutu, but they've obviously lost to this exact New York Subliners team. And last go around, it was 5 for 5 on defenses, and not in dominant fashion. When I say dominant, I mean like instant, you're on offense, you lose the opening break, you get stuck in your spawn, and you never get out. Both teams ended up in the blender. Right now, I want to see if either team has the strat to not even get out of the blender, but to cap A and maybe just get an extra tick over towards B. I'd say on one side, I'm looking at every single player, including Paulehx, despite the fact that he's the only one positive, to set things up on this Gavutu. But I'm also looking at Zero. He has been the menace early in this year to actually get progress over towards B. I want to see if he can string something together.
Chance doesn't fanboy too often, friends, but he certainly does it in case of Trey Zero here on Gavutu. So far, a decent start for both teams. We're contesting towards A. That's where the opening skirmishes have taken place, and so far both teams drawing an nearly equal amount of blood as the Subliners now start to take a bit of a lead here. Good shots again out of Crim, keeping things going. Zero tags there, but Kismet desperately trying to get in there, desperately trying to start the trap already.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, it's exactly how it goes last time. The trap gets set up in the first 30 seconds of the round, and a team never able to fight out of it. Now, Ravens at least sending one player, maybe two, towards the direction of B, and maybe you want to go that way because Hydra's over here, over towards A, and great timing for Zero to actually get past him, but you do not have boat control. You are still fighting just for the opportunity to even set foot on A. I mean, it cannot be understated. I think it's how it went last time, and the fact that you just get blundered, have no progress even on the 8 point. Right now, Ravens, they gotta get something going.
I mean, they've come so close now, twice to being trapped, but they've managed to escape it by the good graces of Zero's AR, but that could be it, friends. Now, Kismet, moves in a position. It may not matter, though. The clock's already ticking down, 20 seconds, and the Ravens haven't even sniffed a point yet, Chance.
Yeah, no, not even close. You know, it is deja vu all over again. History repeats itself. You gotta learn from your mistakes. A lot of little taglines you can throw in the mix, but it is as bad as it gets. Not a single tick coming through. 5 seconds left on the clock, and one of the quicker Gavutu rounds you'll see. I think Ravens had foot on point for a second, maybe two, if that. That was brutal.
Wow, a fast one. We're a minute 35 into the game, friends.
Well, hey, you know, we talked about it being 5 for 5 on defense. Ravens last go around, it wasn't quite that bad, but roughly did the exact same thing to the Subliners. But now Subliners in the very unique situation of if they capture a single tick on A, they'll have the lead.
Bounce back in the series possible. They're going to need it now. This is the last chance for the New York Subliners here in the series to stay alive. Across the bridge they go in towards A. Not many guns up there for the Ravens, and they're already on point. They've already done a better job than the London squad have done so far, but here we go with the kills. Hydra is there, first under the feed. Finds himself one more. Trades are abound. Harry from the back line. Good work all around as the A zone still slowly being captured now. And here comes that segment. Here comes the OBJ, and there it is. First segment in for New York.
They got a single thing, let's go. And hey, honestly, I mean, most teams in the league are able to at least capture A on this map. And obviously, Hydra now causing problems. He's got 9 kills. We're talking about players needing to step up. And well, there's number 1 and number 2. It's looking like he might have it, or Nasty's there for the trades. But either way, 8 points secured. Like solidified advantage already in this game for the Subliners, who obviously have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with to try to make progress over towards B.
Plenty of times, plenty of lives to get it done now, and it's going to be on the Ravens. Get them guns up, get them hot. You've got to hold back the New York Subliners for quite some time. Ring side of the map controlled now, but here comes the pressure. Angles opening up now for the Subliners, slowly but surely being traded out as this war of attrition now on Gavutu is slowly going to come to a close. Hydra doing the best he can to fight his way forward now into the guns of Nasty. A very difficult fight to win, but Nasty holding it down, waiting for the reinforcements to show. New York Subliners though, they're on point now, mate. This is close enough. They could get something going here.
Well, I was going to say Hydra's on prime heady territory. That does not last very long, but either way, this is more or less the setup you want. Now, granted, you want reinforcements, but you have ring control. You get a player on the point just to stop the clock, so it is a setup, but obviously Paulehx is many places, but he's not inside the safety of the tank, so as soon as your guy on hill falls, things get that much more difficult.
Kismet dancing, dicing with death right now. Afro may have him in sights, but this is going to be a tough fight to win. That rock. It's the rock. The hard place right now was Kismet. Nice nade from Zero. As again, pressure here from the Subliners is unrelenting. Harry trying to slow him down. This is a great pinch. Able to get at least one out of this. That's good for now. Gives his teammates a bit of purchase through the middle of the map. Able to get themselves out of their spawn and into the fight.
And I mean, hey, 11 lives left for Royal Ravens, so they got to slow this pace down and keep them off of the point, because I'd say if you're able to stop time for an extra 20 or 30 seconds, I mean, you could win it 2 ways. Either capture B or do it on lives, but obviously a couple problems that need to get solved. Kismet's in the backline, which is great, but you got to get out of your spawn. Nasty spawns off the map or just spawns the wrong direction. Worst case scenario, now Subliners have stopped the clock.
48 seconds on this if they can get the capture done. The first segment's in. That's going to be Kismet doing the job. Hydra in the front line. Fight his way forward. Massive kills. Now the last remaining members of the London Royal Ravens, the lives are out, but the guns are not. They're fighting forward. Are they able to stop this cap? No! Kismet wins a big one. The second segment through as well. And this could be curtains for the Ravens.
I mean, hey, and it's going to be on the tick game too, or maybe not. They do it in kills, and that is a wild set of events. I have to imagine it was off spawn that Nasty, I'm guessing, just looking the wrong direction. I guess moving in the kill cams, or I don't know why it happens, Miles, but sometimes it does, and you lose that extra life on Gavutu on defense. You spawn that far away from the hill to begin with, and I mean, Subliners have done the hard work. I mean, they're going to win this game, Miles. I'm very confident to say that there's a fat lady singing somewhere, because they already won a round on offense. They have been perfect on defense against the Ravens. I mean, good luck, have fun, but I'm happy to call it.
I think your hearing is better than most chance if she's belting it somewhere across the planet. But for now, it's Kismet with that first blood. New York Subliners on defense. The first time round, they made this look exceptionally easy against the Ravens. Will they be able to do the same? No, the Ravens have got themselves onto B, and it's your boy, Zero.
Hey, back to Old Faithful. This is like the only time Ravens have actually really had a great deal of success on this map. Is Winnie is over here in the tank. If your nade's on point, if you can't clear him out, it's a massive problem. But you see Zero, his teammates are dying at A. He has dragged 3 players back to deal with them, but his teammates gave him nothing. All of that effort to completely lose map control, to not get a single tick, and to get stuck in your spawn.
They might have got the B segment. I can't confirm it nor deny it. But Hydra now on a 5 spree, makes it a 6. Lordy, he's heating things up. Trap now getting set. Not quite complete though. You've still got a couple of players who managed to slip the way through, and this is going to be big from Paul. A few more. Oh, come on, Paul! That's a sweet 3. Somehow picks up all of those, and this could be it. The trap may be set.
Dude, I'm already thinking about Tuscan Hardpoint. That's going to be your map 4, and we are certainly going to be seeing it in this series. As soon as they get stuck on their spawn once, Ravens have never been able to fight out of this, and I mean, sort of understandable why. Kismet posted up on a fantastic heading over towards Cliff where he falls. Crim in a fantastic spot towards the middle of the map, and both him and Paul finding kills, and you're looking 18 directions, nowhere to go. 22 seconds left as Ravens just dying one by one.
There we go. Well, she's starting to warm things up. She's singing here on Gavutu. This should be it. The final 13 seconds, and this map should be closed out. Can anyone get towards the point? Zero desperately trying to run. Mud in his boots, blood in there as well. He's not having a fun time. Final few seconds to kill on Crim's good. Crim, a watchful eye. The kill's there, but the time is not. The New York Subliners bounce back in a big way. Series now 2-1.
6 minutes and 23 seconds on Gavutu. There are rounds that almost last that long. That is, I mean, as good as you want it. There's a couple drop moments, breakdowns on the Bacage S&D, but they spawn into Gavutu, I suppose, ready to play. And I mean, again, this is why when we're talking about Ravens up 2-0, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with how the series is going to go, because now we go back to sort of step one, the hard point game. Obviously, the Berlin New York Subliners did not have a great time. I'm honestly very curious as to what was going on with Kismet's setup, because, well, it was certainly better there. Hydra 23-11. Unreal performance. Again, even when Zero is dragging 3 players back his direction, Hydra is piecing up the rest of the Ravens. Man hates birds.
A very fast Gavutu control indeed. 6 minutes 23. We'll remember that one for a while, or not, because it blew right by. But either way, the New York Subliners buy themselves a lifeline here in this series. As we look across the highlights, it's going to be all New York, baby. This was their map to win. Start to finish, no questions asked.
I mean, genuinely just suffocating. Like, that's a 6-minute game. Like, I don't know, the number of things you can do in that little of time. Whatever the case may be, though, again, back over towards the Tuscan. I don't know, man. At this point, like, that's almost like an instant. I have so much more faith in the Subliners now. It really is just that level of dominance. But I suppose it is Vanguard. Who knows what we are going to see? But as far as the highlights go, nothing really to show off. Just a pretty like blitzkrieg sort of situation on the one offensive round that the Subliners actually strung together. They pretty much had ring control the entire time, even on offense. And I mean, that is step one of a sort of like a 3-step game plan. So they made it work. High 3-0, towards Tuscan we go.
Tuscan hardpoint up next. Berlin search and destroy, the other bookend of the series if we have to go the full distance. And right now, I don't know, man, anything can happen. All bets are off now as the Tuscan hardpoint loads in. Players getting ready to go on the other side. And Chance, how you feeling now? Of course, New York Subliners, a newfound sense of confidence, I think, in them after that win. But the first hardpoint, it wasn't very pretty.
I mean, I'm like going back and forth, like not even confidence for either of these teams, just like nerves for them, right? Because again, you talk about the CDL points. It is not just this tournament where you need to have some sort of success. It is not just the Subliners who win the Pro-Am but want to deliver at a major. They're 11th in the standings. They are desperate for points. There's the potential if Ravens lose this series that like 4 teams possibly could overtake them in the CDL point standings. And obviously there would be 6 or 7 teams that would get very close. So it is desperation time for both of these guys, and well, at least when Subliners' backs were against the wall, they at least win that next map and keep their series / like tournament lives aligned. But there is so much pressure. I'd have to imagine the most important series of like both of their Vanguard lives.
Without a shadow of a doubt. 2 players who we're looking forward to in this hardpoint, though, who have to bring the noise, is of course going to be Hydra and Zero. They're heroes for their respective teams, not including that map 1. And Zero, he didn't look too bad out there whatsoever. But not too much separating these players' chance either way. And again, a submachine gun player on the left-hand side in the form of Hydra, and Zero, a much slower assault rifle player. So comparable stats to a degree, but very, very different roles on the map.
And I'd say what Hydra also delivered in the map 1 as well. I mean, him and Paulehx were at least even, or I think positive 1 or 2, whatever the case may be. So they were solid on map 1. It was Crim and Kismet that were struggling just a little bit. So look at those 2 to kick things up for the Tuscan. And I mean, I'd say not just Zero, but again, I think Harry may be the guy to Zero went. Well, Zero went on to zone in on just a little bit, I suppose, because he was lights out on the map 1, had a fantastic performance. And even on the Bacage where he was struggling, as soon as he started getting the kills, he was getting the most important ones on the map. So that'll be my guy to look at on the Ravens side.
Well, here we go. Eyes are on. Map number 4 here in our first elimination matchup of the day, of the major. Ravens still find themselves at match point as the Subliners keep themselves alive after that very, very swift matchup on Gavutu. Here we go into Tuscan. Both teams sorely need the win. Ravens to move on in the tournament. Subliners to force that final map, that Berlin search and destroy. We'll see if we can get there. But until then, into the action we go.
And I assure you, those map records we just saw tell the story of the year, not as of late. As of late, edge to Subliners without question. And, well, they're in the preferred side to at least get the P1 time off the rip. But that is a nice bounce back moment. Hydra last one standing. And if you can break through starting from church side and you don't lose the spawns, Ravens, well, that is as good as it gets for P1.
That's the Ravens of old, the breakers of hard points. So now they're going to retain that right-hand side of the map as best they possibly can. Nasty getting in the fight. 3 in a row now. Fight number 4. No, Paul. Too good with it. Too slick with it now as the Subliners back into the fight. As massive kills go their way. Yet to flip the spawns though. So the time may have gone the way of the Ravens. They're going to retake the lead now. They're looking towards P2. London already in the hot seat.
That's good. Ravens truly playing with fire, by the way. They were aggressive after they got the 4-man wipe and maybe risking losing those spawns. But I think a couple players doubled back just in time to keep it secure. And to keep it secure for this rotation. You see the break right now for the most part coming through P5. That's where Subliners trying to get out. And well, Crim, the man on the late flank, he is getting red. And a nice little corner from Zero, so it's now on his teammates who are falling one by one. Clean 4 down, perfect break. Now the question is, do you read those spawns?
Yeah, again, that's a good look now from Zero, watching the back line. There's the first. Dips on out before the damage gets too bad. 2 spree now, trying to turn it into a 3. Paul though, oh, he gets it back for the 1v1 on Bacage. And that's going to be a big fight towards the backside. 30 seconds still remaining here as Afro putting the work in with the automaton. Needless to say, his teammates got him covered. Good stuff now at the Subliners to get in there for the now, but here's the contest. Too many members of the New York of the team there. If they got the kills and Harry's going to do what he can as well. Rotations down. Ravens will get there first, but it's going to be a fight now between Paul and Zero.
Also maybe a little bit of a foot race, well, because Paul by himself, and he is going to get hunted down, but he's making the reads, and well, the hunter, well, would have became the hunted. It is Crim with his 17th teammate of the year, and honestly, that stat is made up, but might not be an exaggeration.
Not too far off the truth, mate. Well, here we go now. Subliners trying to get themselves in on this one. Spawn's getting a real squirrely right now for the Ravens. They're all over the place. Can New York take advantage now in this moment? Here comes the fight forward. They've got the kills. Oh, they don't quite have the point yet. Let's hear how they break this one. Let's go for a listen in with the New York Subliners.
Cell spawn dead. Cell spawn dead. Hill, watch out, Hill, watch out. Hill, no.
I need it.
Hit it quick. Nice, let's go. They're gonna be in the back. I need a D. Nice, I got one. I'm backing up.
He's here. Watch the cross. Watch the cross. Stop me.
It still might be in the back, Joe.
Yeah, they might be in the back.
I'm out.
Two more there.
Hair dead.
Nice one.
Weak, go to Hill.
I've even seen one.
I spot it. Yeah. He can be through.
I spot maps.
Whoa.
I'm buying maps.
Going back.
Oh, he's cut it off. He's holding maps. He's holding maps.
It's already left.
You're top green. You want top church.
Yeah. I don't see him.
I'm going right.
I don't see him back.
I'm nading point. Yo, I stun him point. Top runes,
yeah.
Hold it back, absolutely. He's back left.
Carry one shot time.
Top runes weak.
No, one back rats, guys. He's back rats, okay?
Hold on fire.
Front fire, guys. And top church.
Yeah. It's you, Zero. You, Zero, hold on fire.
He's absolutely you.
Slow down.
Yeah, no, he's you.
Top church, Harry. One shot, top church.
Yeah.
Nice.
One's in P pinching.
I'll watch you. Just go.
Yo, we're missing Afro.
Just go. Yeah, it's you. He is.
Hey, one's in you.
Everyone's pinching.
Okay, Afro's pushed out for, like, Phil.
Wake up time.
Let's push out roof on us ready. Back up from me. Come here. Afro's here.
He's here, weak.
He got away.
I stunned it. I did not stun him.
He's on the ruins. He's fire alley. Fire alley. To your left.
Watch out. Nice.
That is the sound of a team not as calculated with the teamwork, not trying to set things up, really just trusting each other for the individual plays and individual wins that, at least for the moment, we're not going their way. But I suppose over towards P5, you get control of the hill, and well, you get the pressure out the front. Subliners trying to turn this game around.
Trying. They're going to have to do a lot more than try here on P5. Here come the nades. Here come the lethals. Here comes the Ravens. Now through the front windows, trying to find something downstairs. They've got an opening now to work with. Can Nasty get the kills? No. It's all good for the Subliners. Locking it down. Paul finds 2. All good so far as the kills come their way. Ravens wiped off the map.
I mean, hey, if you're going to be trying to trust in the individual kills and Paulehx, we trust 18 for the moment. Trying to throw the team on the back, and certainly a hell of a P5 to turn things around. But that is a massive amount of time for the battle over towards Scrap. I know Subliners get here first, but we've seen it time and time again where a team fights for the P5 hill, really sets up the pinch from every single angle over towards P1. And I mean, the question for Subliners Subliners. How long can they hold on to this fort? It's not looking like it's gonna last.
Well, they've got the glide bomb to take care of Paul at the very least. That's one opening now for the Ravens to work with. In through the mid-map we go. Kills now abound. Harry finds one, traded out immediately. Kismet holding the time now as P1 has popped. This could be a very dangerous one, but important comeback moment now for the New York Subliners. Nades out now for the Kids once again. Ravens only hitting from one side of the map. The guns are up. They should be able to find the kills, but here come the trades. Hydra on the back line, trying to get one more. No, Afro absolutely skins him. Ravens with the break.
I mean, hey, it took him a little bit of time to set that up. It wasn't quite clean with the glide, but hey, I suppose they'll take it. Another couple kills going their way and trying to set themselves up for the final 20 seconds. Subliners, though, still interested. You see a contest on the point. Well, Kismet falls. The flank comes through. Hydra wins the big one, and Crim delivers for 2. They fought tooth and nail for this scrap, and I'd say from New York, that is time that they needed just to keep things close as they are now working on that rotation.
This time around, they've got themselves P2. First time set, they didn't have it. Here comes the hit now from the Ravens. Fast moving, all on a Hydra. Into the point he is. Afro will get him. Somehow has the second with the nade, so that's great stuff out of Hydra. Buying time, getting those kills. Nasty was the last man alive. Now it's an open hard point. Foot race is on. The Subliners should get there first.
Well, there will be in the hill for the moment, but you see the stuns raining out, nades potentially coming through, and yeah, Ravens trying to set up the pinch, but the nade not there to take him down, not even good enough for Nasty to get that trade. You try to pressure in through Plat, more nades are actually going to help, so the utility right now from Ravens on point, get players out of the hill, dealt with the flank as well, all the trades that they need, the break is officially in.
And there should be another bit of a lead developing here for the Ravens. Time's good. Can they take care of the counterattack from the Subliners? Paul through TJHaly. Nasty's got an eye on it. There's the shots. Takes care of that one. Crim now from upstairs. Nasty, he's on a 4 spree.
And hey, if you get this next one, number 5, again, scrap time, ever important. Harry's actually able to pick up those 2, so it's not just the fact that you get the scrap, but funnily enough, on that rotation, Harry wins the gunfight to get him there. Doesn't want to secure middle of the map, though. Maybe trusting number 8, Afro, is playing over towards you, and, well, he gives it up, doubles back, and just dies, so a little bit of a discombobulating moment, and, well, maybe an opening for Subliners on one side of the map. They get fire control, they get binds control, trying to keep him out of Fountain.
Saw some great kills last time round towards Fountain now. Ravens in the hot seat, time going their way. Hydra with a pinch. Trying to extinguish the play here, but no, it's not going to happen. Afro, Nasty, finding the kills. Paul now through the front line, gets at least 1. As the clock continues to tick, time now. The Sands starting to drown out the Subliners as everyone from the Ravens popping on, pushing that front line forward. Here comes a nice counterattack now from the Subliners. Will they be able to hit this one? Backline all covered there from Zero. It's a sweet nade there from Paul to take care of 1. He's going to find at least 1 there on the point. Zero staying alive. Great coverage as Subliners have been drowned out again, all dead.
Yeah, and all that work, a double nade comes through, and you only strip away an extra few seconds. Ravens have now built themselves up a pretty decent sized lead, but obviously on one hill that can collapse, and Subliners, they have plenty of clearance over towards New. I think Hydra actually very worried someone got past them, and no one actually has. Ravens 2 players in through P5, but Hydra's looking for ghosts that are not there.
You might be able to catch him in the timing, but again, this is it. Things starting to get a little bit desperate now for the Subliners. Ravens are over the 200-point mark. Into the side of the church we go. Ravens with the time. We lose that back line for now, but Kismet, here come the 1 through the front. Finds 1. Shots were good in the second. No more trades, though. On the side, though, Hydra, he gets there late and gets 2 more, but Afro wins the battle of the trades. The market is closed, and the church is London.
Yeah, the hill you need to hold is the hill that gets broken oh so quickly. Now inside, though, it's a teammate that comes through for the Ravens, and that is a teammate that the Subliners needed to have happen. 40-point game. Ravens can no longer win it here. You bullied out through church, but that rotation is going to be an interesting one. Ravens might not even get there first. It'll be a little bit strange on the rotation. Afro, though, gets, well, on a 7th spree. He doesn't got to have the glide. I guess the team kill came through.
Dios mío, he finds at least, what, 7 in the end there. So there we go. Brilliant looks now. Back over to P5. No one quite in the point just yet. Nasty downstairs. Nades are up, though, as this is going to be an absolutely crucial moment for the Subliners. And Nasty, he is ruining in the moment for them indeed. The kills keep coming through. The hard points in their hands. And this is it. It's nearly the absolute final moments now for New York.
I mean, hey, New York didn't rotate, so now they're just getting punished. Another one added to the list. Harry down low on the flank. In Ravens 5 seconds, this game and series is there.
This is the first of potentially many tremendous upsets here at the Major. The London Royal Ravens have eliminated the New York Subliners.
And this has been 4 out of the 5 matches we have had. The lower seed comes in clutch and delivers. And that is Octane on the side of New York. Again, 11th in the CDL standings. And well, now top 12 at this major. I mean, truly just struggling in both of the hard points. The teamwork seemingly just not present in the slightest, and well, neither was the individual gameplay. Individual players struggling, and on the Ravens, well, that was simply not the case. I mean, they were all piecing all across the board, clutch gunfights, and even just thinking back to that Bocage, they were down in a bad spot, couldn't buy a first blood, but still able to deliver. Ravens on land, maybe stage 3 is their time.
And it's wild to think, I mean, both these teams have swapped placements, exactly. I mean, the Subliners were looking great on the build-up here to the major. Teamwork was flowing, everything was fine, turned things around immediately. Now that we get to the land, they lose their first round matchup and the second. There we go, look at the stats, and hey man, Patty P, if you're listening, they called us madmen, but that is a tremendous victory for the Ravens. Kismet, 10 and 27 final moments there, 19 and 29 for Crim. It was a slow bit of work. Paul, the only player who really consistently put up numbers there for the Subliners. You have to give the credit to the Ravens, though. A hard-fought battle. They move on in the tournament.
I mean, just a couple better rotations as well. Like, you know that Hills, like, the game could end on P5, which it obviously did. And still, Ravens had like 3 players nearby before Subliners even sniffed it, trying to make that break. I mean, obviously, the 10 and 27 stat line doesn't look good, but there's not a ton of damage even being done across the board. Paulehx really the only guy able to thrive, but I mean, even in the listen-in, it didn't sound like that teamwork was too clean, and I mean, Ravens certainly there to take full advantage. Almost the opposite way that I would have thought this series could have gone. Ravens getting it done in both of the HPs.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. I mean, look, looking back at this one, the Gavutu control was certainly a very dirty blemish on what otherwise was a nice victory there for the Ravens here in the lower bracket, but either way, man, big kills. Paul looking fine from start to finish here in the matchup. A wonderful set of sprees. The final run there from Afro as well. We saw a little bit of everything here on Tuscan, but at the end of the day, the Ravens come out on top. Rotations on point, individual gunfights on point. I mean, everyone's certainly starting to look the way you'd expect them to. But with a team with that many CDL points sitting 3rd in the standings, it's about time they started looking that way.
I mean, dude, even in this moment, I mean, again, there's 12 seconds left on the hill, and there's at one point all 4 arrows on the Subliners still had their attention completely turned over towards the church. That just puts you in a blender trying to rotate over towards P5. It was just, you know, a struggling game through and through, a struggling series through and through. You had 8 out of 11 first bloods in the Bocage, and you still lose around 11. And again, that is around 11 where I think coming into the day, Ravens had like a 3-8 record overall. They even clutched up on map 2. So I'd say outside of the Gavutu, Ravens played about as well as you could ask them to.
Well, there we go. We do say a unfortunate farewell to the New York Subliners here. An early exit for them here in the tournament of Major 3. For the Ravens, though, going to be absolutely loving it right now. But Brycey is on stage with West Midland's finest. He's got Afro.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, joining me here on the main stage, it is going to be Afro. First of all, congratulations, but some really interesting things we've got to go through in that series. First of all, the S&D. Now, obviously, we could see it from our point of view, but from your point of view, that last round, what was going through your mind? How'd that play work?
Well, it was a 3v4, so I thought the only way we're going to really win this round, have a good chance of winning it, was just get the bomb down. And somehow I got out of that. I don't know how I got out of that. That's just all, I don't know. I don't know who was shooting win. Someone was shooting win behind me. I don't know. And then somehow, honestly, I kind of got kind of lucky when Kismet, I think, checked the left instead of the right. That was a free kill there. And then obviously got bombed down for the guys barn, and sure to take the round, yeah.
Yeah, trust me, even more impressive when you go back and watch it. I'm sure it's something you need to see. But so from that point, obviously the S&D, you're 2-0 up in the series. You go into Gavutu control, and what happened?
Oh, we're just really, really bad at control. I'm going to be honest with you. Our control was just absolutely shocking. So yeah, there's not really much I go into that. We're just really bad at control right now.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And I suppose speaking about the Ravens recently, you guys have had a bit of a rough patch. You've not had the smoothest of years coming forward. Even coming into this major, a lot of doubt towards your team. How's that been from your side?
It's been very hard, to be honest with you, especially after that Boston series as well, when we should have finally got full sail. Yeah. From that, the energy was always low. But we came into this major, we just had nothing really to lose. So going into this major like that, it's good and bad, but I think it helps us today.
Yeah, I think it certainly helped you a while. Is there any like specific adjustments you guys made coming into this major, like things you focused on?
Yeah, I was playing a bit slow, I feel like, so I think I need to speed up, especially bringing in a second main AR, which is obviously quite hard. Yeah. So I had to speed up a lot, and I think it's helped us. This last week, kind of, scrims have been going a little bit better. that's good. So, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much
Thank you.
for joining us here. Congratulations. You're going forward in this tournament. I'll let you go relax with your team now as well. We're going to throw this one back to the desk. Veli, over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know what time it is. The NYSL squad are going to be going home. Shout out to London. Big win, only dropping control, and Afro was incredible. 31-19 to close out the series.
What a way, like, to fix your problems, like, coming into this event. They've had such a rough stage 3 qualifying stage, and, you know, we were talking about it, we were looking at their stats, like, KDs are fine. What is the real issue with this team? And we looked at it, all 3 of the supposedly aggressive players on this team were bottom 7 in engagements in the entire league. Well, what did we see in that series? They were playing so aggressive, and that's why they punished them in the hard points. We saw what New York was trying to do, especially on that Tuscan at the very end. True. They had an opportunity to come back on that P2, but they kept trying to cheat their way into a setup. They kept trying to push one by one, and Royal Ravens were catching them. Even from the bad side of a hill, they're able to regain control. Like, that was a very impressive win on the Royal Ravens side. On the New York side, that is a pathetic loss in Search and Destroy.
Wait, Ali.
2 days in a row.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give London their flowers, to be honest. I mean, they were 1-9 in their last 10 hardpoints heading into this major, and to take 2 off of New York on one of their best hardpoint maps, like, not 1 hardpoint, 2 off of a team that we said is probably one of the best respawn teams in the game. That is incredibly typical for London. And I remember heading into this, it's like, yes, London have been struggling, but like, no player has really been doing bad, right? It was their pacing was never on point. It felt like the team chem wasn't there. And I told you guys before this, like, one thing could click for this London team and they could be right back in form. And I feel like that's what we saw in this series.
I hope so.
And for me, I'm not handing out no flowers. NYSL, before this event even starts, I thought that they were the best hardpoint team in the game. They came out and played so damn sloppy. Individual gunfights, one after another, and you could just see the struggles in that map number 4. Kismet, their lead vocal guy, goes 10-27. When he's having a bad game, now you have to focus on winning some of these gunfights. He's probably not giving the communication to his team. They played so sloppy in the hard points. They need to go back and fix that. But for the Search and Destroy, they had multiple rounds where they find themselves in man advantages, and they're still losing these rounds. They're letting plays happen that should not happen. NYSL, disappointing performance.
Don't get me started about that Search and Destroy. By the way, Steady, what was that stat line again for Kismet?
He's 10-27, bro.
That can't happen. That can't happen. We actually have a Scump play the game about the last round in S&D, and Nameless, it was sloppy.
I mean, it was fantastic for the Royal Ravens side of things. Like, literally, this was the difference, right? Like, when we're talking about how Royal Ravens got better, it's because Afro decided to be the playmaker right here. And, like, he said in the interview, like, Kismet runs in after the kill, chases, just checks the wrong corner, and then, you know, we get to the end of the round here, and we're like, okay, no way New York loses this round. Once again, another clutch round, right? But Royal Ravens are able to do it, man. Like, they have a good setup. Zero sitting in the back and picks up that kill, and it's basically over from here. All Zero has to do is play time.
And Harry was part of the agency at this point as well. Like, he got 2 kills in this Search and Destroy for the W, and it was they were both in the last, like, 3 rounds as well. Crazy. Like, that cannot happen.
Right, Steady, man. Anything else you want to say about this series? By the way, Nasty showing back up for this London Royal Ravens squad. They are significantly better when he's popping off like that.
Yeah, I think it was Nasty and Afro just setting the tone, man. Their pacing in that game was amazing. Obviously, they were dominating in the hard points by just simply rotating. Like I said, NYSL were not doing the fundamentals correct, and London, they capitalized on it every single time. When you have Zero, who's Mr. Fundamental, he's always going to be rotating nice and early, and when he has his teammates as well winning their gunfights, Nasty and Afro really stepped up today.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, even in the audience, team packs are hot right now. Get them while you can. You can look like the pros and also play like them. The CDL team packs are on sale right now. You can get your operator skins, weapon camos, watches, emblems, all the drip you need in the lobbies to show off that you're the real deal, right? But Ali, coming up next is going to be a fun one. We're going to have the Major 1 champs and the Major 2 champs. Do you think that that one's going to be as crazy as what we saw yesterday?
Head-to-head, absolutely, it's going to be about.
Can't wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first series of the day is over with, and also NYSL's run at Major 3 is also over with. Shout out to the London Royal Ravens for moving ahead, but coming up next, this is it. OpTic Texas, Los Angeles Guerrillas, the only 2 champions at the majors that we've had this year are going to face off. Loser goes home. No more excuses. All of that goes out the window. We'll catch you guys on the other side to continue on with CDL Major 3. See you soon.
is your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, just stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge. Take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving. That's the solution.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, Toronto, welcome back to the CDL Major 3, and this has been incredible so far. We have a guest analyst on the desk. This is our boy Chance. We got Ali and Nameless at the end right there. Take it out of nose. You're smart people, right? Chance, you just commentated a very disappointing matchup. New York, they look cheeks. They weren't themselves, man.
Dude, it literally looked like they weren't even like trying to have teamwork when they were playing. At least not in like the hard points. You can make the argument for it. Seemed a little bit sloppy, and that also now makes 4 out of the 5 series that we've had at this major have been upsets at the very least. The lower seeds pulling off the dub. So have fun with the pick'ems.
Right. You know what, Chance? I want to hear your honest opinion about OpTic Texas, especially with their loss against Florida yesterday. Was there anything that you saw that you would like to see them improve with?
I actually don't know if that's going to be the case. I think Florida just might have their number, like both Skies and Awakening had godlike series. So I don't know if on the teamwork front, OpTic have to switch anything up on the pick and bans. I still trust this team. I just think you have to hope that you don't have guys that drop 109 kills in a series.
Right, and looking at this roster right now, there was a lot of talk about Prolute. He didn't have the type of game that he had yesterday that we've seen throughout the entirety of his role, but I feel like the man is going to have a good shot at a second chance today. But when it comes to the keys of victory, Ali, what you got?
Well, shake off the first main stage jitters. 0.70 KD versus Florida, 1.10 during the qualifiers. Hopefully he gets a little bit more comfortable heading into today's matchup and lock down the hard points. LAG have lost 10 of the last 12 hard points. Again, this is a struggling LAG that OpTic should be capitalizing on and find more success on Tuscan P1. Getting outscored 13-32 on average this season on Tuscan P1, and that's kind of the money hill when it comes to this map. So hopefully get that early in OpTic Texas versus a struggling LAG.
LAG have lost way more than 10 of the last 12 hard points. They've lost a lot of games, too. They need the points to stay in the mix while they're losing right now. They want to stay there for champs. But when it comes to this team, it's very weird, Nameless, man. They won Major 2. Spark just didn't work out for the team. Gunless comes back, and they are still struggling. aBeZy has not been the same yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it over and over again. He's their entry player. He's the guy who plays extremely aggressive. He has to perform. But, you know, with this team, it's been the struggle bus throughout Stage 3 qualifying. And they have to get better at control. 0-5 in that game mode is just not going to cut it, right? Like, this is a team that has Slayers on it. You should be able to win that in respawn. And, you know, yesterday when we seen the big upsets, a lot of those upsets came through control. That is how these teams were winning this series, and OpTic lost that to Florida yesterday. So in this series, I think that that's the biggest key to victory. But let's get into the game field key to victory. Chance, what do they have to do?
Dude, that control stat is absolutely wild. They've lost 9 in a row now going against OpTic, who obviously have been the best control team in the game. So I guess what that means, the key is win everything else, like clean up the search and destroy, make sure you get the 2 5s on lock, and I guess sort of steal a hard point at the very least. But their teamwork has clearly not been there. Guerrillas have to turn things around, and I have a little bit of faith in them to do it. Obviously, though, like the most difficult matchup to get round 1.
And this is another one of those teams that, like, I just have more faith in on land. Like, they're that team that has Slash on it. You know how he is online at times. He's been getting better through that mentally, but they just bring a different type of energy. Hookah as well, man. So there's definitely upset potential in this series. A lot of stories between these players on that stage. So I'm excited if LAG can come out, man, and start frying. Have a player take over map 1.
Might see an upset. You never know.
These are veterans that can't get it done, but I'm going to start with you when it comes to pick'ems right now. Nameless, are you rocking with the Major 1 champions or the Major 2 champs?
I'm rocking with OpTic Texas,
there
man.
Like,
we saw when they lost that series versus New York, how they retaliated in their next match. What Shotzzy was able to do, I think we're going to see more of the same.
Allie, you're going to be a crowd pleaser right now. OpTic Texas all the way?
You know what? Honestly, I think it depends on the hook that we get in the walkouts right now, but I'm going to go with OpTic Texas.
Chance, you've always kept it honest with me.
Yeah, dude, I'll go with OpTic, but look, I've gotten one prediction right this entire tournament so far, so like, I'm saying OpTic, I don't trust myself anymore.
Yo, check this out. I got the Zinni Blue blockers on. I'm going to rep OpTic for my pick as well, because at the end of the day, you just can't really doubt him. Prolute, you got General, Illy, it doesn't even matter. The core of this team is stronger than ever. I rock with the green wall all the way, baby. You can get your own as well as any.com. But yeah, it's time to go ahead and get this game started. We have the Los Angeles Guerrillas in OpTic Texas. And Allie, if there was a player to watch on the LAG team to give them a shot at winning this, who's going to be your pick?
I think, I said it was going to be Hook in the walkouts just off of, you know, what we saw from him when it came to Major 2. Okay. But I think, truthfully, it's going to be on Asim, which I feel like that's a lot to put on him as he's had the pressure of this LAG team on his shoulders for majority of the season. When he pops off, this team is winning, and they are winning dominantly. But he's had a little bit of a rough start when it comes to Major 3. He hasn't really found his footing yet, and I think they really need his confidence to make this team successful.
And I think like the final key to victory for LAG I didn't touch on is the fact that OpTic on Berlin S&D on point when they go towards that B site. Asim is the guy for the Guerrillas that plays over there time and time again. And as of late, he's been struggling in that situation. So Asim is the key guy, especially in that game mode specifically, especially in that moment. If he can turn things around, it'll at least be helpful for the Berlin search.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway. We have the Los Angeles Guerrillas in OpTic Texas. Let's go ahead and get this second game going.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next game here on the main stage. And it is a battle of champions. Our Major 1 defending champions and our Major 2 defending champions will now throw down. The loser, though, will come top 12. An awful lot of pride on the line. A little bit of roster changes for both sides. But speaking of both sides, it is, of course, time to get them out. Our first team, the Major 1 champions here at the CDL, say a warm welcome to the green wall. It's OpTic Texas! Scump, Dashy, Shotzzy, and Prolute.
A team that had a tough loss yesterday against the Florida Mutineers are looking to make this run. It is all business on that stage, and I'm looking at Shotzzy, the player to talk about all season, especially when we head into these Berlins. You lose track of a player like that, you're going to be in the blender. So, OpTic Texas, let's see what they can do on Elimination Day.
And you're right, Shotzzy is a walking 30 bomb, but Bryce, I think that hook in the scene want to challenge him, man. Bring him out.
Well, from one champion team to another, the defending Major 2 champions, it's LA Guerrillas! Gunless, Asim, Huke, and Slasher.
a couple of world champions on that stage. You cannot count these guys out in this series. They're experienced, they're veterans, they just won Major 2. We know what they're capable of on land. I'm expecting them to make a run in this series. We'll see what they can do with Gunless back in the roster. He was lighting it up in Search and Destroy with that sniper. It's gonna be epic.
Hey, yo, Bryce, who got that look in his eyes again, man? Let's go.
Oh, Belly, it's certainly a throwdown of champions here on the main stage. They've both tasted victory, but one of them will now suffer the ultimate defeat. Let's find out how this game goes. Over to Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Brycey. Yeah, here we go, Vanguard, right? It's been a wild year. Yeah. Now we have, Major 1 champs, Major 2 champs, battling out to not get top 12.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, but I mean, for both of these teams, you can look at what Guerrillas did at Major 2. Losers round 1, all the way to the grand final. They were able to win that. So, I mean, listen, it's just about that momentum getting going. For the OpTic side, I just think that map number 1 is so important for them. Bokash, and you get your SMGs going, play with some pace. And on the other side for LA Guerrillas, the Desk talked about it. You're back at land. It's where guys like Gunless, Slasher, they're all more comfortable here. They just did it. Can they do it again?
Yeah, I guess it's on one side, like, can Prolute rebound in a way? You know, he had the great qualifying matches, but this is the first time he's had this, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's different. Like, what was like your first time on a main stage with the crowd roaring at you? Like, it's just a different beast. It is.
Yeah, no, 100%, right? I mean, when you're on this team, like we talked about yesterday.
It's even more pressure,
right? Yeah, I mean, they expect, you know, to win, and they were winning 4-1. It's just, yeah, that matchup against the Mutineers. I don't know what exactly it is,
yeah, right.
But it's 2 majors in a row.
They hate them.
Yeah, here looking at the maps and modes, you know, Bokash hardpoint right away. I think for both of these teams, because LAG, you haven't played on the stage, right? Getting comfortable, right? You can get the guns out. You know, who can Asim? We've touched on them, the impact players that they can be. They can take over. But then on the other side, you have Shotzzy and Scump.
Yeah, I mean, I say this a lot. I think Asim is just like that MVP type player. Like, his importance, I guess, to a team. You just know when he is playing well, when he's playing hot, you see him on the stage, how fired up he is, how he's leading the troops. Can he get going? Because I guess since we saw him in the Pro-Am and then throughout the qualifier, I know they didn't struggle with the qualifier, but like, I don't know, he hasn't been performing great. And I think to be that firecracker, you gotta get rolling a bit.
Yeah, like if you want to be the guy yelling, communicating, usually you have to be playing well. It's really hard to be like the person getting fired up if you're getting smoked.
Let's go, guys!
Let's go, yeah, let's go, guys! I just got turned on. Like, yeah, it's much more difficult to do that. So we'll see if you can get it, you know, get locked in. We saw it at the Pro and we cast it. It's just like, I don't know if it's a confidence thing, if he wasn't feeling well, but they just he looked off, especially.
He did. He certainly did. But we're going to take a look at our top performers as we get ready for the map 1. We're going to check out Dashy and Havok and what they've been able to do for these teams. And this isn't hardpoint. I mean, to be fair, though, there hasn't been a lot of success in the respawns really as of late for LAG. I know it's the control, it's really struggled, but.
Well, I mean, the hardpoint too, I think it's like 2. It's not great.
It's not great
It's
either,
not great. You know, their best game mode is Search and Destroy, but, you know, for Dashy, yeah, we know what this guy does. It's like, you look at the scoreboard, he's around even. You look up again, he's +5. The guy's always putting up numbers. He knows the spots that he has to play on the map. And for Havok, I mean, just a huge X factor. Like, we know what he can do. He's a world champion. He's played with the best of the best, and he's a guy who individually can take a game over.
Do you think there's anything with LAG with just like a, I don't know, like you got that win and then the foot was off the gas a little bit? That can happen?
I don't think so, because I think so many of those guys have been in a tough spot where they wanted to keep it going. Like, they found the success. And even for LAG, right? Like, just the organization to finally have that victory. I don't think it was that. I think it's just, as soon as you win a tournament, guess what? Everybody's like, all right, what did they just do?
Yeah.
What did they do? What worked for them? Especially in Search and Destroy. So that's a key here in this series.
I didn't think it should be a thing, because I mean that usually applies to I don't know, OpTic in their prime or like a FaZe, like when you're winning a lot.
It's usually when you're winning a lot.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's not usually like you win one event, you're like, oh boys, job done.
Let's go on vacation.
I was just curious your thought on it, because it seems like they're you know, struggling to get back to that. But yeah, I do think with a crowd like this here and a player like Slasher, when you're going up against OpTic, you know, he can feed off of that. Can they get fired up a bit? Because I guess how they won Major 2, their performance in the qualifier kind of means jack shit to me, Joe, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it does, right? I guess the only thing is that, like, it's not like they played people that well in the qualifiers. Their only win is a Game 5 over Legion, right? Like, I guess after winning the major, if they're gonna lose, you're at least hoping there's some bright spots. And what ends up happening is they have to bring Gunless back because it was going just downhill.
Well, I remember I did an interview with the Guerrillas side of stuff after the win, and they sort of asked me, like, where do you see this going? And I'm like, listen, it's tough to answer because do I think this team, you know, with Spark could succeed? Sure. Do I think we might see Gunless back in a week? Sure. Like, it could have gone either way. I'm not surprised to see it go this way. It's not a knock to Spark. It's just if there was any struggles whatsoever, Gunless was going to be back on the roster. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a player to have on the bench, right? Gunless, we know what he could do. And I think it's a big moment for him and his team to be in Toronto, to playing here. I think I saw his tweet this morning, like, I can't believe I'm playing in Toronto, like, at a major for Call of Duty. Like, this is unbelievable. So we'll see if Big P could go off.
Well, it's funny because you and I have been here a couple times. Came here with Jack a bunch to cast. Like, we did this stuff with Cineplex, and we came in and casted some events in Toronto. But you're not like this, right?
No. Those were very. We were in a movie theater. Yeah, I could smell popcorn the whole time.
It's a little bit different. Those are a lot of fun. But this is awesome to be here for a major. And Toronto fans, you guys have been absolutely brilliant. I've been struggling to walk down the street without somebody come up and want to get a picture, say hello.
People are driving by, just hopping out of their cars, putting the caution lights on, taking pictures. I'm like, what is going on? I'm loving it.
It's been amazing. You guys have been incredible. But I think there was just a bit of a lobby restart, so we're waiting for this one to get started for map 1. But we got a thrilling day. We've got 5 matches for you over the course of the day. We kick things off at 1:30 Eastern. We're going to be here all afternoon and evening. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. And it's the loser side of stuff. This is like the make or break. Is this going to be that match that starts a crazy run for you, or is this going to be the end of your story?
It's just crazy that it's both of our major champions meeting here in losers round 1. And, you know, on one side for Guerrillas, it's like, man, we're back to the bottom of the barrel, right? And then on the other side for OpTic, it's like all of the issues, you know, you're hoping well for Illy, and, you know, if you watch the process, they've called it peaks and valleys, and that's how their year's been. It started off very, very high, winning Major 1. After that, it's down low, and you're trying to work your way back up. You know, obviously hoping that he can get back, but they still showed with Prolute throughout the qualifiers they can play with the best. We did not see that yesterday. It felt like their system, their communication was a little bit off. I'm hoping to see a better OpTic today.
Yeah, you gotta think they sat down with their coach Rambo last night and talked through things, just seeing where those improvements can come. Can they find that consistency into the series? We go. Map 1, ready to rock and roll.
Bocosh, baby! Door wall banger!
Oh, let's see if Scump can get going here early. As he's going to be wrapping all the way around deep. The action going around towards mid-map. It's Prolute's BOB as he's able to find the kill, but 2 teammates dropping in that period. I think Scump, as he wrapped all the way around, he's just looking to get involved. This might be his chance.
Well, they just flipped the spawns right off the start. They find both of those kills. You'd see where Shotzzy is, where Prolute spawns, and his job well done by OpTic Texas off that break. Now, Guerrillas still some time to work with. Maybe he can find some of that scrap time. Maybe try to push on through as Gunless and Slasher. The autos are hitting. You know, we saw it yesterday from LA Thieves on Berlin. I'm just curious to see if other teams maybe adapt. Not on this map, but, you know, we saw 3 to 4 autos. The autos hitting different a little bit, so we'll see if maybe some teams bring some more out.
Yeah, it's one of those, we've had so many ARs over the course of the game, but it's like, kind of can do it all a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You can win a gunfight at close range if you need to, like the ADS is fast enough, fire rate's there, you can get it done. So yeah, no, it's an incredibly versatile weapon, that's for sure. But just a 10-point advantage right now for OpTic with a new hardpoint pop. Trying to get in and get the time. Hook just looking for the opening, and that's going to come through the wall. Hello there!
And I mean, this is I mean, you know, LAG, they work around the back, but they have not been able to get to the hill. OpTic, they just realized they're flipping the spawns. We can set up on the other side. They're getting a lot of the time now. A 25-point lead. And Guerrillas, they've been spawning up by Shed, just have not been able to get inside a barn, find some control. Finally, with 15 seconds left, they're starting to work over there, but Dashy's cutting them down on rotations. Scump as well, as Hook is the lone man for LAG, just trying to play his life, but he's going to be hunted down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a solid hard point for Texas, 100%. I mean, you get the final 10 seconds or so, but that's about it. They're able to hunt him down, so Hook will be picked up. Early hard point control once again, going to go to OpTic Texas. Now to Scump's POV again, and behind 2. Shot a little bit windy, a little bit. Hey, listen, 60-mile-an-hour northeast winds fans right now.
Listen,
It's
this
gonna
arena,
calm down.
yeah, this arena is like a hockey rink, I think. So it's a little chilly. He's just got to get a bit warmed up. Hey, listen, at home, it happens to the best, okay? It happens.
That's just one of those things you see 2 targets and you're thinking like snap to the second one, you're gonna finish the first. Yeah.
Get the hand warmers out.
Well, Simp trying to take down 2. He's able to do that. Lovely bit of work with the MP40 and the auto and handed. Slasher now on 6 in a row as he's working towards streaks at 10 and 5. We'll see if he can find him. He should have a free B here. He may have 2. He does. They line up as Austin Litigo 8 in a row.
This is just a man who loves these matchups. Playing against the best. This feels like when he is at his best. But Shotzzy on the hill, able to find a couple of kills. And I know all of OpTic fans want to see this man hit the level they know that he can play at. We saw it at times yesterday, but then it felt like, you know, he was getting caught out a bit. They still have that 12-point lead. And, you know, you saw the slang from Scump and Shotzzy. It's not really there quite yet, but Prolute on a force spree.
And this is the guy, I think, if he can get going early, which I thought he had a gunfight win, but it's Hook just bunny hopping around the corner. It's able to decimate him. But if he can get going early, yes, that would be massive for him. And on the other side, I think my eyes are on a Simp. 2 guys I think are going to be crucial in this series.
Well, I think the message is, right, I mean, after that game, you know, lost last night, it's just you know, play your game. Just make sure you're comfortable. You're the sub in this team. It's similar to with what we talked about with General at the Pro-Am Classic. You find your kills. We trust you. Do what you feel is best.
That might have been a thing yesterday where he was just, trying to do too much, trying to fill certain spots and just take a deep breath, take it easy, young guy, and go out and make your plays. A Simp, all right. Just off the top rope.
I'll tell you who's warmed up. It's Dashy, 14 and 7.
Yeah.
He's on 3 in a row. Again, it's like you just look up and this man is double positive at any moment throughout the game. Shotzzy now able to find down Hook, and they have kept this lead. LAG behind Slasher. It felt like they were just clawing their way on back, but in those big moments on rotation, OpTic are finding all the kills.
And you saw kind of your hardpoint leaders between these 2 teams going into it. Dashy with what, the 1.24. He has been so good in hardpoint. And we'll get back to his POV to show more of it. But the 3 streak will end there. It's a Simp that's able to cut him down. With the OpTic chance starting the arena. The lead starting to build and Shotzzy starting to gun. There's 3 clean and crispy.
And what I think he was 6 and 10, I believe, maybe 6 and 12, and he has turned it around. Up to 14 kills now for Shotzzy as the lead up to 60 points in an almost flawless P5 here for OpTic, as they're going to have a very solid lead as we go into our next rotation.
So what do you need to clean up now if you're on the Guerrillas side of it? You know, you're playing them tough for a while. Things starting to slip away.
Well, I think just the rotation gunfights. We saw it one time at P3. That is the one they were able to win. That's when they clawed their way back into it. That was behind Slasher's spree. Besides that, it's always been OpTic first at the hill.
Let's see if they can win some of those big fights. I thought maybe 2 for a Simp as they stack up in front of him for a second. Trying desperately to hunt it down. Not going to happen. Scump able to get tucked away and turn and burn. Now to Hook. Just kind of watching the cross. He's got eyes on one inside, looking for a wall bang through the window, but that won't be there. The chow's going to come out. It seems looking over him, and they'll continue to try and fight back in this. Now that 60-point deficit is starting to cut down within 40.
Yeah, but a key moment here. 15 seconds left on this hill. 3-0 down for Guerrillas. You can see Scump flying on through towards Barn. Him and Prolute trying to get aggressive, trying to flip the spawns for next. A Simp's going to win a big one-on-one to slow that down, and a chance here for LAG. Try to reduce this lead here at P2.
Well, this is one of those moments. I mean, you talked about kind of the gunfights in rotation. You don't allow them to get in behind and flip. You might be set up inside, but you go 2 for 2. Dashy with 2, Hook with 2, and then Shotzzy on the tail end of that. So into the hard point early, it will be Texas, but you've got these close spawns if you're Guerrillas.
And this is what happened in the first rotation. I mean, Guerrillas, this is where they were spawning, but OpTic, you have Dashy down low, just holding that outer tank, watching over his teammates. Slasher's gonna deal with him with the glide bomb. He had that streak in the back pocket. It turns into a break now, a big 35 seconds here for LAG if they can deal with these pushes from OpTic.
I mean, use that streak here. You need to get a good chunk of this time, 100%. There's a lot of healthy time here left to get. So far, so good. One, though, leaks in behind.
Through, yep.
That's going to be Shotzzy. It's looking for an opening. He's behind Hook. That's going to be a freebie. Nobody in the hard point for now. I think if you can split this time or just keep them out of it a bit behind the streak, you feel good if you're OpTic.
Yeah, just those 10 seconds they're able to deal with that as they knew where the spawns were coming in. They got the player off the hill. Now it's on the rotation once again, and then it's 3 kills on rotation that OpTic are able to win. Dashy Does get taken down, but it's fine. The new hill pops, and they have so much map control. Look at where they're at. You have Shotzzy pushed all the way up Ravine. Scump. He's going to get taken down very weak, but he's dealing with the push, and Shotzzy's just roaming. Shotzzy is going to flank this push. Is this going to turn into a big play? He's able to find 2, but watch this spawns. LAG, they were able to find the other 3 kills, but Shotzzy on a 5 spree with the auto, number 6. Can he find number 7? He has Slasher all the way in the back tank.
He's got one close. The movement is there. Shotzzy outside the map, inside the map, turning him inside out. Is that 7 in a row? And my God, you need eyes in the back of your head when you're playing against Shotzzy.
This guy just went outside of the map and did a U-turn to buy time to allow himself to reposition as he goes on a big spree. 27 and 19, finds the streaks. But LAG, they do find some of this scrap time. Still only down 50.
Yeah, it's like you're still in striking distance, right? But you got to strike soon. If you're going to start to make a comeback in this, Oop there, able to take one with him. Inside the hard point, they are getting the time for now. Slasher kind of outside, locking it down with the tank. He's able to at least lock down one. Let's see if this nade can hit or at least keep at bay. The rest of the push coming from their side. Now look at who's working the flank now for them. It's going to be Hoop that's trying to find the opening. Very similar to what we saw Shotzzy do on the other side of it. There's one guy that's trailing deeper. He's going to get caught. That's 4 straight kills for OpTic Texas, and they'll get into the point. OpTic just trying to get enough leverage here to put this one away. Let's go to a listen in with OpTic Texas.
Step back. 20. Close to the left, right. Last one, for there. There's no spawn in there. Don't shot. Hey, don't cut the left, brother. I have a guy. Don't shot. I'm picking shit up. I'm picking this. Here's a back there. He's small. Small, not peeking. Hey, he's still back there. Make sure we watch the right. Let me in there. One more. I have your help too. I'll see that. You should go. Try to go. I'll draw. Yeah, dudes. Can they spawn in the back? You got one guy's in the back. One guy's in the back. Slow mine. I think they're spawn back. Yeah, one stop else. We're just spawning. We're looking to spawn. We're spawning. I'm gonna die, brother. Yeah. One time is on top. Last guy. Go. Nice, good shit. Last two inside out. I'm holding out. Yeah, I'm trying to watch the water. I need time. Okay, I'm blind. One minute. What about Slasher? That one's up.
200 points eclipsed now. The streaks have been used. Guerrillas in trouble as OpTic looking to close this one out. To Scump we go. A free one in front. Shotzzy there with the help as they're able to pick up the kill. But inside the hard point, it's Guerrillas, and they're chipping away with this with 20 seconds left as all the kills on the kill feed going the way of LAG.
Yeah, I thought this was done. As soon as we got the listed in, right, you heard Shotzzy say it. We're going to squad spawn on you, right? You had the push from LAG. Prolute, though, was able to stay alive. Then you had the glide bomb called in. That was all dead for the Guerrillas, but they held on. They fought right back still. That 40-point deficit has not gone away, but there is a chance here. You have a P1 into a P2. No streak to work with for OpTic, and Guerrillas fight their way back in.
And we've seen like more and more impressive holds here on the mid, right? Like just absolute lockdowns when it seems so difficult to do. You get the opening 10 or so seconds. You bring this back within 30. Nobody in the hard point for now, though. Hook just trying to watch it on the cross. He's going to get flanked and dropped. Same can be said for Scump on the other side of it. Prolute showing up big though in this map.
No, Prolute gets through though. He flips the spawns. He was able to get under that player, so OpTic spawn on him. This is huge. You can see LAG were playing so conservative. They were trying to hold spawns for P2, but it's just that moment where one player gets behind you, the squad spawns hit. And now OpTic, they're in control on this rotation.
Will the control be enough to close this out as Dashy continues to heat up? He's on 31. Prolute right there with him. Shotzzy up to 33 in this map. But Scump, he's looking to eat. He's able to find a one-on-one there that he can take. And now look at the map control they've got. They are set up inside. Scump is just playing deep for this push. He's going to have multiple to deal with. Can he go huge?
That
first one, he's there for. Ooh, a nice centering onto the second, but
Slasher hits a nade as well. So one player is off the hill. You have a Slasher working all the way through the back. Here comes the push though through the front. Guerrillas trying to get aggressive. 22 seconds on the game clock right now. This could go to time as Guerrillas have to earn so much here at P2. Still down 40. I feel like I've said that since the start of the game. And well, OpTic know this. They just can play around the game clock.
Yeah, and that's where this gets so hard to do. Not only do you need to be perfect with the comeback, you've got to be in the point if you're going to get this done. Shotzzy just slipping and sliding around. 7 seconds left to go on the play clock. They're staying at the point. OpTic playing it well. They hold on to that 40-point advantage and shut down map 1.
And it was just those 40 points. Like,
just couldn't catch up.
For how long? I mean, it's like they played them even for, it felt like the last 5+ minutes. I mean, it was a full rotation. We're here to talk about 40-point difference. I think the lowest they got was about 30, somewhere in there.
Yeah, 30 or so. And I mean, listen, Guerrillas slayed with him. You had Slasher was positive, Hoog was positive. Right, yeah, 32 from him. I mean, aBeZy has so much. I mean, Gunless struggles a little bit, but you'd still see there in the damage on the other side. Yeah, I mean, you have 3 players with over 4,000 damage. Shotzzy, Prolute, and Dashy all putting up massive numbers. But for OpTic, it was just so many key rotations that they were able to win. Even there at the end, from P1 to P2, you could see the way LAG was just playing the 50-yard line. They weren't giving up barn control. They were playing for it. And I think Prolute just gets under 1 player towards the back barn, and immediately the squad spawns hit. Spawn OpTic P2 side, and well, the plan for LAG just goes away.
I mean, it's been that way in other titles too. I know the spawn system and hardpoint will change over time, but like, it's just a difference of inches sometimes, right? Like,
with squad spawns?
It's crazy. Like,
oh yeah, it's crazy. Let me tell you. That's one way I'd put it for sure.
Yeah!
Yeah, lit.
We're taking a look at some of the highlights. This is when Slasher popped off to get his streak. He had some brilliant moments early, but from here is where OpTic start to build on this lead and then just kind of never look back. And when it got close, when it got scary, when you thought maybe Guerrillas were going to make a run, somebody stepped up to make a play.
Yeah, there was just always a moment or two where, you know, OpTic made the better play. And multiple times here over towards P2, LAG, they had the spawns that they wanted, the closer spawns, but OpTic did a really good job adjusting their setup. Playing from barn, lower outside tank, you always had Dashy. And then, I mean, listen, it always helps when you have, you know, a 7 spree from Shotzzy. You know, you have another big spree out of Dashy, just locking down the map. I mean, those individual plays are going to happen.
And I think it's like, you see, there were 2 moments where you saw like how, I think those like flank routes, it's like an instinct, a timing thing, like you get a feel for it. Like you saw Shotzzy get in behind like the entire team. And then we saw Hoog, very similar situation on the other side with a chance, but it's like the timing was just off, so the 4th player was a little bit deeper. He hits 1 and he drops. Like he's there a second later, maybe he gets 2 or 3 freebies. It's just, I don't know how to describe it to that. It's like an instinct, just a feel for the game.
No, 100%. And I mean, even with the timings of those flanks, I mean, you time it wrong and the spawns go away, right? So
true.
The timing has to be there, but now we're going to a bit Berlin Search and Destroy, and I'm actually excited for this because we watched OpTic yesterday play this one, but it was kind of this 2-2 split defensively where Shotzzy and Scump continuously got caught out, right? And then on the other side for LAG, I think this is one of the maps that cemented them as Major 2 champions, right? They just felt like every time they were on Berlin, they weren't losing it. I mean, well, they weren't losing many Search and Destroys at that tournament, but this one stuck out in my mind.
No, I think aBeZy is crucial here because he's playing on an island a lot by himself, and he's got to have some big moments. But yeah, I mean, what we watched last night and the last time we cast OpTic against Mutineers, like they just got destroyed. Like they really just got annihilated. Like they didn't have a chance in a lot of rounds. Like they were over very, very quickly. Excited to see what they can work on because that's kind of one good thing sometimes. You get spit on and then you go back and you work on it, right?
Yeah. Some people it can be a good thing for sure.
Yeah, certainly can be true. My phrasing is just horrible today. But no, I'm excited for this because, yeah, I think that one of these 2 teams is going to make a run. Search is obviously going to be a big part of it. It is. And that's been the story for these 2 teams throughout the course of the year.
I feel like in a game like this where, I mean, even last year when you had the best of the best going up, I mean, a lot of the times individually it's about can a superstar get hot, right? And I think I look at a lot of the majors last year between, you know, Ultra and Atlanta FaZe. It felt like the team that was winning a lot of the Search and Destroys was winning that tournament.
Well, you mentioned aBeZy. You know, he's playing in front of the home crowd, right? His family in attendance, which is awesome to see. Love that. Let's go. Absolutely love that. It's got to be amazing to be able to play in front of your family, you know, friends here as well, and see what he can do. But yeah, the pressure is on. You lose that map 1, they're going to have to bring it back. It needs to happen here in the Search.
Now we got to let you know we love aBeZy. So I mean, great job, family.
Yeah, no, we do. He's, you know, he's just. I've been doing this a long time. I've been casting COD out, what, 8 years, something. I don't even know how long it's been. You've been playing for, casting for Lord knows how long. We've just been around this thing a long time. And like, I don't know, you attach yourselves to some players because they're just. I mean, they're all good. He's just a good dude. I don't know. Every time you have a conversation with him, he's just a stand-up guy. Like he just said it. He says what he means. Just a class act. And that's not to like downplay any other players. He's always stood out to me. Just a guy you want to root for. He is.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see if they can turn it around here. We know. Yeah, like you said, he likes to play on an island on this map on Berlin Search Destroy. On the other side, we just had Shotzzy on cam. This is a map where we've seen him go off, but yesterday he really struggled.
Yeah, and that, you know, it's so different depending on what team you're going to play, what strategy we thrown at you. When you watch Berlin, I mean, there's a lot of different play styles. That's why I see here, especially something like Berlin, like when it comes to the sites, like it's been pretty split for certain teams. It's been fun to watch where it's not just like somebody hitting the same site over and over and over again, which can become the repetition. But I just wonder, I guess, what the conversation was for OpTic last night, just trying to talk through like what they need to fix, and if it's like an overall thing or just like a Mutineers matchup thing.
I think, listen, for what I could take from yesterday was that like there was a couple of things just that weren't working, and I think the mid-round sort of mid-game conversations where maybe that's where iLLeY is sort of that guy, like, hey, let's do this instead. I want to see them make some adjustments a little bit quicker if things aren't going their way.
Okay, well, let's see if they can work on that. We get ready for the map 2 now. OpTic up 1-0 in this best of 5. This is a losers bracket match. Teams battling for their tournament lives. And you can see, I mean, Prolute struggled a bit yesterday. We'll see if he can bring it back today. But it'll be offense up first now for Guerrillas, and they're going to get going. And Gunless, well, you mentioned his snipe and the capabilities, and that's a big snipe to hit, because Shotzzy out of the round early is exactly what you want if you're Guerrillas.
I was getting a drink of water. What happened? Just got him on the
Gunless
cross.
hit a snipe on the cross, yeah, and Shotzzy is out of it.
Well, then on the flank,
I mean, he hits another one.
You're trying to get aggressive, but yeah, Gunless is able to make this into a 1v3 for Scump. When you saw that win, you're like, I'm not going to beat
That's
this
one
guy.
of those things where like you're making a statement early too. Like you just put the fear of God in him right off the break. You hit a couple of snipes. That is something you've got to be conscious of. But Scump might get some nice timing here.
Hello.
The cross just sneaking on in. Gonna find Gunless.
Hello.
Snaps onto the second. He's had some insane clutches this year. A chance in a 1 versus 3 now. Down to a 1v1. A seam. Scump. 20 on the clock.
I think he saw him. Did he see him?
He knows right where he is. Scump gets it done again. The 1v3 clutch makes it look easy.
The ace on top of that as well from the king. Scump with a huge clutch, and we know the momentum.
You see that face there?
He's angry. Yeah, he's a predator on the hunt.
I like that.
And we've seen some clutches on Berlin, and then from those clutches, it just feels like the game is over. We'll see if LAG can bounce back.
Yeah, I was talking about Gunless putting the fear of God in with the snipe. Okay, never mind. This is the king's terrain. He just takes over what a round. And that's just one you can't let slip if you're Guerrillas. I mean, that's just... Who was the second player inside? Was it Slasher?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get that kill. You got to.
I mean, I don't know if he's able to get that, though. I mean, that was just... Scump knew where he was.
I know, but it's just like he shot Gunless. You have a chance to react. You think?
MP40, dude. It hits a little different. He's just sneaks on through, but into round 2. After that, round number 1, you have Hook laying inside of here. And I mean, this is just, you know, we talked about a seam on one side. This has been Hook's domain, but he gets found.
Dude, that's just one of those rounds that happens round 1. They can just change the scope of the map. Like, you got to recover from it. You got to brush it off quickly somehow if you're Guerrillas, but they've already been first blooded. Bomb now planted for OpTic. And Shotzzy just tucked away in a corner. Nice little snap on, able to finesse away. Continues to play his life. Scump there with the help. He finally will drop, but it's all on a seam. Once again, last alive. This time 1 versus 3 for him. Nice shots. Takes down Scump into a 1v2 with 23 to go.
Yeah, it's just so much time, and now they planted for the hallway, right? So you're just going to peek this. You're watching the defuse if you're Dashy. It's just a peek. He's just playing the timing. Yeah, Asim knows it. There's Dashy. Hello. This gunfight wasted time. They did a good job. OpTic. They find the first blood. They're able to execute on the site. Back-to-back rounds, but it all starts with that Scump clutch. I was literally going to be talking about, like, yeah, Gunless, you know, he has what, you know, that surgery. He's starting to feel better. He's probably just playing a lot of pubs, just sniping, dude. So he's getting comfortable with the sniper, but...
And then that happens.
Then that happens.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And they follow up that monster Scump round with another win. Now let's see if Guerrillas can execute this time. Well, if they get up in numbers, they get a plant. Can they execute in the post plant?
It's just 2 players kind of right down the middle. It was Prolute and Scump getting an aggressive slasher. He's going to get caught, but the attack is at A, but Scump's already through the middle. He does get spotted. Now just going to play his life, but he's being hunted down right now.
I was watching Slash on the minimap, but it looks like these 2 are going to bump into each other. And they did.
And well, I mean, Scump's able to get back to his team, and then Shotzzy finds a pick on Hook. They are just picking them apart. Finding the timings through the middle of the map defensively. And well, it's down to Gunless, and right after that clutch, this is what I mean. Just 3 quick rounds in a row.
And I just, you know, as much as we're gassing, you know, Seam and what he can do for the team and mental state and comms, like, I guess we do know that people like Slasher and Gunless can have short fuses at times.
Oh, they tilt.
Yes, they tilt.
Yes.
They can, 100%.
You could be the most positive person in the world and nothing is going to get them out of that.
I guess I just think that is, if you're going to tilt, that round is one of the ones that you will, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He just sneaks right under him, right? Just the timings with that clutch, but goes his way.
Now can you untilt? Or OpTic Texas. Go up the 4. Now it's another first blood, and it's Scump again. He's 7-1. The man could do no wrong. Yeah, oh, that time he held that for a second longer. He might be able to cut him on the cross.
Now behind that first blood, you can kind of take your time. This is what LAG did so well at Major 2, right? They found the first bloods, then they slowed the map down. They played around the power positions. You have Dashy, who's up top 3, checking down the map, and again, finding Hook on the island over here towards A. And, you know, he's going to play his position, and we'll see you later. Prolute finds 2. He's on a 5 spree now as OpTic are rolling.
And Prolute stepping it up. And, you know, even Scump having a play like that gets the crowd going and stuff might fire him up as well, which you could use, but don't count out Slasher quite yet. 33 seconds to go in a 1 versus 4. He's able to take down 2. Not going to be able to take the last one. Scump tucked away at the pillar, able to close it out. But yeah, no, the stun check, just able to get the information. Get a perfect little frag over the top.
And even their first offense, right, attacking Ye, they know where Hook likes to play. You know, he likes to lurk in that site. And all he's playing for is information can pop up and make an individual play. Can he find one to put his team into a 3v3? If he finds more than that, I mean, job well done, but they're not allowing him to do anything.
You just need a round, and you need a round badly. Just try to get the first blood, because, I mean, since round 1, they've been dominated in that regard. Get a first blood, try to play behind that.
Kind of that 2-2 split we saw yesterday from OpTic. The first time they're showing it, they're getting aggressive towards A. Let's jump all the way through. Him and Hook are basically back-to-back. Scump trying to find a timing, but Hook was lurking the whole time. They find that first blood, and now it's kind of the same thing, right? Hook likes to play in that outer position. That is exactly where he was playing, where Shotzzy is laying down.
You get that first blood. Now execute behind this.
You didn't expect Prolute here, though, right? That's kind of the question. Slasher, I thought maybe hurt him, but Prolute finds a kill, and he's out. He's out. There's no trade right now. Prolute plays his life, so we're into a 3-on-3, but Shotzzy was found, and of course it's by Hook. He's like, yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with your playstyle, pal. He sniffs that out. They get the bomb plant. Okay, now you're in a 3 versus 2. Scump's dead, thank God. Shut down this round. You have got to get a win to start bringing this back.
Oh, some tough timing. Dashy working the flank. I don't know if he's going to expect Slasher wrapping all the way through towards that staircase. Prolute starting to push up from the defensive side. The shots are in, and well, he's able to win the first, but Slasher, he did flake Dashy. And they get on the board.
No, I think you're spot on. Like, he thinks he's got the flank, not the flank getting flanked.
The flank with the flank and a flank?
Yep. The wrap pays off. And Slasher gets a big one, and there you get a round. Now, just round by round, you try to bring it back. I mean, how many full sales we had this year? 2, 3?
Yeah, 2.
It's like, we're lucky if we have one every couple of years.
Yeah, no. 1 a year, maybe? Doesn't happen.
Yeah, we've had a couple in like 2 months. It's been interesting. Not that that'd be the case here, but just saying, we've had a lot of wild comebacks in Search and Destroy.
Well, I think just on defense, they got to stop getting blooded, right? The nades that have been coming in. Asim going to that spot. Oh, he got hit by a nade. You saw it. Down to 20 HP. And well, he gets caught. So first blood bomb immediately going down. I love what we're seeing from OpTic. A lot of different looks, very fast towards A, finding who through the middle of the map. Or now this time executing over towards B. They're gonna have to deal with the players on the flank though. It's gonna be Slasher and Hook trying to find those players.
And you're already in trouble just time-wise. Like, you have so many things to clear, and there's 30 seconds on the clock. And it just got harder. Slasher's going to drop. Hook, though, able to take down one. Gunless as well. You put this into a 2v2. Time a ticking, though. 20 seconds left. One's gotten close to the bomb, and Hook just trying to hit these shots. Able to tag him up, but can't quite finish it.
Yeah, he finds that kill. It's doable. Now, not so much, right?
Okay.
I lied. All right, he's gonna get on the bomb. It comes down to this Scump. He's got to find Hook, and he does. That should do it. He's going to check the bomb. He finds the kill. Scump's last alive, and OpTic able to find another round win.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised it got that scary, considering the time left when they were starting to collapse. But, I mean, who else do you want in that spot right now last alive? I mean, the way Scump is playing, guy's got ice in his veins. Clutches up again.
11-2. Dashy doesn't have a kill on the map. My man's hanging out.
He's a bad boy. Yeah, I don't know why I started barking, but he's a bad boy.
All right, sure.
I don't know, his face there, dude. He's looking like a rabid dog. He's angry. Or maybe I'm just an idiot. One of the two.
Yeah, probably a bit of both.
Yep. One more round needed for OpTic, but yeah, an electric map from Scump, and we speak him right to death. As a team, wow. We'll take down 2 very quickly. Hook involved now, and this has been a round you needed probably a few rounds ago to get hot and dominate one. That's a beautiful one there from LAG.
Yeah, that was a screw it. Let's just run down the middle of the map, and it worked out. A bit of a blight counter there from LAG, but you have a lot more work to do as the team was able to find 2 right from the start, give them the 2-man advantage, and well, they just got right in the fire. And we've seen that from time to time work. It's a bit of a gamble, especially if the team's gonna play the 2-2 split, right? And one goes top fire, one goes low docks, the other 2 in the A. Middle of the map is wide open, and LAG were able to find it.
5-2 now. I mean, Dashy's 0-4. He's like, Scump, I got dinner tonight. We take this map.
He did go off on Boca.
No, I know.
A little even.
Scump with a slide, and Dance looks like Cinderella. Just getting out of there. Maybe left a shoe behind, but he is out not very long, though. It's Asim that's able to hunt him down. 3 in a row for Asim. Took over the early gummy of the last round. Coming up big here as well.
Yeah, he's just playing free right now on the map. I mean, I wish we would have played this way from the get-go. He found 2 kills in the last round. He opens up the map with 2. I mean, they just let him off the leash, I guess you want to say.
One of those things where you're just like, screw it.
Screw it, I'm going to make plays. Like, I'm sick of going over here. I'm going to play inside with an MP40, but Prolute does bring it back. So, round not done yet. We're into a 3-on-2.
Shotzzy not likely going to have any action based on the flying V. Prolute's about to run in 2, just can't quite get over it, can't get out, but he gets 1 at least, so give Shotzzy a chance. Now to a 1 versus 1. Shotzzy, Asim on a heater these last 2 rounds. He's just inching his way forward. The child's going to come out, and Shotzzy, he'll close out the map.
I am so confused.
You're like, oh, we're challenging this.
I mean, they just ran at him. I mean, they had the bomb down. There was only, what, 15 seconds left. They just flew through A. And yeah, they just gave him one-on-ones. Just mistakes from LAG, and OpTic take advantage of it. You have that round. You have the Scump clutch. Dashy is 0-5 at a W. Put him on the Nicky D list. He did it, man.
What a monster map that is from Scump. I mean, it just... Talk about whatever you want, but that round 1 is everything. That round 1 dictates everything.
You look at that round and the one we just watched, it's a 4-4 game. If those 2 are just cleaned up from LAG, that's the difference in these clutch scenarios. But OpTic, they're going to take that all day. 11 from Scump. You love seeing Prolute with 9 in double digits, the most damage on the map. OpTic looking good.
Yeah, I think that's back-to-back maps where Prolute has been solid. And that's like... Maybe yesterday just was just a little bit of nerves for him. Not to say that the entire team played incredible or anything, but maybe just had to get that rep on the main stage. Now, all right, I've seen it, I've dealt with it. You come back stronger today.
Yeah, it's that or just like Skies and Awakening. Just I don't know. They just love playing OpTic. I'm not sure.
Could be that too. Yeah, that certainly could be that too. But playing a whole heck of a lot better. But dude, as long as I guess when I think about we were joking about how long we've been doing this thing. Scump's like right there, right? Like this guy, he's a dinosaur at this point. And like to see, there's people every year, they're like, oh, is he gonna retire? Oh, he should retire. Oh, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, they say he should. Everyone's just worried he's gonna do it, yeah.
But then like he just comes in and has performances like this where you're reminded that he is one of the all-time greats.
Well, I think he's talked about it, is right? As long as he feels like and his team feels like he's not bringing them down, which he absolutely is not. He's had to adjust his play style. He was a superstar. I played with him, right? I mean, he was that guy, but now he knows his role, what he has to do, and it's fun to watch, especially in Search and Destroy.
What an unbelievable moment there. The ace, the 1v3, one of those legendary moments in a long career for Scump. He's had so many, but you love to see it continuing here as OpTic battling to try and continue on in this loser's bracket. They still need one map here. They have a long road ahead of them. We got the map 3 coming up after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back. All right, I'd like to make a correction. Kevy Skills, I saw your tweet. It all happened in the blink of the eye with the trade there, but that was actually a 1v4 for Scump. Yeah, not tough, a 1v3. Yeah. He gets them all. I mean, it happened so fast. It happened so unbelievable.
When the bomb was planted, right? It's like there's only 3 players left. But yeah, he gets all 4 kills. I guess it's a 1v4. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Well, we're going to take a look at the Scump play of the game, and it's going to be that moment, a sensational one here from Scump.
And it's just right here, right? Gunless is kind of watching this with the timing, and he just sneaks on in, and you're talking about this, but Slasher doesn't expect it. He's got the advantage in the 1v1 all day, and then, I don't know, Asim is worried maybe he just hops on the bomb plant. Scump's watching across, he reads it perfectly, and there is the clutch in round 1, and the momentum from there. It was just all OpTic.
Yeah, he got me fired up. I was so fired up I started barking at one point. I'm ready to go. We're having fun, Joe.
We always having fun, baby.
Yeah, hey, it's Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
We're having a blast. We hope you are as well. But we continue on. Again, this is the losers bracket gauntlet, right? Just everyone kind of battling for their lives. No one wants to be top 12 when there are 12 teams.
True. That's a fact.
Yeah, no, you like
that would be tough. Yeah.
Like to finish a little bit better. So
I don't want to be top 12 if there's 16 or 20. No, I'm good.
You're a winner, Joe.
Yeah, well, for a little bit.
We take a look at the map records now for Berlin Control. 0-2 for Guerrillas, 6-2 for OpTic Texas.
Well,
we're going to close it out here.
The Guerrillas, I believe that what we had was they've lost the last 9 controls they've played. They were 0-5 in Major 3 qualifiers. They've played every map. They didn't win once. So we'll see. They're going to need a miracle to get it going here in this match and win a control maybe.
Do you believe in miracles, Joe?
I mean, I guess it would after Major 2, yeah, I do. It's going to have to be another one.
Well, you just got to keep your foot on the neck, go for the jugular here, and try to close it out if you're OpTic Texas. Don't let them get fired up. You know, if they win a control, like that could kind of flip things. Like, oh, boys, we can win a control, we can do anything.
The only thing I will say is, like, the end of that game, it did feel like Asim was, I don't know, just kind of
playing with a little swagger?
Yeah, playing with a little swagger. Although the last round, I don't know what that was, but a couple before that where he found 2 opening kills, won his team the round, but OpTic do work towards A. But you have one player on the flank. That's going to be Slasher. He's going to win that, right? So the rest of OpTic, they go hunting, trying to work over towards B. So there's no one at A. Gunless is going to have a couple of players to deal with. He has Slasher inside of Fire to help him. There's Dashy, a nice read, but he does get taken down as the trades start to work towards the middle of the map.
Prolute just sitting on A for now, trying to help his teammates on the cross.
There's just so many different skirmishes, right? All over the map.
It's like in these quadrants across the map. Just little battles going down. Working all the way to the backside of B. You still have Scump in that position. You've got 50 seconds on the clock. You've nearly finished A. You've cleared tracks, and now you want to gunfire another point. That's a big one from Scump. So now you're on both points here. You got some decisions to make.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, LAG, they have to deal with Scump over at B. I mean, if Scump can find a take here, this is huge. And off spawn, he is finding all the kills. Scump right now, 5 in a row. The auto, the MP40. He takes down all LAG. They get off A. They go over to B.
My guy is locked. 2 points of progress down. It's been a solo mission here. Dashy to corner, running out of ammo, but now they come to Scump. Into the funnel they go. Kill after kill. Shotzzy's there with the assist. It's 6 in a row. And that is the B point done. Just stellar stuff from Scump. And you watched it develop early as he worked the flag. The first kill was on the gunless, and the rest is history.
And it's, again, just one of these rounds off the start where a big individual play might ruin the map for LAG. We just saw it happen in game number 2 by this man on your screen. Scump trying to find number 7, trying to find the glide bomb. His teammates are on A. He's just trying to find a couple of players off of spawn to give him those streaks. And while he's able to win, the headshot connects. Scump finds number 7, 8 on the round.
Continues his reign of terror. 8 in a row! I think Dashy might have got most of those, but what a round it is from OpTic and Scump. Guerrillas in trouble when he's playing like this.
Well, I mean, yeah, we talked about all the individual fights or, different fights that were going on, right? OpTic kept sending one player on A, and then they were just kind of hunting. They were trying to get fire control, work over towards B. If Slasher wasn't allowing them to work on A, he kept finding kills, but on the other side of the map, Scump was able to win one-on-one on B, and then they had to sort of, rotate on over.
You have to make a decision,
off of spawn, right? He's got the auto, the MP40, he reads the map, he gets all of the kills. So he does it himself, 8 in a row. Is, well, LAG office spawn, they're just gonna deal with A, give them that time.
Yeah, they're sort of like, go ahead, get it. We'll hold this down, but a player does drop right as they finish the point, so maybe a chance for an opening, but he should be back on spawn in position in plenty of time. That's Prolute that's able to get back into it. So now they get set up. You've got that streak to use. You just have to hold for 2 minutes.
That's a lot of time, and what we saw, I mean, it feels like on Berlin Control, it's just one push on the B. If you can get multiple bodies on B, right, because the defense has to flood through that narrow A, I mean, anything can happen. I don't know, the rounds last night between LA Thieves and Røkkr on this map over at B were just ridiculous. 5 offensive round wins in a row. You never know what's going to happen on Berlin Control, but so far so good on the defense.
I think you just see from Texas, like they're like, we're not going to lose B first. We're not going to gamble. We're just going to rely on ourselves to hold this. Because, I mean, they've experienced it from both sides. You make this crazy push to B, the round can be decided so quickly, but Guerrillas, you're down a round, you're down 0-2 in the series. Dashy has popped a 2-piece on you. You've got to come alive as you come off spawn. Let's get to Elicited now with Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Clutch chairs, Dashy. Nice, go down. I'm gonna go, yo, when's the need to P5? Weak. I'll tell you.
I don't see the guy top tower.
Yeah, I'm going around color.
Okay. He got me, he's on dice.
I don't see him. Yo, you guys wanna help me? I can
sure he's on the dice.
Dashy,
What's on the point?
Nice, go in. What's on the point on me?
Oh, it's dice.
I got one. He's on the point. He's on the point.
I don't see the guy.
Dashy, I have there's 2 on spawn. Dashy's on flooding to be.
I don't see him on water peeking.
What do you have for us?
I got
You guys stuck. He's on point. He's on point. Nice. Other side? Yep. No fire. Okay, one's fire. One's in P3.
He's stunned at her. Stunned at her.
I spawn. I'm trying to get your peach.
Our weak.
He's on the cat. The cat. Okay. Hard play kills. Yeah, I might.
Anything telling in the comms for you, Joe?
No, I mean, comms are pretty good, right? There were county players off of spawn. I mean, they said 3, but it was only two players that they still had to deal with over towards B. But Dashy with the pistol. We talked about map 2. Look at this stat line. I mean, 16-7. The respawns, Dashy has just been untouchable. And I mean, a nice push from LAG, but they don't find the final player defending B. I think it was Scump on the outer staircase who was able to win a couple of gunfights. Buys time for the reinforcements to come into play. Now it's just 10 seconds from 2 minutes and 20 seconds to a last push. OpTic, the green wall right now holding strong.
I think you see why they were comfortable playing it out this way. They thought they could lock it down. They've done exactly that. This is the last ditch effort. Nobody gets in. And the defense just too strong for 2+ minutes. And there was one bit of, I mean, maybe one scary moment that to retake, but they get it done.
There was just always one player left for OpTic, yeah? And you know, that player just took their time, they played their life. And right in that B point, you have the outside window, you have the jump up, the outer staircase. There's a lot of different directions that you can peek from. And LAG know that, so you're buying time for your teammates to come off spawn. The stuns, the nades to connect. As soon as that happens, that's when you go as that isolated player to find the pick. As long as you're getting 1 kill, you're making it easier for your team. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, OpTic on offense will send 3 towards B, 1 just sitting on A for now. Asim just bullets through the window in the door here, trying to finish the kill. He's finally able to do it. Can Guerrillas make things interesting? Can they do it? Somebody's got to step up in a monumental way. You've just got 3 down. Leaking behind enemy lines is going to be Shotzzy. Shotzy's got a chance here for an opening. He reads it right. The snap is there, just 2. He's got to deal with, but he makes a disruption enough to get the front gates open. I thought Prolute had a second there.
Yeah, huge gunfight win by Slasher. You're right, he does. Because if Slasher loses that, Prolute and Scump are both on that B point, locking it down with the autos, and that's just kind of the funnel into B, where it usually does not go well for the defensive
shots look pretty good too. I don't know if Slasher got a headshot or what.
Probably.
It looked all right.
A little flinch maybe
yeah.
1 shot through the wall. You never know.
Yeah. But 51 on the clock. Trying to finish A now. They are going to send something at this. You've got a Seam and Hook surging on forward. Scump ready and waiting. Just tries to slide across, but he's only able to take down 1. Tries to hit the tactical and drop shot it, but not quite up to the task. Hook hit that mid-tank, just finding kill after kill. Now if you're OpTic, just get that extra minute and see if you can get the break. So far you're holding if you're Guerrillas. I mean, lives-wise, yeah, about even.
They're not even worried about the extra minute, right? Because
you're stopping the clock.
Right, you have the players that are going to spawn docks. So they're just thinking, in what we saw in round 1, they'll slowly get A. It's like when you know, we used to watch, you know, it Raid, right, last year. where one player would just stay ringside, the rest would try to work towards that lower pool side. It's the same thing here, where OpTic, they know they're gonna get A sooner or later. Can they allow a play to develop towards B? They finish off A, they have the life advantage, glide bomb called in, does not connect. But off of that, Dashy's able to find one as the push is coming on through, but Shotzzy inside of fire does get taken down.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps trying to push through fire and open up the flank. It's just like, one of these times it's gonna work, and he's gonna find multiple kills.
Still, look at the lives. I mean, LAG has to slow the map down, and they're getting picked apart. Now Dashy's on 7, 27 and 9.
Well, all right, as he gassed that, he just gets...
Well, and there's that flank. It's open.
Right through the wall.
It's an open.
Might be the chance.
Yep.
All right, there's an opening kill, but nobody really on the front side. So if anything, he's just gonna turn heads for a moment, wait for the reinforcements, now get here. Scump wins one. He's hit down to 4 HP on the other side of it. 35 to go, 9 to 6 in the lives department.
And not to know this, they're just playing around the lives. And Shotzzy again almost lines them up. Slasher just take down Prolute. So now that LAG are together, they can play from this B zone, try to slow the game down, but a stun kill comes in for Scump. That's gonna allow Shotzzy to roam towards fire once again. He's just gonna try to find that player, right? Challenge the 1 versus 1, but LAG holding strong.
They are just holding on just enough. 8 seconds to go now, 1 life difference between these teams. Somebody gonna have to get onto the point if they're gonna get this done. No respawns remaining on either side. The final moment ticks away, and it's a round for LAG. They survive. A very scary moment to see a 4th round, but they hold on.
Yeah, they were just hoping if Shotzzy like is a second earlier, right, in some of these moments, or finds those kills, because that's kind of it. They saw the lives were dwindling, right? You have LAG set up over towards that site, just playing their life, but as soon as they found one, that lets Shotzzy know, okay, like I have a 1 versus 1 in the base, right? Defensively, if he could find a timing, that's gonna drain that life count down, give them the advantage, but it doesn't work out.
No, it's felt like there were 4 or 5 times where he just is able to make the play he wants to make, and they win the game.
All right, we're having this round again, right? Screw it. Give them all the time.
Give him 220, and we'll try to hold. But this time, they're sending a fast pinch around. Look at Hook, look at Hook. Already he wrapped all the way around quickly. And while he fires some shots past some ears, but not able to get it, but he'll hop right onto the point. They've already finished off A. You have that 220 to work with again, but you just have Hook as a threat here, at least on the other side of it. Oh my God, I thought he had it, but of course it's Scump.
I mean, just some tough shots to hit with the MP40, but Scump just snaps onto him with that auto. So, okay, yeah, you know, there were some plays developing, but everything now slows down into this setup as OpTic just going to try to lock down B, win this series 3-0.
Yeah, I just thought this time around, maybe if you're LAG, you had a chance to not just be like this clean kind of reset 4-man push, like you were able to make it messy a little bit earlier, but doesn't end up being the case.
They're just buying time. You have Dashy and Prolute all the way back tracks. Watch it inside the hallways. You have Shotzzy just right on the other side of this door. I mean, this is already 30 seconds off the clock. LAG have not worked up the middle of the map. There we go, and well, Shotzzy, the patience pays off.
Yeah, Hook like counts to 40 before he goes, and still Shotzzy just ready.
Yeah, playing hide and go seek, and he lost.
Yeah. 28-11 out of Dashy, make it 29. Just over a minute to hold now, and that live separation starting to grow. It's up to 4. Not sure that's going to matter much with a minute left.
They have not even gotten inside of the train yard. I mean, this is going to be the first time behind Dunnins and Slasher, and there's going to be 3 dead.
All right.
Prolute, the next man out.
Nice
All
shots.
4 off a spawn. Now you're going to have Hook trying to work towards fire. I think he's going to get caught by Shotzzy. Of course he is. Just the timing is a little bit off for him, trying to, you know, make those plays, lurking. They finally work the middle of the map, get close to B.
This might be your only chance, though. But you've got to take advantage. It's not happening. You got to win 2 waves, and Dashy back off spawn adds on to his total tally now at 31 and 12. Gunless will drop. That is all 4 cleared off the map. Everyone back to spawn and will hop up with the first guy up, which was the Seam. 25 to go. No opening there. Another streak coming in. See if he can line it up, but he does. It's a teammate drop, but also Slasher sit back to spawn. Their defense has been so good here on B.
It only takes 1 push, though. 1 push. It'll be the final one for LAG for their tournament hopes to try to send this to a round 5. A Seaman Slasher in, but it's Shotzzy on the flank. Trying to time it, and he's just going to wait. He's going to wait for his teammates off a spawn, and that should do it. A Seam, he gets taken down. Dashy with a big 3-0 victory.
I think that one's got to feel good after yesterday. I mean, obviously just a rebound and get a win and continue on the tournament for one, but Prolute stepped it up. Dashy was comfortable in the respawns. Scump had some historical moments with the 1v4 and some of the clutches he had. This just helps get the ball rolling.
Yeah, comfortable in the respawns. Yeah, 35-13. I would say it's pretty comfortable.
He's he's kind of chilling. He's like, I don't need to kill in the search. You guys got this. I'll step it up in the 1 and 3.
Yeah, we saw it last year. I mean, just feels like he just understands his role so much more than what he used to do. He was always that guy just kind of challenging, trying to make, you know, some crazy highlight plays, but now he's doing it in a much more, I don't know, just traditional AR style way.
When he needs to slow it down, he slows it down, but 100%. Like that part of his game just is not there. It was hold forward and try to gun everyone at all times, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, it just reminded me of like, I don't know, Formal early in his career, like as an AR, just literally trying to challenge every single fight. Crim still plays that way, for God's sake. But yeah, he's willing to slow it down when he needs to, and you see the incredible performance, 3,800, nearly 3,900 damage there. 35 and 13 from Dashy. And on the other side, unfortunately, for LAG, that'll do it. It's a top 12 finish. Things have not clicked since you got the Major 2 win. We'll see how the rest of the year continues for them, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the big thing for them, just even looking at this map, it's just a seam and hoop. There were chances where, you know, we saw it at Major 2, where it just felt like all the timings were going Hoop's way, and that allowed him to make so many plays. Yeah. And he was shut down, right? Just trying to work flanks, trying to work just so many different parts of the site, whether it's in S&D or control. OpTic did not allow those plays to happen. And I mean, I guess for Guerrillas, you won Major 2, right? So you have a lot of points where, I mean, you're not safe, but you have a little bit of a cushion where you can try to figure things out for the next one.
Absolutely. We'll see how far OpTic Texas can go. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but we saw last Major, anything is possible. You can make this run, and I mean, Scump continues like this. I mean, he's just making cerebral plays. He's making smart plays. The gunning is obviously there. And they close this one out in a 3-0 fashion, but obviously the job not done yet. They're going to have another match, probably to close out tonight, I would think.
I think they play London tonight, yeah. I'm not sure of the schedule or what that losers round 2 will be. But because they played first, that might be later tonight, but there you can see it. I mean, you know, the hard point was pretty close, but the lead, they never gave it up. The search and destroy, they looked much better today than what we saw yesterday in that control. Their defenses were unreal.
No, it was a lot of fun to watch, and that's just like, it just tells me, at least there on Berlin Control, they don't want to risk losing B off the rip. Like they're just going to be confident, locking it down.
Or at least maybe versus this team, right? Maybe you know, your breakoffs are a little bit different, but you're not allowing Guerrillas to find an opening, right? Just have them try to beat you with teamwork, and that didn't happen.
Well, Scump, what a heroic performance it was, the 1v4, an absolute thing of beauty. The Ginger Ninja, the king, oh my God, you are attractive. Sorry, he's on stage with Bryce.
Thank you very much, Maven. Yes, I am joined here on stage by OpTic Texas' very own Scump. Welcome, congratulations. But before we get on to the game you've just played, I kind of want to cast our minds back. I want to find out yesterday, after taking a loss in round 1, why you started out so slow. How did that feel?
Not great. I mean, just came out slow against Florida. We got a good lead against them, so actually we can't say that. We came out with like a 90-point lead, and then we made a few fundamental mistakes that we usually don't make. I mean, I think it was a case of some first land match jitters, but now we're back firing all cylinders, and a 3-0 over a good LAG, you know, feels good.
Yeah, definitely a big win for you guys moving forward into this one. So I kind of want to ask about the regain coming into it. Obviously, disappointment yesterday, today, a very new day. How does the team prepare for that? What's the kind of the vibes backstage?
I mean, they're the same. Just a little bit of disappointment from yesterday and wanting to improve on that. I mean, that's all that we can do at this point. We know we have a long road ahead of us, so we just got to keep our head down and keep the practice up backstage, and hopefully, you know, it translates into our matches up here.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the other thing about this is long losers run ahead of you, right? How do you mentally prepare for that? Because you've done it before, you've been in this situation, we know you're a veteran, but is there something you say to your teammates, or just the kind of the way you work this out, knowing that a lot of matches ahead?
I mean, you just have to stay in the present, stay in the moment. Every single play, every single opportunity to make a play, you just got to play your best COD, and hopefully things pan out. Sometimes things don't always pan out in Call of Duty, and that's just how it is. So just got to play our game. Hopefully we get wins. I mean, that's just how it is.
Well, you got the first one under board as well, but everybody coming into this major knows that we are kind of winding up toward the end of the year. What is OpTic Texas focused on coming into this major and going forward?
I mean, we're just doing the best that we can. Obviously, we have iLLeY backstage not playing with us. Byron's been great for us, but we're just trying to make the best of our situation, honestly, and just keep on getting wins. I mean, try to improve all of our fundamentals and just really the necessary stuff to win. So, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think I'm going to have to let you address the crowd here. Some very, very enthusiastic fans. So, for everybody watching at home, the Green Wall, and everybody here in the stadium, what have you got to say?
Yeah, thank y'all so much. We've never been to Canada. I was at Niagara Falls, but that doesn't really count, I don't think. I don't know if you guys count that. But no, Canada's been great. Toronto's been great. So thank you guys so much, and hopefully we can keep getting wins for y'all.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'll let you get backstage to relax with your team. Veli, over to you to break this one down.
Lots of love from the crowd, and Scump gave it right to him, right? The Guerrillas came from LA looking for war, but the boys brought their water guns. OpTic was way too strong for him, and shout out to the Green Wall Alley. Dashy went crazy in Berlin.
He did go crazy in Berlin, but I think for me it was really Scump throughout this series. I remember I was literally sitting in the Challengers Passion Pit trying to keep up with some of that action, and I looked down after the hard point during the first round of Search and Destroy, and I see Scump in a 1v3, and I'm like, oh, this is a tough situation. Bomb is down. I was like, LEG's gonna get one on the board. I look up for half a second, I look back down, he's killed 2 people in train, he's pushed out ducks.
We have it. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Let's go play the game. Let's
Oh,
go ahead and put it on the screen.
Yeah, as soon as this round happened, I knew this series was absolutely chalk for LAG. Like, what happened prior to this moment, Scump gets the trade, so LAG had the information on Scump, where he was at. He was pushing through train side, and he wraps back through mid-rubble, gets through, finds the timing below gunless, gets the 2-piece, closes it out with the kill, with the guy trying to check the bomb, and gets the defuse. Just a sensational 1v3 and an ace on the round to kick things off.
I just knew LG was checked after that. Like getting 1v3 by the King with the defuse. You can see him on Ace in his face. He's like, oh, did that really just happen, dude? I mean, and then after that, it was just Scump the rest of the series, right? A 1.15 overall. He starts with that opening 8 spree in that Berlin, and it was just all she wrote from there.
I also just appreciate the ballsiness of the play call, right? As soon as the guy sees the door close, he just knows he has one moment to try to make that hit, times it perfectly, and it truly is just like a dagger in your side. Even the comms to LAG after that moment, you got to figure out what just happened. Not a fun spot.
It was a good round, man. Gunless got the first blood immediately, too, right? Beautiful headshot, and that was it. But for Gunless and the rest of the squad, they're going home. LAG are officially out of the tournament. But OpTic Texas, they're going to move on, and they're playing against the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, man. I mean, OpTic Texas obviously going to be the favorites in that series, but London were looking good in their first match today. I really think they're just going to be battling time, right? Like, it's a long time to wait for that series later today, so just got to keep the guns hot, get ready, review some London VOD. I don't know when the last time OpTics watched London VOD, so they're going to have to get that in with the coaching staff and Rambo and Sender before they play a match.
Right, because Ali and I was talking about it backstage. London with Nasty popping off like that is beautiful. Take a look at the bracket to see what's coming up next. Take a look at that. We have Ultra facing off against Legion as the next match of the day. And then Minnesota Røkkr and Boston Breach. Ali, that match right there, to me, that's the headliner for today.
No, I'm right there with you. This is probably the toughest matchup for both these teams. I think they match up incredibly well. And we saw Minnesota Røkkr yesterday, but we don't know what Boston Breach we're going to get today. So it should be an incredible matchup for sure.
Now, for all you people with naked skins at home, whatever account you play on, right? Go ahead and put something on it. You can watch and earn your own, calling cards, weapon blueprint, whatever it might be. This all looks good, Chance.
Oh, looks great. Can't wait to throw it on my stuff at home, show it off in rank play. Whatever the case may be, always extra little goodies you can get into the bag.
Always. And also, pull out your cell phones and this QR code. Will not just give you the I Love Burgers
I love bellies.
card. Yo, chill.
My bad, Bell.
Yo, I'm not asking Nameless a question for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for the second series of the day. But coming up next is going to be a really good one. We have Paris Legion facing off against Toronto Ultra. Right, exactly, baby. It's going to be a good one. Out here in Toronto, we're having such a good time here at Major 3. From the audience to the viewers at home, you guys are amazing. Thank you for tuning in so far. But coming up next, it's going to be yet another one, okay? One more team is going to be going home. Toronto, Paris, we'll find out soon, and we'll catch you on the other side of this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, mourn for me Monday, but then you gotta let me go, then you gotta let me go. They kill me on Tuesday, bury me on Wednesday, mourn for me Thursday, then you gotta let me go, then you gotta let me go. Weapons hard, vaqueros.
Somebody say a prayer for me.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, then you gotta let me go.
All right, you beautiful people out here in Toronto. It's about time for the Ultra to take the stage, and I gotta ask you right now, are y'all ready? Go ahead and make some noise. All right,
they need more noise.
Yeah. That's what happened yesterday, right?
And what happened? Toronto lost, so they're going to have to get louder today.
And that didn't happen in Minnesota and Texas, right? All right, but welcome back to the desk. My name is Belly. We got Merc, we got Ali, and also Nameless. But by the way, that trailer for Modern Warfare was kind of hot.
That song was fire.
That was a cold trailer, man.
Bury me on Monday. I was vibing.
And also a real quick update from challengers. Clayster lost, right?
Oh,
yes, they did. So Clay's team actually took first map 1, and then they went to a round 11 in the search and destroy. Doug's team take it, and then I guess they won the control. Unfortunately, don't know the map set for that, but the trash talk was serious over there.
It was,
even after Doug lost map 1, he stands up and he goes, "None of y'all can gun me." And Clay sits back like, "I had 2 streaks. You can't gun me. You can't gun me. I don't even know who this guy is." But
the patch pit is
Doug's team
real.
on top.
Exactly. Let's talk about the matchup at hand, right? We have Paris Legion versus the Toronto Ultra. And talking about Toronto Ultra, Ali, this was not the place that they wanted to be after yesterday.
Obviously not, right? They go against a team in the likes of Atlanta FaZe, and they actually have a fairly close map 1, right? The Desert Siege, Toronto looked dominant across the board, and then a very unfortunate Tuscan where they were up 2-0, right? They had ample opportunity to close out that control and put themselves in a more favorable position for the likes of this series, but now the home team is down into the elimination bracket, and while they're going against a Paris Legion who has been pretty underwhelming this year.
You can't sleep on the Paris Legion, though, but when it comes to the Toronto Ultra squad and the game field keys of victory, what you got, Nameless?
Well, they need a good bounce back spot for the SMGs versus Paris. I mean, Paris has not been great in anything in Call of Duty in the entire year, basically. But in this series, I'm expecting Bans and Kleenex to pop off. It's the easiest series you can have here at the Major. Then regaining the hard points. They lost both versus Atlanta. Ultra was 7-2 coming into this Major. They were #1 overall, tied for first. They've been dominating hardpoint, and they just dropped the ball yesterday. And then win the rotation battle equals lockdown hills on Tuscan hardpoint. Paris is only breaking 14% of hills on Tuscan. They are last in the entire CDL.
And talking about Paris and dropping the ball, man, they have been dropping the ball lately as well this year. Nameless, I don't know what to say about this squad anymore, man.
Oh, I mean, I'll just read you off some stats. They're last in map win percentage. They're last in round win percentage of control. They're last in round win percentage.
Are they not last in anything?
I mean, there's a couple. I mean, hardpoint was okay. They went 3-5 in hardpoint stage 3. It was all right, okay? So maybe they can steal the first map and get some momentum going forward. But for Jimbo and John, both these guys last in KD overall for the entire league, 0.79, 0.76, and that's your first key to victory. Joe, what else do they have to do to win?
Oh, I mean, obviously, you know, there's a lot of kind of drama around Temp, right? Maybe like trying to bench himself. I don't know what's going on, but he has been putting in work this entire year. 1.12, you know, from Major 3 qualifiers. And then he continued to find defensive success on Tuscan S&D. I mean, we've said it. I mean, at least you have a couple of Tuscans throughout this map set for Paris, but just trying to get it together. And I guess, I mean, for John and Jimbo, maybe there's a positive to take away that Clinics and Bans didn't have a great series yesterday. Maybe they can find an opening there.
Well, hopefully Paris Legion can find a big opening, because this test right here is not going to be easy at all as they face off against the Toronto Ultra. Let's send this down to Bryce.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on the main stage for another big game. 2 teams, only one winner, the other goes home top 12. An important game, and I think you all know why. One of these teams obviously has a little bit of a hometown advantage. The other team well, could they perchance have some inkling of making one of the greatest Cinderella runs in history? I just don't know. But it is time to get these teams on the stage. Introducing first, from France, it's Paris Legion. Temp, John, Jimbo, and Gravity.
It's like this team just can't win it all. Last place in everything and then booed by the crowd. But I'm gonna let you know right now, when it comes to upset potential, I am not sleeping on this team, and there's a big reason why. Take a look at Temp on the right side. This man has been lights out for this roster, and he is their shining star. If Temp can get on the roll and the SMGs can roll up behind him, behind his AR presence, I really think Paris Legion have a legit shot against Toronto Ultra. But Bryce, I'm ready for this ball count. I'm ready for the hometown team, man. Bring them on out.
All right, thank you very much, fella. Yes, it is time. Toronto, you have been amazing. The crowd has been electric. And of course, the opponents for Paris Legion in this game. It is time to say hello to Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Toronto Ultra!
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. If you the competition, you gon' get buried. I don't cheat on the game, we get married. They gon' know me as legendary.
Bats, Kleenex, Cammy, and Insight.
The last match we saw the Toronto Ultra, it was Bans and Kleenex. They need to step up today. If that walkout doesn't get you amped up, I don't know what will. They're playing in front of their hometown. They need to have a performance here. The last time they played Paris, they won in a 3-0 fashion. This team lit up stage 3 qualifiers. They have to light it up on that stage right now if they want to make a run.
And one of the players I'm expecting to pop off once again is that man Insight. Whenever he gets going with that AR, and especially in Search and Destroy, this Toronto team is just built different. Bryce, I'm done talking, man. Let's get this going.
I couldn't agree with you more, Belly. It is time to get this game underway. Of course, a Cinderella story or the hometown heroes. Only one way to find out. Over to Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, but I tell you what, nothing gives me goosebumps like watching a hometown crowd root on their boys. You saw Insight in the front. He's getting hyped, and they have got to be ready to roll versus this Paris Legion squad, buddy. This is an elimination game. I mean, no points are awarded for the team that goes home. $0 in your pocket. A lot on the line.
There's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Obviously, Toronto looking for the bounce back from that series yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe. And then for Paris Legion, they need something, man. Yeah. Only 2 wins on this entire season. But the good thing for them is one of them is actually versus the Toronto Ultra all the way into Game 5. So who knows what can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we've learned so far here at the Toronto Major is that anything is possible. I'll tell you what, man, the maps and modes are pretty easy to remember. Bocage, then we've got triple Tuscans, and then a Desert Siege in game number 5. Jay, you see the maps and modes. You also see the map bans. What are your thoughts, all things considered, on this?
Well, you take a look at these maps and modes, especially on the Paris Legion side. They only have one map out of the entire 5 that they have a positive record on, and it's going to be that Tuscan Search and Destroy. So they have to make sure that they're able to secure that. But based off of this map number 1 on the Bocage hardpoint, this is where Paris Legion need to show me something. Like I said, throughout all of Stage 3, they do not get a single win. Their map count was literally 5 and 15. Hasn't been good. But this is a map where the last time that these two teams matched up, it was Paris Legion able to walk away with it.
Yeah, it was indeed. And one thing as well, I mean, I feel like every time that we've casted over Paris Legion or watched them lately, they've been playing some Bocage. So while the record doesn't look amazing, they at least have the reps. That is without a doubt. They're prepared. I think they knew coming into this series what we were going to start off with, and we'll see if they can give Toronto Ultra their best. But Toronto, let's make some noise for the home team. Love to hear it. We love to hear it, Ultra. Tell you what, man, if they were to make a run through the elimination bracket, they're going to need all the help that they can get. A gauntlet indeed, but for them, it starts with Paris. We'll see if they can get it done. Bocage, here we go. Starting things off at P1, trades either way.
And the biggest thing to look at in this series is definitely what the Des touched on. The keys to victory for both of these squads has to be the SMG presence on both sides. You have John and Jimbo basically dead last throughout stage 3, and then Cleanex and Vance faced 0.8s yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe. You need them to have a great performance here.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And one thing as well the Paris are going to have to look out for is not just the SMGs on the other side, but it's going to be the ARs. They also had a phenomenal performance in that game versus Atlanta FaZe. And Jay, that series started off on Bocage. Toronto absolutely took it to them, and the guy who was doing it primarily was Insight. Goes on like a 9 or 10 spree without a doubt. Put some fear in the back of the minds of FaZe, but a solid start for Toronto. Not a ton of seconds on the board, but they've got that spawn for next set up.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing Toronto were focused on, not really giving up a lot of time to Paris Legion, but also keeping the spawns for this P2. But with Gravity finding that 2-piece, John with the third, only one player left on the side of the backside for Toronto Ultra before the spawns do come in. So now Paris Legion with 45. Can hold this down from the front. John gonna be the cutoff man from middle. Mack just cutting down every single player, trying to attack from water. But eventually Gravity, he's gonna pick up right where he left off. Gravity on this map as well. A 1.2, the standout player for Paris Legion.
Yeah, that's the primary reason I feel like, Jay, while they keep playing this map is because it only continues to heat up. Mr. Tom Gravity, 9 and 2 to start. A lot of it was because of that double nade, and a very interesting spot because they don't have spawns the entire time, Paris, but they are able to hold from that front side. John locking things down with the M19. I think it's the first time that we've been able to see it here in Toronto, but you can without a doubt expect to see it a decent amount of time here in Grandma's. Kills go back and forth, but it's a great victory for Insight toward the back lines. And it looks as if Toronto once more have got the spawn. We'll see if they can hold it though.
You see Gravity, he's still on that fire spree. So he's just gonna take his time around this tank area, at least try to take down one, but fortunately he gets cut down. So now Ultra, full control of the backside. They just have to win these initial gunfights. John and Jimbo combined for 2. They break on in. John's gonna not slow down. Attacks towards back window with that M19. Now on a 3 spree.
I might have to bring this one out myself. Okay. M19's doing some work. Instead of Grandma's, and Gravity's picking up kill after kill, at least peppers up 1 toward the outside of the tower, but just like that, the SMGs come roaring through. 2 for Bance and 2 for Cleanex. Bance eventually falls, but Toronto are right back in this game, nearing grabbing that advantage themselves. Already thinking about the rotation is going to be Paris, but more specifically, Cleanex toward the top of this barn roof could quickly cause some issues. We'll see if Legion can stop him or if he can find the timing. Looks as if he'll sneak in. Player intent's not going to spot him just yet. Tobias trying to make the play. Now on 4 in a row. Quickly getting tagged up, but he's got his teammates with him. Jay flipped the spawns.
With Cleanex just picking up that 1 kill was so massive. Now Toronto Ultra are spawning towards the back. Vance and Cammy combined for 2. Vance with 2, so now 3 down. All of Paris Legion are going to consistently spawn over towards that bottom Grandma's. Toronto are going to be able to take this lead if they can get these players out of this point. Gravity doing a great job of at least finding 1, allowing his teammates to eventually collapse. The pitch is coming in from the back in Paris Legion. Successful break.
Successful break, and also when you look at the stats right now for Legion, granted we are just still in the first set of rotations, but a healthy beginning for really almost everybody on the team. Gravity, despite just dropping there, 12 and 6. You got John at least even. Temp starting to heat up as well. So again, a very consistent effort from this Legion team. Again, very early in this Bocage, but maybe some sunny skies ahead here on this very map. It's going to get quite interesting as we only look to continue, but P5 is ready, and up next, a neck-and-neck game once more. Toronto with the spawns. Gravity doing everything he can to try to win a few gunfights toward the back. He gets halted, and now that hill lays vacant.
And that's Ultra once again with about 5 to 10 seconds remaining on that P4. They were able to just push out, be aggressive, win every single gunfight now to flip these spawns. Just have 1 player You have to focus on the player that's going to be sitting in towards top tower, which is Jimbo. Doing a great job of just staying alive, doing so well that Toronto Ultra is still going to spawn in towards the back. All of Paris Legion fully set up for this trap.
And Insight's gonna do all he can. The nade comes through. Perfect timing and coordination there out of Toronto to get Gravity out of the best position possible toward the back. They cut him down, and now they've got an opportunity. They've got a lane, but John is holding it. Now sitting on 3 in a row. Jay, you do not want to allow for John to go off. Granted, has not had some great stats, but we have seen those pop-off moments from him.
We know John's history. MVP at Call of Duty World Champs. The guy is very talented, just for some reason in his Paris Legion roster hasn't really been putting up the best stats. But so far answering the call in this map number 1, Paris Legion. Now it comes down to the rotation at P1. Last time both of these teams got to this hard point, Ultra and Paris, it was like 11 seconds for a 60-second hill. Neither one of these squads are going to try to get a majority of time here. The main focus is going to be those spawns. But Paris Legion at least find that 2-piece, make it 3. Now they can get some time.
We'll see if Paris can honestly finally crack the code. As Toronto once more trying to play for that P2. They will have that spawn for the current moment. And as we said, their last, really 4 of their last 5 opening hard points have been on this very map. Only 1 W to speak from, despite how closely they have been playing in the slang role. As I talk about it, I mean, trying to crack the code, and Toronto just fire through with 4 of their own. Insight and Kleenex erupt for a few, and Jay, take a look at Kleenex's numbers, 22 and 18 in engagement machine right now.
Kleenex is not slowing down on a 4-speed before he does get shut down. But look at those spawns for Paris Legion. That's going to be John slipping his way through that water side. Now flips those spawns for Paris to get fully set up. Trades going back and forth into bottom barn, but John and Jimbo combined for 2. Now they know that the pressure is going to be in towards bottom barn and Paris Legion. They did a great job of it in the first rotation. With Ultra having those back spawns, they can only average about 15 points. But this time, Paris Legion with the spawns holding it down.
And this is a scary time. This is a scary time if you're Toronto. You do not want to allow for Paris to get any unnecessary points, as they do look to break on in. Thankfully, a nice nade helps them out, but on the other end, it's Gravity who comes through with 1 of his own. In the meantime, throughout that feed, it's the SMGs who continue to cause some issues for that Legion front. Gravity trying to win a close one toward top barn. 10 seconds left over at that field, and Toronto contests for as long as they needed to. Jimbo with a big double now prepares them over at Grandma's. And based off of a few positions, Jay, it looks as if they've also won that rotation, possibly. A big gunfight to win, but Temp looks as if he's going to walk away with the trades. Paris go big, and now they've got the preferred positioning.
And now that's 4 dead. Toronto Ultra just need to slow this down. Stop going 1 by 1 with staggered pushes, because Paris Legion are capitalized on it. Gravity, like I said, 1.2 on this map, 24 and 14 right now on a 5 spree. He can pick up this glide bomb. That's going to cause problems for Toronto Ultra. Paris Legion right now just playing so damn well.
They are indeed. A great little moment right now for Paris. The spawn's being held, and Gravity trying to see if he can grab that glide bomb. 1 away, pulls out the 40, slides back and forwards, eventually cut down. But nonetheless, a solid beginning for Paris. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with Legion.
No, hold the 15. One shot. Kleenex.
Front tools, 1 shot.
Yeah, you want top bar. Yes, hold it.
Alright, top bar.
Hold it. One more, T2. Hold it.
One stop bar.
Okay, everyone deep breath. Let's take our time here. I'm helping you mid. Nice, good shit. I'm helping in stack. Let's go.
Top bar, 1 shot.
Make sure we get it. I need it. I stunned him. He's 1 shot. Kleenex. T1. And big door coming. And T1. Big door to T1. Big 1 kill here. Big door to T1. Just contest. Let's play contest. Okay, I'm going contest. I need a single inside. Nice. Just contest, Brian. I'll chop. Okay, I'll chop big. We're playing big. Hold on, he has a free kill. Nice. I go on inside, 1 shot. All there. Oh, fuck. Let me.
Yeah, it's T1.
Alright, just back peek. I have AR. T1. 1 more out single. Single pass. Single. Nice, good shit.
They're still there. It's still spawning there.
I'm needing over again. Flood. Alright, he's only single side. I stunned him. Single.
Yeah,
Challenge.
I have left. He's 1 shot for you.
Wait, 1 shot? Bans? 1 shot single bans.
Yeah, right out there.
Right,
Comms right there for Paris Legion sound great. The biggest thing that I took away though was just Temp telling his teammates to always play contest, because you can see that game clock can potentially come into play as Paris Legion are going to breach that 200-point mark. They're fully set up off the rotation. Toronto have just been a step behind in every single one of these hills.
Yeah, they've been a step behind, but they can't afford for that to happen anymore. Cleanix wins a big one inside of the point. That will allow for Ultra to accrue a few more seconds inside, not in the preferred spot for the moment. Has to hop inside the hill himself, the AR in hand, but he's able to at least take down one. Legion fighting tooth and nail for every point, as Cleanix is at least able to stop things for now. But as we said, Paris sit in such a great position, Jay. We know in Bocage, you can play the time. You can really hop outside of the hard point and make the opponent start to sweat. And right now, if you're a Toronto fan, you are absolutely sweating. 217 to 133. Nothing can get going right now for Ultra.
Nothing right now for Toronto is working. Now we find ourselves on the third rotation towards this B1. Toronto Ultra averaged about 15 points for the first 2 rotations on this hill specifically. But now when you're down by this much, with only 50 seconds remaining in the game, you see Paris Legion, their game plan is just to simply stay off of that point. Try to find every single kill in the feed. And they're doing a great job of doing so, but Cleanix with 3 in the feed is now gonna force all of Paris Legion off spawn. Now with 35 seconds, they need to try to chain this with some good time here to get back into this one.
And they call upon Cleanix. As Cammy drops, they call upon him, and he's not able to win it. Jimbo sends him to the Shadow Realm, for God's sake. As we said, Toronto, they knew exactly where the spawn was coming from, but they get peeled off instantly. A great little setup for Toronto, but Legion are there again. Consistency across the board right now for Paris. 20 seconds from calling this one theirs, and Donnie Temp feels himself right now. 4 in a row, 32 and 26, playing for spawns, and also cuts down Bance in the meantime. Legion are heading their way to the finish line.
And he's one off that glide bomb, but it might not even come into play as Paris Legion 5 seconds away from closing out this map number 1. Temp picks it up, 24 seconds remaining. Temp on an 8 spree. Let's just call in the glide bomb. The game is over. Paris Legion answering map number 1.
I like that. We got Gravity chirping across the stage. We said we wanted to see some fire from Paris. They needed to take that first hard point, and they do exactly that. Not just a Bocage victory, but a dominant Bocage victory on top of it. Everybody popping off. Gravity had some amazing moments. Temp finishes off 36 and 26. Impressive work for Paris and Jay. After such a long time of playing Bocage, they finally got another W here.
They beat this team last time that they played on it. It wasn't this dominant, but Paris Legion, they came out slaying from the gates. Obviously, Gravity 36 and 21, 1.2 originally on this map. 31 non-traded kills was really the tone setter to start off this game, but for me, it came down to that P2 hardpoint. That's usually the money here for Toronto Ultra, where they average about 30 points, but you saw it right off the rip of the game. Once they were fully set up, they had the back spawns. Paris Legion did a great job of just consistently contesting that point until about 15 seconds left, where Ultra were able to get that. Yep. But for it to be your money hill, you need to make sure when you get a clean 4 dead, you have to be pushed out and give yourself layers of defense so your hill's not easily broken. Right there were just way too many mistakes on the side of Ultra, not enough slaying power to match the power on the side of Paris Legion. And now we going into a search and destroy where, if you're Paris Legion, before I said, this is their only positive map throughout this entire maps and modes. And so far, when they're up 1-0, confidence is on their side.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's the thing that we know, right? When it comes down to land, Paris do perform better. I don't know exactly how many W's it's been. I think it's only one online victory, but the other ones have come from this land environment. Paris not being in that facility, when they're all able to be in the same room together, be sitting on that main stage, it's gonna hit a little bit different, man. It's gonna hit a little bit different. Paris, an excellent start off in this series, and I gotta say, that quickly puts some panic in the Toronto camp.
100%, man. Like, especially when you played that map so close versus Atlanta FaZe. Yeah. You let it slip by the last, like, 2 to 3 hard points at the end of that map number 1. But then in that one, it was just a complete smack show. Like, no one came, no one was positive on that side for Toronto Ultra. Right. They just need to completely forget that map and go into the search and destroy, doing what they do best, and that's winning a majority of their attacking rounds.
Yeah, and we'll go and take a look at our search and destroy top performers throughout the season, both for the Toronto Ultra and for the Paris Legion. Right now, Insight leads leads the way for the team. A great KD, a 1.20 on the other side. Meanwhile, no surprises here. Temp lead the way for this team as well, a 1.02, Jay.
Yeah, Temp leads his team in every single category for every single game mode. The guy's been a man on a mission so far this season. And then on the opposite side, Insight, Mr. Clutch, 1.2 in Search and Destroy, but I'll do you better. 1.4 specifically on this Tuscan Search and Destroy.
Okay.
So, Insight, if you put him in a 1v2, if you're Paris Legion, make sure you play the buddy system because he definitely has the firepower and the brains to clutch up those rounds.
Yeah, and obviously he has that, that little break throughout the Major 3 qualifiers where he's not able to play. We saw Scrappy come in for the lineup and we wondered, okay, what is that going to do for this Toronto team? Is it going to cause some issues? Cammy's talking about how he has to play a little bit slower. Insight comes right back in, and I feel like he's never been better. Honestly, I don't know if it's the sickness that he's, finally recovered back from, if it was the little break that helped him out, but ever since that moment, he has taken over, and they are going to need him in this Search to Destroy. Obviously had a great series yesterday versus the Atlanta FaZe. That was not enough, but as we know it, you obviously can have your star players, but it's got to be a team effort. And Paris, they're able to say that after the first W. They had that team effort. They had everybody flying and frying. Players had their moments, and more specifically, the SMGs were out to play.
SMGs came to play right there for the Paris Legion, especially John, even with the M19, not with the MP40 in his hand, was still putting up numbers right there to assist Gravity and Temp in that map number 1. Now going into this map number 2, like I said, this is going to be an all-out banger between both of these squads because Paris Legion on their side, they're number 1 on the defensive side with 61% win percentage. And then on the opposite side for Toronto, they're second overall with a 57% win rate on their attacking round. So defense versus offense. Paris Legion a little bit better on the defensive side, but there's a lot of firepower for Toronto Ultra and a lot of mid-game adjustments that they do during Search and Destroy.
Yeah, without question. And I feel like if you are Toronto Ultra, instantly pointing this 1-0 hole, you got to be looking out for a few players. It feels like Jimbo could be one of those guys who oftentimes it feels like on Tuscan is getting aggressive in the middle of the map. And you never know, man. Donnie Tip, when he's feeling himself, he's also happy to bring out the big guns. We've seen him bring out the sniper a time or two and do some real damage with it here on the Tuscan. But you see the records, an 8-4 one there for Toronto, 5-2 for Paris. Both teams well seasoned, but as we said, it feels like when it comes to map records, so far throughout the Toronto Major, you can throw a majority of those out the window. If you, like we said, you are a Toronto fan, you're holding on to these stats as much as you can. Any bit of momentum, any bit of positivity, you'll take it rolling into this Search and Destroy. Starting things off with Paris on the attack, and it is Temp striking first.
That's unfortunate for Insight. He was bringing in 10. Turns that corner, finds that first blood. Jimbo and John combine for the second. So now in the 4v2, CleanX does make it a 2v3. Cammy does spot one, but now in the 1v2, John's just gonna rush onto that player, find the kill. And a really, really quick round for Paris Legion to go up 1-0.
Yeah, very quick round. I mean, they walk away with the first blood. They go for the 2-2 split, and still, John rocking out the M19. I'm not sure if we've seen that like in Search Destroy, or if we have, at least not on Tuscan, but I don't know, maybe giving us some Volk vibes, possibly. But a great starter there for Paris, as we said, on the attack. Make some real noise happen. And speaking of noise, the fans in Toronto trying to rally behind their Ultra boys. As here we go into their first attack attempt, once again cracking through with the sniper, not able to land that shot. But as we said, the SMGs love to be aggressive, and John on his belly.
John is playing this perfectly. He knows that at least one player from Toronto is still going to try to hold down this cut, but does John pick up this kill? Yes, he does. First blood for Paris Legion, but Vance immediately answers. Now in the 3v3. See the bomb for Toronto Ultra, slowly trying to work its way up through middle fountain. You have one player in Insight who's going to be trying to give all the information towards that field side. Paris Legion look like they're willing to give up this bomb plant. They're just basically giving them all mid-map control. Should be a free A plant for Ultra.
That's the one thing too, whenever you do have a sniper on Tuscan, right? They nade him out, and they instantly realize all the pressure's gonna come in from middle. They have the opportunities, and now they've got the angles. Another nice one coming in from Benjamin Vance. Cuts down Gravity, and now it leaves it to a 2 versus 3. Timp and Jimbo.
Phoenix is in a great spot to at least find one. Jumps right into the pre-aim. It's gonna be Jimbo, but then Temp tries to do everything he can with the sniper pistol. Toronto Ultra just have way too many players around that mid-map area ready to play that trade. And even though they ended up getting first blooded there, Toronto Ultra able to come out on top in the round, tied up 1.
And tying up at 1. And as we said, a big moment for Toronto just to get around on the board, get some confidence streaming your way. And as we said, it really starts when Tim gets out of that angle from field. Once he gets out of that position, it allows for Toronto to funnel in. And they take advantage when the big man on the map for Paris is out of the way. Well, here we go. Snipers have been out, they've been the story. But our first 2 rounds, can they be it again? Insight with some early shots, but it's Cleanex there to walk away with all 4. That's gotta be a record-setting ace. Watch it again! Watch it again! 2, 3, and 4! Oh my goodness!
Every player on the side of that A-bomb site had to have either gotten hit by a nade, because Cleanex shoots like 10 bullets and finds 3 kills, and then the 11th bullet to find the 4th. Everyone was absolute one shot, and Cleanex is able to come out on top with the ace. Now on a 5 spree, that is potentially the round that Toronto Ultra needed to get some momentum underneath their belt. As Cleanex is not going to try to slow down. Trying to at least be aggressive in through P5, not allowing anyone to slip through and go through that late flank. Toronto Ultra just taking their time, trying to break for that information.
You can see Cleanex wants to go for the aggressive route through P5. Trades are in, Cammy for 1, Tip with the other. Cleanex does decide to go ahead and grab back, go for the bomb. And really, it's been Jimbo the entire time. He knows that somebody's going to be lingering around this position. With John being where he is, Jimbo will remain.
Now it's all on Jimbo. At least in a great spot to hold down this P5, but the bomb is slowly approaching through mid-fountain. You have Insight watching his first cut. Forces John to reposition himself. Now with 25 seconds left, this can be a difficult round to win because you still have to worry about John on your flank.
Got to worry about John, Tim. Really the eyes and ears right now for Paris. Oh, and John gets cut away. As soon as he falls, Jimbo realizes now's the time to push through P5. He's been so patient. Oh, but it doesn't pay off. He doesn't get the kill, and now it's on to Temp. Finds one on to Insight, brings it to a 2 versus 2. A very confusing moment there for Paris, but they do reply. Cammy falls, and now it's all on to Cleanex. Glide bomb earned, and can he do it again? Pistol out, and Jimbo, well, it didn't get the kill to start. He gets the most important one toward the stretch. Takes down Cleanex. Despite the glide bomb being earned, Paris get another one on the board and tie us up at 2.
Paris Legion, once again, even though they got first blooded, they evenly, with that nade, even up the numbers and force it to a 3v3. And then once they find that pick in towards P5, in the 3v2, you do not slow down. They find the trade onto Insight, but then Jimbo at least repositioned himself in towards top fire to time that flank beautifully to turn it into a 1v1. Then clutches up for the team. But if you're Cleanex, you close out on that 7 spree, you pick up that glide bomb. It can be so useful toward the later half of this game.
Paris will look at another attack. One thing to keep in mind as well, really interesting stat. Paris did not plant the bomb 1 time in the Major 3 qualifier. So if you are Toronto, that is something really to think about in regards to that B objective. Are they really going to try to go for the plant? Are they going to make you have to play for that? But in the meantime, strategies are going to come down to this glide bomb. It's Cammy with 2 and Cleanex with the other. Picture perfect work out of the streak, and now it is Tom Gravity, white flag out in the back of the base.
Yeah, 1v4 for Tom Gravity. See Ultra, they're not going to try to give him easy one-on-one gunfights. He's basically trapped in the back of their spawn. But that was such a beautiful play from Ultra. Here to Paris Legion. Definitely a little difficult because no one straps on cold-blooded. It plays right into the Ultra's playbook as they stack towards that P5, called the glide bomb in. Cammy is full-on ready, finds that 2-piece, and then eventually they find the 3rd onto Temp with the glide. It's an easy defensive round for Ultra.
You can just see, man. You can see what that quick ace does. A little moment in the game, Jay. What that does for Toronto's confidence. And obviously earning that streak, of course, is going to help you out a decent amount. But Toronto fire back with a few rounds of their own. Now up in this search and destroy. We'll see if they can capitalize on it. And ultimately grab the 4th. Nearly the first blood for Cammy. Gravity does manage to get out of dodge toward the backside of the church. So that fight will remain, but keep in mind, while there's a lot of noise being made over at that A side, it could be the middle map rotation. That Ultra has got it cooked up. John on one side and Cammy on the other.
Potentially also a sniper battle between Temp and Insight towards that field side, but John's gonna get the call out. One player's gonna be sitting in this corner. He finds the first blood. Now Ultra in a 3v4. Have to focus on the positioning of John as he does push up through the middle alley. His teammates trying to at least put themselves in better position to at least trade the kill. But Vance and Cleanex combined for 2. Now in a 3v2, left up to Gravity and Jimbo.
Oh, Gravity does not spot the player going bottom. We'll look to cut him off. In reality, it's Toronto who just goes back toward that A site, realizes things are clear. The one player who's going to be here instantly is Jimbo. How fast can he arrive? At least spots one. Getting some information for he and Gravity. And what is going to be a very, very tall task. Job done for the first. Vance quickly drops. And Jimbo does as well. All on to Tom Gravity. A 1 versus 2. Catches 1. And now it's mono, e-mono, Cleanex versus Gravity. Not a ton of time to work with.
And Cleanex has already flanked the entirety of this map. As with 15 seconds left, Gravity's not going to turn right, and Cleanex with the reposition is taking over in this game number 2. Has more kills than his entire team combined at 11-2. Goes massive right there for Ultra to go up 4-2.
11-2?
11-2, man. He's taking over this game.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cleanex, the tissue is an issue right now on Tuscan. Nothing to sneeze at if you're Paris, but my goodness, they definitely need some life. They need somebody to go off, something to go their way. Back on the attack, the sniper, I think, was out for a moment. Temp looking for the angle as Gravity drops. Another first blood for the Ultra side. Oh, and Temp just misses the shot again. Would have been great to find the equalizer in that moment.
Look at Cleanex. Look how aggressive he is through that field side. Already going to be the player to give the information to his team that no one is going to be attacking towards A. That's why you have 2 players from Ultra stacking towards that B bomb. But now Cleanex not going to slow down on another 3 spree. Has read this play beautifully. He's going to be able to come behind 2, take the first couple of shots onto Temp, finds that first kill. Goes for the challenge onto Jimbo, finds the second. Cleanex taking over this game. Now it's all left up to John, and that's just another round dominated by Cleanex over there towards that P5. Toronto Ultra at game point.
At game point, and like you said, he's not just finding kills, but he's also getting information for the team. Cleanex now at 13-2. A dominant performance from that man. We know him to be an impactful player. We know the difference maker that he can be, even going back to the very first event of the season. He was the guy that gave Toronto that early chip. When it came down to the kickoff, can he do it again on the 5 spree as he rifles through P5. Jimbo with the first blood. The blinds are open, and Cleanex can see quite nicely. An instant 3 versus 2. Toronto with numbers in Paris. Left up to Temp and Jimbo now.
And he might earn 2 guy bombs in 1 search and destroy. If he can pick up the 7 kills. Unfortunately, he can't. But Cammy is there for the trade. Now in the 1v2. Bomb is going to be planted for the Ultra Boys at this B bomb. All on Jimbo. Just going to try to take his time, thinking the bomb is going to go down at A, but now it's to waste an extra 10 seconds. Rotating over towards that B site. As Ultra are going to be fully set up, they have mid-map control, they have the back cut off. Just cannot allow a ninja defuse to happen. Jimbo's going to attack the back.
He's going to attack the back, and Toronto will be there to cut him down. A much-needed return after the Bocage loss. And Toronto comes screaming back off of what was a legendary game out of Cleanex. 14-3 to bring Toronto back in this series. Jay, we said that they needed an answer. They needed to come back with a search and destroy victory, and they do that and then some.
Their search and destroy so far this weekend has been clean. Yesterday in that series versus Atlanta FaZe in a 6-1 on that Desert Siege. And they come out here and only lose 2 rounds to Paris Legion on their best search and destroy. Paris Legion simply did not have an answer for Cleanex. He took over this game. When you're early into these S&D rounds, especially tied at 1 apiece, and you go and get a 4-piece in literally less than 5 seconds.
We gotta look back at that. There's no way.
The momentum is gonna be completely on your side. Ultra just with the better game plan on that map number 2, tie the series up at 1 apiece.
And like, what does a moment like that do for the team? Like, I know obviously it's got to get everybody extra hype, but like, does that just infuse you with more confidence? I mean, what does it do when a player makes a play like that? Does it just, I don't know, like, does it bring everybody up instantly?
100%. It's like when I used to team with Nameless, he used to go off in a majority of the maps that we played off. Shout out to my guy Nameless. And every time it's always high praise. When you have a player on your team that's going above and beyond in a certain game mode or even in a certain map, that is where it just fuels your teammates because, all right, that guy's doing everything that he possibly can. If I just step it up a little bit, we're going to be able to walk away with this series with ease. And right there with CleanX making a statement like that, Toronto Ultra got to be feeling good.
They have to. CleanX infusing this team right now with confidence as now we've got ourselves a 1-to-1 game, an elimination match. Loser going out top 12. You're going to want to stay with us because when we come back after the break, it is time for some Tusky Control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Toronto Major. And take a look at the sea of purple that we've got right now in the venue. A truly incredible crowd hype that their boys in Toronto just walked away with that Search and Destroy. And they're especially hyped after our Scump play of the game coming through from Cleanex. Jay, this was unreal.
Yeah, you seen Insight lining up that nade. So both of those players that are sitting behind that
3 seconds.
glitch,
Oh my God.
they were both one shot. He shoots 2 bullets to find a 2-piece, another 2 bullets to find the 3rd, and then 1 bullet to close out the final kill onto Temp. And you can just hear the hype from Cleanex. When you have yourself around like that, there's nothing but momentum on your side. Now the series is tied at 1 apiece. We're going into a Tuscan control where we watched Toronto Ultra play this map versus Atlanta FaZe, and they were up 2-0. If you ask me, I think it was a choke. You have a glide bomb when you're up 2-0. On the defensive side, you just basically allow Atlanta FaZe to go onto that B point uncontested. And then we saw what happened after that. They just ended up losing that map, couldn't bounce back on that map number 4. But for both of these squads, this is not going to be an easy one.
No, it's definitely not. And that's the thing, too, that we've talked about with Toronto. The Search Destroy has been great. The hard point, that's what really has been the major topic of conversation. The improvements in that mode. The overwhelming issue, though, still remains in the controls. I forget the exact record throughout Major 3 qualifiers, but ever since Berlin has been introduced, they've not won anything but Berlin. Gavutsu or Tuscan, they've not been winning it. And this has been their only game mode, rather their only map that they've been able to take. The problem being is that we've got a Tuscan. And I don't know, man, it's a hard one to call because like you said, you don't really know what you're gonna get out of the Paris Legion side. At the same time for Toronto, I think you're happy that they were up 2-0 versus Atlanta, but a W, it's gotta be a W. I mean, you can't take away anything from that one except for the fact that they had it and they lost it. We'll see if they can right the wrongs here versus Paris Legion, a big game, and the swing game mode now set up. As we said, elimination games throughout the day. And who will grab it this time around when it comes to control? Toronto v Paris Legion start things off on attack.
And the biggest thing that stands out for me with both of these squads on this map is that Toronto are a lot better on the defensive side than they are on the offense. 73% win rate for them compared to Paris Legion at 53%. But look at the aggression from Paris Legion. All 4 dead. You have Jimbo slipping his way onto this B point. If he can complete this search segment, that is job well done. As he's going to be able to find another 2-piece as well. All of Toronto Ultra putting their focus onto Jimbo. They take him down, but now it's Gravity's turn. Before he does get cut down, that A point is going to be captured. Toronto Ultra already have 1 at B. Job gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, man, that totally caught Toronto off guard. I mean, we have Codcaster, for God's sake, and it caught me off guard. Didn't even realize Jimbo was just doing some damage, doing some work over at that B zone. I remember, Jay, we had like a cast not long ago where Paris was playing Gavutsu. They came out and Jimbo started off like 7-0. Paris would go on to win that Gavutsu dominantly. So if that is anything, any indicator, Legion have got some momentum, maybe some hype, some drive coming into this control. But since then, they have somewhat been halted. That A zone did get captured in the meantime. So 1:45 on the clock. A few players at the back of the base right now for Legion. Looking to peel back the layers, if you will, as one has managed to sneak his way on through. Nice shots for Insight in the meantime. And Temp, who was pushed up at that B zone as well, gets wiped away.
Insight, unfortunately, does get taken down from this P5 area. You have 2 players here. Actually, all of Paris Legion ready to attack this from the front. John opens up that first. Gravity with the second, but as long as Toronto Ultra are continuously trading these kills, they're putting themselves in the best position to close it out on this defense. Insight, Cleanex combined for another 2, and that's going to be all 4 dead. Now Paris Legion off spawn.
Back to the drawing board, if you will, for Paris. See what they look to do, what they elect to try and accomplish. Is it going to be that P5 push time and time again, or will they elect to make something happen over at the field? A nice little nade from John. Will help open things up. This is a crucial gunfight. John versus Vance. Benjamin holding true, that 40. He's able to hold it down. Meanwhile, it's Gravity trying to put some pressure over in that back tank in AR's paradise, especially for the attacking team, if you can get there. Problem being is that they've constantly got that door shut right in their face. Back to the spawn they go once more, Legion.
This is going to be the last push for Paris Legion because look how much map control Toronto Ultra were able to get after getting all 4 of those kills. A lot of pressure in towards P5. They have everything cut off through the middle of the map. Now with Cleanex picking up that kill, he's gonna also pitch P5 through the bottom, or at least play for these players dropping down towards bottom fountain. But with 15 seconds left, Toronto Ultra have put himself in a great spot to clutch up on this defensive round. Just has to lead, find a trade. Here comes CleanX on the flank, on a 3 spree, potentially going for the 4th. So he finds it with the pistol, not gonna go for the challenge. Actually, he does. You can just tell the man is feeling himself. Toronto Ultra clutch up on the defense, but if you're Paris Legion, at least you got that 1 tick of progression at B.
Yeah, it's definitely not the worst thing in the world, right? When you don't walk away with the round, you at least get that 1 tick, and clutch plays coming in from Jimbo, the rookie, putting up an excellent display. Started things off 5-0 in the opening round of Tuscan Control. As we said, these teams have matched up. This is their 3rd encounter here in Vanguard. And both times it has been Toronto not just winning Control, but 3-0ing the side of Paris. So look to get their first round in this game and really in this title versus this very team in Toronto. But a great start here in the opening attack from the Ultra boys. The boys in purple continue to put some pressure. The crowd behind them, thunderous applause throughout the arena as CleanX, it feels like he just has that glide bomb in store for us. Hunting, searching, looking for where that next player can be, whom he can try and devour. Player lined up, it's gonna be Jimbo, slides right into his frame, but he wins it anyway. CleanX nearly for the 8th. Eventually drop at that A zone is all but theirs.
And CleanX does pick up that glide bomb, so that can be massive for Toronto Ultra. As we go deeper into this game, 8 points still not going to be completed.
Oh my
Till now, but Insight with some great shots. John takes him down from top church. Now he's trying to set up this pinch from top plat. Takes down Gravity as well. They're trying to at least chain these couple of kills together so they can potentially use this glide bomb to close out this offensive round. But with Paris Legion taking full control of top church, it's going to slow down that pressure.
Insight is in such a very valuable spot. He gets wiped away and you just see instantly what it does. However, CleanX, still some presence. I don't know what it is. That 40 is firing a little bit differently today in this series versus Paris. As we said, struggled versus the Atlanta FaZe. The SMGs overall for Toronto were by no means spectacular, but CleanX trying to keep up that same pace that he had in the search destroyed. Now into the control. Good work for Jimbo, however, cutting down one of the lanes that Toronto are constantly going to be siphoned in toward. And the rookie now sits on 3. We'll see if he can add on to this free.
He's going to find that kill onto Inside as well. Great shots from Jimbo, but the pressure is going to be here for Toronto Ultra. Temp and Gravity combined for 2. Now it's only Bance left on this side of the map for the Ultra boys. If your job is to simply stay alive, he gets taken down. And Jimbo also on a 5 spree. Does get shut down by Cammy, so with a minute left, Ultra up by 1 life, make it 2. That's gonna be 3 down in the feed. Temp has to try to go massive from this top church.
He at least cuts down CleanX, so that is a sweat off the brow type of situation if you're Paris, but the pressure still here. Jimbo cannot afford to give away his life, especially when all the players are lined up inside a radio. Giving those call-outs right now to the team. Jimbo, time and time again, finds himself in such valuable positions, but it's Insight there to drop him. Cammy with the great cover fire. Knows that somebody has just ran towards the plat. Cammy, guns forward, also will fall. And they run right into the jaws of that Paris Legion defense. One last good look at this, if you are Ultra.
Such big gunfight wins coming in from Paris Legion. 3 down in the feed, now with 20 seconds left. If you're Ultra, you just have to full-on sprint straight to that point. Bance does find that opening kill onto Jimbo towards that roof side. Just don't know if they're gonna re-temp in this corner. Temp finds the first, Gravity with a little bit of assistance to find the second. And with that 3 kills, Toronto Ultra are gonna fall short on this attacking round. And Paris Legion do a great job of just holding the line on the defensive side. Still keeps them in the lead by 1 tick.
Still keeps him in the lead, and as we said, man, just some great plays throughout that round from Jimbo. I mean, as we said, he starts off great, getting that first tick on B in the opening attack for Legion, and it just felt like in so many situations, he and Temp were just winning the gunfights. The ones where Toronto just couldn't afford to lose in, right? When you're on the attack, you're looking for to stream a few kills together. And they get halted each and every single time. Back-to-back defense, a little different from our Berlin control that we had yesterday, buddy. What, 5 attacks? Attacking victories? A little bit different to kick off this Tusky, but here we go. Second opportunity now for Paris. A few early kills go the way of Ultra, but standard stuff ultimately from this Legion attack. It's all about A.
Gonna be able to complete this first segment. Ultra right now keeping min-map control. Trying to potentially line this pinch up, but Tech cuts down 2. 1 player in CleanX, just gonna try to stay alive towards that field side. Now you have to retreat, give up this 8 point for free. Paris Legion are gonna be able to extend this time by a minute. Now 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. If you're a Paris Legion, the best thing that you can do on this map when you're trying to attack towards B is just complete those segments. Try to secure your defense just in case it does go to that round number 5. Toronto Ultra, full control of P5, full control of top fire. They're going to force all of Paris Legion to overextend the field.
And they're going to know this as well. Toronto going to be completely aware that that field side is the angle of opportunity for Paris, but despite that information, you like to feel like they would have. Caught off guard as CleanX, caught off guard as Cammy, but thankfully, Insight and Vance, the other 2 members of this team, are able to pick things up in the meantime. Gravity trying to be careful. Does sit on that 5 spree. Now make it 6. Oh, nearly makes it 7-1 away from the glide. Well, he does fall short of it. John is able to pick up from where his teammate leaves off. And great work again from Insight and Cammy, the ARs. Going big once more on the defensive side. Temp looks to handle business. Get something brewing. As we said, I mean, really, when it comes down to attack on really Gavutsu or Tuscan, it's about capturing that first zone. Give your teammates as much time as possible in what is a very tedious B zone to try and capture. So far, Toronto have held strong, but this could be an opportunity right now for Paris. John, slide, dive, doing everything he can to stay up. He falls as well. And again, Paris at that 50-yard line.
Toronto do a great job once again of just finding every single kill towards that P5 area. Now with the minute left, Paris Legion need to just figure out which way they want to attack this, because Ultra, they're doing a great job of just being such nuisances on this side of the map. Insight is consistently pushing out towards that roof side, which is influencing the spawns for Paris Legion to overextend every single life. Now with 40 seconds left, 1 to 2 more good pushes for Paris Legion. Temp does find that first kill. But you have 2 players from Paris attacking towards the back. If they can take down Vance, this is going to be their opening, but none other than CleanX to shut down that pressure. They find that 2-piece. Now they know that the players are coming from the back.
And the players are coming from the back. Jimbo, nice one on the CleanX, but he eventually gets wiped away. Last player that's going to be in the enemy spawn is Gravity. Trying to give as much communication out to his teammates as possible. Given the call-outs, knowing the sense of urgency that lies still at that B zone. No real damage gonna be done. And this is gonna be Toronto's round, 3 for 3 in defenses. And Ultra grab the lead here on Tuscan.
Ultra just did a great job of just filling in those gaps. Like I said, especially in control, if you go 4 dead, you're majority of the time going to lose one of those attacking rounds, but they were just consistently keeping the kills stagnant. Trade after trade around that P5 area. Insight and CleanX causing them so many problems. When they thought that they find that opening 2-piece, Insight always at least answers with 1 to slow them down. As Toronto Ultra take that defensive round, and now they have that glide bomb to work with on this attacking round. They can potentially close this out here. If I'm them, I'm just being super aggressive in towards bottom middle and trying to cut it towards that B point right off the rip.
I mean, do you go into this round thinking, yeah, we're probably gonna use the glide bomb?
Yeah, okay. 100%.
See when they elect to use it, and understandably so. Just go for the standard route. Know that they've got the advantage, it feels like, especially with CleanX on their side. Some good kills to the middle of the map, however, for Paris. John is able to take down 2. Eventually wiped away, but it's Cammy to answer with 2 of his own. Jimbo hops on the point for a second, and it's double kill after double kill. Rookie sits on 3, eventually dropped, and now Toronto again forced their way into that A zone, Jay. Just a matter of time. Paris, a lot of things to think about. When's that glide bomb gonna come through? How much do we want to try and push over at this A zone? And right when they think that, Toronto goes for the capture. They've got that minute, and unfortunately for Gravity, he's allowed for 1 to sneak on through.
Now Toronto Ultra down still by 1 tick. You have that glide bomb to work with. CleanX is gonna cut back, take down Gravity on the overextension towards field. A lot of pressure in towards B5. Insight able to come out on top in that engagement. But a 2-piece from Paris Legion now is going to slow down the players who are farthest pushed up on the map. Toronto Ultra potentially invest their glide bomb arm here if they can find a second kill. With Vance finding that 2-piece, I think this is the time to call it.
We'll see if they do. Toronto, they stacked a point. They're inside. Paris, they've got to be careful. This could be the game. This could be the game. They try to push in, but Inside has got some great cover fire. Oh, Inside's able to take it, but ultimately, everybody drops except for one, that being Tom Gravity. Seen everybody lying on the floor and recognizing he just made the play. The trades are in for Paris, but boy, was it dicey. A minute and 20 on the clock. Toronto right back where they left off.
And right now, the segments are tied. If you're Ultra, you just have to make sure that you outslay them on this round. 15 to 15 in lives remaining. You still have Ultra trying to attack this from P5. Gravity, the cutoff man, finds that first kill. The minute to work with. You see Cammy just taking his time in towards top radio, trying to allow his teammates to get into the play, but with him dropping there, you see Paris Legion gonna focus all towards this top plat. Cleanex does find that first kill. Insight with the second, but with Cleanex and Insight finding that too, Paris Legion answer with 2 of their own, and they shut down their push once again.
And if we are talking about that round 5, right, it is going to be tied. I mean, you just look at the overall difference, and right now it's Cammy. Cammy's being the difference maker for Toronto, and they will decide to go and call on the streak, so here it is. A high-risk play, but they do find 3 instantly. The explosion here on Tuscan.
Stack has to be here.
The stack is in Paris. They know
that
it's going to go the other direction. Oh, maybe not. One player was still alive, and Toronto somehow, bruised and battered, win that round. Who was left?
I don't even know.
Who was left?
I saw a 2-piece come in from Gravity. I saw 1 kill by Temp. And the last player just lays down towards that back alley, stays alive just enough to secure that point for Ultra. I didn't think that they were going to invest that glide bomb, especially when it was going later into this round, but with Vance, he has to be the guy that leads in the comms right there saying, I have an opening kill. Yeah. This is probably our time to execute this glide bomb. They find that kill, Insight finds a second, and then with Cleanex with the third, everyone just flies out. They play the stack, and let's just go back and look at it. We got to see the final seconds.
We got to see what happens. I mean, like we said, Toronto, they find that opening, like, okay, so it's a little scary. As you said, Vance gives the call out. He and Cammy combine for 3, and then we're thinking, okay, the round is over, but Paris strike through. Who was left?
Paris and every single player towards the back end. They were just trying to at least time their nades.
It was Vance.
It was Vance.
Vance was alive.
Just laying down, doing the dirty work for the team. Toronto Ultra able to clutch up in the control. And like you said, ever since they added Berlin, they could not win a Gavutu. They could not win a Tuscan control ever since Pro-Am. And today, they completely changed that narrative, come out and get a dominant win. Now puts them up 2-1.
Hey man, as we said, when it comes down to the major, now is the time to win some maps that you've been struggling with, right? If the records aren't looking pretty, come major time, this is the time to turn things around. But a great little moment there for Toronto. As we said, Vance, a great player. Doesn't always have to do it with the gun, and doesn't do it there, but my goodness, a 3-1 victory, a turnaround here on Tuscan so far for Toronto. It has been back-to-back. And can they make it 3 in a row, buddy? They got Tuscan HP lined up for game 4.
That's the thing for me. It's got to be the hard points, because throughout all of stage 3, they go 7-2, tied with NYSL for the best record in hard points throughout the stage. But then so far, at the major, they're 0-3. They lose to both of them yesterday to Atlanta FaZe. They lose the map number 1 to Paris Legion. And then even worse, the last time that these two teams matched up, when Paris Legion were able to walk away with it, it was game number 1, Bocage Hardpoint, game number 4, Tuscan Hardpoint.
Okay.
So that's kind of scary for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, obviously this has been the blueprint previously for this Paris Legion lineup. Obviously it's been some time since that series took place, but you know in the back of your minds, you have that confidence without question if you are Legion, but as we said, it is kind of a scary situation still if you are Toronto. You want to get through this first match, you want to get something on the board, and really you want to keep this crowd lively, man. Obviously, This is your home event, you got all kinds of things invested, you want to walk away with this, and don't allow for them to sweat anything unnecessarily. But when it comes down to this Tuscan HP, I want to ask you, players to look out for, we'll start with Paris first. Is it one of the rookies? Is it one of the veterans are you looking out for?
I'm looking at John. John is the guy for me that if he turns up to a whole different level along the side of Temp, who's been having one of the most consistent years out of any single player, but not results to show for it. If he can really step up for this Paris Legion, he's going to be the player that I'm watching on that side. And then the opposite, it's none other than Cleanex. The guy's been a man on a mission so far ever since that map number 2, goes massive in that map number 3. And now with the pressure from John, with the pressure from Cleanex, the biggest thing that I took away from yesterday watching Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta just came down to a couple key gunfights off the rotation. Atlanta was just doing a great job of just getting two-piece after two-piece. No one could really buy a trade, and based off of that map number 1, neither could Toronto, but now they have answered in this series up 2-1. Guns are a little bit more hot.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Not a game mode, you know, historically when we talk about Toronto throughout this season, that they've been able to rely upon in hardpoint, but as of lately, the reason why they find themselves with a great record at the Major 3 qualifiers with really the same 4-man lineup has been because of that HP improvement, as now they turn their attention toward Tuscan. And it could now be the time that they advance past the Paris Legion, or, like we said, when these teams matched up, Paris were able to take them down to the Major 2 qualifiers. It was because of this very HP that sent them the distance. Here we go. Tuscan hardpoint lined up and ready. Jay, who do you think takes this?
I think Toronto Ultra take this, man. Okay. I think they've fixed their mistakes from yesterday, and the biggest mistake from yesterday has to be their P5, where they're usually getting dominated. They allow the opposite team to get 30 points. They only average about 15. So they need to show adjustments there, but you can take a look at our stats so far in this series. Cleanex at a 0.8 versus Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and has completely turned it around. 1.14 so far. Here we go. Toronto Ultra. Starting on the better side, should start off with this initial time at P1. And for Paris Legion, P1 is their only positive hill on this entire map. So this is going to be a struggle for Paris.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We'll see if they look to try to make some adjustments, as it's an all-out brawl, a quick frenzy over at P1. Everybody aware of the very valuable seconds that P1 can hold for you, but it's 15 uncontested right now for Toronto, as Winsight still remains hanging out, maybe bruised and battered. The nade brings him low in terms of HP as Cleanex looks to try and fly some more. You can just feel it. This Ultra end is trying to apply some aggression. While Cleanex falls, it's the trades that still favor the boys in purple, and they have got every single second so far.
And Paris Legion cannot afford to lose these spawns, because on this map specifically, they are dead last in break percentage for every single one of these hills. So if you're the Ultra, you just have to make sure you're rotating early. And if you're Paris Legion, you gotta make sure that you're there, because you don't have success breaking in. You're gonna be early on towards this P2. A lot of pressure from Ultra coming in from this P5 top flat area. 3 players exactly. They're all gonna try to flood out inside. Finds that first. Cleanex with some great shots, not able to take down Jimbo, but this might be the opening for Vance.
Could be the opening for Benjamin Vance, the exact same position where he just clutched up for him in control. He's trying to go on a nice little spree toward the outskirts. Well, at least he frees up some time, and if you're Toronto, hey, make him work for it. At least allow for that time to go unnoticed. Be somewhat vacated. Insight still alive and thriving right now toward the plat. Makes it now 4 in a row, 5 in a row for Insight. Somewhat of a slow series. It's all been Cleanex, but now it could be his turn. Denies the seconds, and now Toronto back up and can be quite happy with the way they played that last HP. Vance more and more on the flank. Paris trying to handle what is a very pesky player.
John's gonna be the only player here from Paris Legion off the rotation. He does win that huge gunfight versus Cleanex, but the spawns for Ultra are still gonna come in from that top roof. Vance is gonna be the player to at least set up the flank. He finds that first kill, finds a second as well. But with him finding that 2-piece, Paris Legion do a great job, at least from field. They find the last 2 kills, and they are able to flip these spawns. This is the way Paris Legion get in the game.
It's the way they can do it. Here comes Jimbo rounding the corner. Still Toronto with those spawns. You see players coming in from field, coming in from roofs, coming in from middle. A lot of spawns to think about, but Cammy holds true. Hill gonna be open for the time tip. Coming around the corner, he drops as well. Nade shots coming in from pretty much everybody. A neck and neck game, and still 15 valuable seconds remain over at Fire, as the rotation is still going to be on. Toronto get awarded with the scrap. Gravity wins 1 through middle, and because of that gunfight victory, Paris have got the advantage, but they've got 2 SMGs who are looking to say otherwise.
Yeah. If you are Tep, you have to at least find one of these kills. Or at least the trade is going to be there from Jimbo. Cammy does come out on top, but the spawn's still going to be there for Paris Legion. I don't know if Cammy's going to be able to read this. A lot of pressure from Ultra coming in from side door field. With Cammy in this great position, he's at least stalling the time for his teammates to try to get back into this play. Sliding back and forth, unfortunately loses that gunfight to Jimbo. Now all of Ultra spawning out towards the front.
We know on Tuscan, right, there are a lot of hills where you can soak up some decent seconds. This one indeed is one of those hard points. Paris They could be looking at another break. Simp has actually brought out that M19, gets a kill with it on the inside. So that is something to think about as we approach P5. And right now, Paris finally able to break back into the hard point. It looked like a great break for Toronto, but ultimately it will be the HP that brings him back in the game. So all level, all square, as now we head to a very, very chaotic P5 now, Jay.
Huge one-on-one gunfight between Cammy and Jimbo. Jimbo's able to walk away with it. So Paris Legion are going to start off with this initial time. They win the battles off the rotation. Now you're forcing Ultra on their worst hill on this map to break on in. Bans and Cammy combined for 2, but still a bunch of Paris Legion players here for the trade.
It's a headbutt when we talk about Command Center. Back and forth we go. Pretty much a tie game as both teams really volley for position. Shots exchanged either which way. Nades tossed in as well. It's a microwave of shots. Everybody just a matter of time before they blow. Vance tries to make his way on through. Great work ultimately coming in from Toronto with the kills. Do value them. Cammy has no idea where he's being shot from. Where is Paris? Where is John? Takes away 2. And again, on Tuscan, it's about that second rotation to P1. Toronto valuing it. Paris do get those final few seconds, but let's go ahead and step aside. Second side of rotations, Toronto trying to close it out here. Let's go to a listen with Ultra.
Sorry, it's Jimbo.
It was one church. Nice. What's me, Jimbo? Jimbo, what are you doing? Inside you?
One shot.
I'm laying down.
Okay. Oh yeah, Jimbo on the heady. Nice shit. Already in. 3, under 3. Nice shit, 3. I can ult mid.
Touch time. I'm on top. One of the trees. I'm just keep got the chow.
Under left. I'm named their side. Under left. Left side. 10 top mid, boys.
Look at mid. Watch out that side. One weak actually. Go the tree now. Mid east. Hold him in. Outside. See my side.
Mid, Jimbo's mid. He's in church.
Jimbo.
You're making church.
One shot.
Yeah, I can get mid 5 here.
Go through, Toby.
Yeah. P5 dead. That's
nice.
I'm in church.
I was gonna be church.
I'll be top.
Didn't see anything flowers?
See anything top?
I'm in deep tank.
It's gonna be play green on me.
Listen, just come to
One push smoke.
Great little check in there with Toronto Ultra. You can see the boys getting hype and off of some great plays recently from Cleanex. He has been the catalyst for why the Ultra have turned up in that search destroy and in this control, rather in the control and now in the hard point. It has been triple Tuscans for Cleanex, having his stamp of approval right now in the game. Paris on the rotation. Have had spawns for Column, but they've really yet to get a ton of seconds at this one.
They haven't been able to get any time off of this Ultra, just putting a lot of pressure on through bottom church, through top flat. Not allowing Paris Legion to get any time. Now currently down by 37 points. Cammy doing everything he can. Great snap onto the first player, but that's going to be Paris Legion. Final 20 should go in their favor, but Cleanex is still here. Cleanex is still causing them problems. The remaining 15 is going to go towards the Ultra. Now off the rotation, you're going to see 2 players from Paris Legion hitting right through that roof side. They're going to be able to flip the spawns. John wins a huge one-on-one gunfight. Now Ultra have to try to break. You have 1 player pitching from field, 1 player pitching from that P5 area. Biggest kill is going to come in towards this top roof. If Gravity can just get taken down, this is the way Ultra are going to be able to execute this break. Now you have a pitch coming in from top fire, a pitch coming in from that top roof area. Paris Legion do not come out on top of these engagements. This is all Ultra.
And John, the man who made the rotation, has no teammates to rely upon. They keep dropping like flies. The veteran trying to hold it down in the back, but it's Insight there to cut him down. Ultra, as we said, have been able to take their time on getting on this objective. Jimbo, as aggressive as ever, tries to run right into the fountain, and Cleanex sniffs out Temp 2. Great little situation for Ultra, not getting the rotation, but breaking in at our last 2 HPs. Trying to put the chokehold on right now for Paris. And once more, it's going to be the battle for the rotations. Insight now sits on 4 in a row. Will accrue those final few moments of seconds, but it's now the rotation toward Church, and last time around, it was the same story. Vance and Cleanex trying to be the thorns in their side, while Cleanex falls, Vance still lingers.
Vance is the player to at least try to set up this pinch, hoping that his teammates can win a couple gunfights from the front, and Cleanex finds 3 kills in towards bottom church. Last player is going to be Temp, and Cleanex with another 4-piece to break on into this P4 hardpoint. All of Paris Legion spawning in the back of P2, but Bance is in the cutoff. Bance is in the cutoff. He finds another two-piece. Cleanex and Bance so far answering in this map number 4.
Toronto are starting to feel themselves rallying around this incredible crowd, knocking on the door of 200 seconds, and now it could be Cammy's turn. It could be Cammy's turn. A little 3-streak there for him. Toronto have also got that next rotation prepared, but Cammy cannot be stopped. Eventually will fall, but it just feels like Toronto, whether they've had the rotation or not, they are just not losing gunfights. They're going on sprees, they're breaking through hills, and at P5, they've got themselves set up quite nicely now, Jay.
And they're winning every single gunfight. You have Cammy who's cutting off middle of the map, assisted by Bance. Not a single player from Paris Legion is going to be close towards this point. 30 seconds away from closing out this series. Ultra just have to hold, but that's going to be 4 dead now for Paris Legion. They get the break. Now with 30 seconds, you have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out. You have to win a majority of these gunfights and win your rotation gunfights. With 25 seconds left, that's going to put them down by 60 points. All on Ultra. They're still going to send a lot of bodies here. Only 2 players left here from Paris Legion. They're trying to at least get this remaining 15 seconds, but no. John and Temp combined for all 3. Last 10 going to Paris.
Take a look, it's currently going to be a 2 versus 2 inside of that next point. Jimbo going to be found out. Vance drops him, and from there, Toronto sink their teeth. Now in toward the field, they cannot lose these engagements. If you are Paris, Toronto now just 20 seconds away from a W, from eliminating Paris from the major. Cleanex with another 15 more seconds now. Toronto trying to lock it down. Trades exchange as Paris starting to feel it, starting to recognize that this game, this series could be done. It could be over. The nade is out. Insight still hiding out. The AR is prepared. The final few seconds. That will be it. Toronto gets their W. This crowd was behind them the entire way, and they deliver a much-needed victory for them. My goodness, what a game and what a series for Toronto toward the stretch. Some incredible streaks across the board.
Toronto just made it happen on this hard point. In control from start to finish. They said, Paris Legion, your only positive hard point on this map is going to be that P1. We're going to make sure every single time we're early off the rotation, winning our gunfight so we can properly set up. Ultra just in control, like I said. When it came down to the rotation, they were winning a majority of their gunfights, and the biggest thing for me was that Ultra found success breaking into that P5. Every single time, whether it was the remaining 15, 20 seconds on every single one of these hard points, you always found Bance or Cleanex on a route thinking about the next hill. That is what it takes to win these hard points at this level. And right there, Toronto Ultra are going to continue to move on at their own major. Unfortunately for Paris Legion, I thought if you're all the way at the bottom, the only way to go is up, but a little bit more bottom they go.
Yeah, and we'll see obviously what that does. You know, man, Mack, when it comes down to champs, you want to be in those top 8 seeds. And I mean, again, going out top 12, it's not going to be the easy situation now for Legion to look upon. But like we said, man, just a much needed W for this Toronto team. As we said, the hard points have not been great. They're finally able to answer here on the Tuscan. It's a healthy W with that. I mean, it's everybody going off across the board. You saw Cleanex have an excellent performance throughout this series. He really invigorated this team throughout the Tuscan trilogy that we had in the center of the games. Great performance from him. And my goodness, Toronto just says, sorry, not sorry. Sorry, Paris, you had to be eliminated, but hey, it's our major after all.
The SMGs really stepped up. Like, Vance always found himself in a position finding the kill towards the back, but just his positioning on the map is so impactful for this Toronto Ultra roster, because when you're having Cleanex play at such a fast pace, his job is to just literally go forward, find 2 pieces, and probably sit a corner once in a blue moon. But for Vance, the guy that's always making the spark play, the guy that's leading in the comms for this team, he's winning those rotation gunfights. We saw him do it in the back tank for that P4 where he goes massive on that 2-piece. Little plays like that are what going to secure you maps And right there, Ultra, they get it done.
They do. They get that W. They get the W in front of their crowd as well. You got to imagine that's got to feel good for them. Well, that's going to do it for us. Now it's time to send it over to the stage. Bryce, who's joined by Kleenex. All right, thank you very much. Yes, I am on the stage in front of a very enthusiastic home crowd. Joining me here, Kleenex, first of all, congratulations. A little bit of pressure coming into this game, obviously, in front of the home crowd. Feel good to get that win under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, that win kind of sums it up for us. I mean, we had to get one under our belt here. I mean, the crowd deserves it. You guys are fucking amazing, so put that up.
I couldn't agree more with that one. Okay, from a positive point to a slightly negative point, I have to ask you about map number 1. What happened? You guys coming a little bit cold.
I mean, even the comms were just coming out flat. I mean, we weren't really just playing ourselves, and we were just putting ourselves in a shit spot, so pretty simple, yeah.
That's fair.
Simple one.
And that's another interesting question about this. Now, obviously, I got to see your walkout yesterday. I got to see the walkout today. Today, you guys seemed maybe more dialed in or just a little bit more kind of locked in. There was a lot of smiles yesterday, a lot of hype, more kind of a business day for you today. Is that something you talked about before or just a vibe from the team?
I mean, losers bracket is not a joke. You know, you have to come out with the fire, you have to smoke everyone you play, and you don't have a second chance. So, you know, dialed in, locked in, ready to business.
100%, and you did very well. I suppose I've got to ask, you're playing at your major, you're in front of the home crowd, they're very, very loud and enthusiastic about you. How does that feel?
I mean, I've been here for 3 years. I've been waiting for this for 3 years, so you guys are fucking amazing, so appreciate it.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. It was very impressive. We're going to look forward to see you in the rest of this tournament. The crowd is amazing. You're amazing. This major is amazing. Over to our desk to break that one down.
Bryce, you're amazing too, my guy, but locked in, dialed in, and these guys are focused, and the dub came shortly afterwards. It feels good to say Toronto Ultra finally wins the first series at their major, here at major number 3. Nameless, it was just another day in the office against Paris, right?
It was, and they fixed a lot of things from yesterday, right? Like in the control where they made that huge mistake versus Atlanta FaZe. Today it was way better. The glide bomb comes in, it actually gets a kill. They push over, they stack the point, they win there, so that's an adjustment. And also in that hard point, that second rotation of hills was clinical. They mitigate the damage when it comes to P2. They held it from the front and contested. They rotate to P3, it's a flawless setup. They dominated the next 2 hills from there. Like that stuff that we were seeing Toronto do in the stage 3 qualifiers when it came to hard point didn't translate to the Atlanta FaZe match. Now, obviously this is Paris Legion. It's the easiest match that you can have in the CDL. But for Kleenex to get going like that, that's what you need in round 1 of losers bracket, right? Get those jitters out in front of the crowd, and that's what that match was for. So I think they can make a run now.
Right, Ali, you're rocking a banner right now. Can you tell us who it is and what you liked about the players on this roster?
It got a little chilly, Vel. I had to warm myself up a little bit after that hot win from the Toronto Ultra. But you know what? I think the biggest difference for me was after yesterday in that series that they lost against Atlanta FaZe, it was like when they got in moments of being able to win, when they put themselves in a favorable position, they kind of panicked, right? From a cool, calm, collected Toronto Ultra, that's not what we expected. They came into today's match, even when they were in a position to win, it was down to the fundamentals, right? They were playing their teamwork, they were playing their game, they kept the pace in their favor, and they didn't panic at any moment, and I think that's why we got such a dominant W.
Because we saw them playing a little desperate towards the end against Atlanta FaZe, right? But Merc, man, what are your ultimate thoughts about this series here? And Paris are going home.
Well, yeah, obviously for Paris, it's been rough. It's been rough all year. But for Ultra, even map 1, right? Like Paris come out swinging. They really do. And, you know, Kleenex sort of talked about it. Our comms were off. You're in the losers bracket. It's no joke. Paris has played better on land throughout this year. Jimbo has played better. Temp's been great. I mean, even from that map number 1, Paris came out and they were just trying to take it to them. But to bounce back in the search and destroy and the control, that is the Ultra that we know, that we saw last year when they were at their best. You can win our game 1 hardpoint, but we are going to take it to you in the next 2.
You're right. Now, also, the point that you made earlier on, that's going to actually be the game field tactical play where everybody just put their bodies in that point for the win, Nameless. And they played as a team. They won.
I mean, it was wonderful. I mean, it was on the opposite end of the spectrum yesterday when FaZe was able to do it versus them. But you can see here the glide bomb comes in. They get the kill. Insight and Cammy open it up through Church, and they just stack the point here, and the rest is history. They get the control win, and that just has to feel so much better. A team that's been struggling in control throughout stage 3. They were 1-4 coming into this event in that game mode. and they've been having some tough moments. They've had some close controls, a lot of 2-3 losses. Their defense hasn't really been there for Toronto, but today they win that offense there, close it out, and that's heart-wrenching on the side of the Paris Legion.
And it was the same situation against Atlanta FaZe yesterday, right? They had the glide bomb, they had the favorable situation, and this time it just happened to work out, right? The play that they had in their minds actually went their way, and I feel like that's another story when it comes to Toronto Ultra. They know what to do in these situations. It's just about having the COD timing. It's just about it all going in their way, and that's what happened in that control.
Right now, ultimately, Paris Legion, I mean, we've watched them struggle all year long, but I do have to say, Nameless Man, the first map looked good. Merc called it out as well.
Listen,
this team, Tim was on fire, but
I get it.
It's like,
listen, they have some solid players. The pieces just aren't working. I mean, they're last in so many different categories. And if I'm being honest, if I'm the GM and coach of this team, I'm going right over to the passion
Go
pit,
to the challenger
and I'm gonna
side.
go watch these guys
There
and
we
just
go.
see what's going on, because there's not much time left, right? You've been getting bottomed out in all these tournaments. Like, you have to make a change now. But, you know, valiant effort coming out here. Tough playing against, you know, the team in their home crowd. But that was a winnable game. You come out, you go up 1-0, right? Like, you had confidence. You're just not able to close it.
Right, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far. Today was the first day of elimination games, and we have one more to go. We got Røkkr and Breach, but Ultra moves on along with OpTic and the London Royal Ravens. The top side of the bracket looks thick as well. Merc, you're not going to be on the desk for that series right there, Boston and Minnesota. I want to hear your thoughts about it. What's your prediction for this?
I mean, obviously, you know, Røkkr last night losing 2 search and destroys, uncharacteristic of them. But for the Breach, I mean, this is not an easy losers round 1. No. I mean, Breach was a top 4 team, right? And Major 2, they can play on land. We know that they can play with a very fast-paced, high-intensity team. You know, this is a Breach team that could take it to them, but they've been struggling in the Major 3 qualifiers. We'll see if they can turn it around here. But one of those teams is going to be top 12. That's pretty crazy. It's going to either be a team in Breach who's been, I don't know, a top 6 team all year long, or Røkkr who 5-0, and then they could go 0-2 out on land. So that's going to be, it should be a very close matchup.
Woo! For those of you that are Toronto Ultra fans, listen, this one is for you especially. Now you can look like the pros and play like them, and also support your favorite team. Team packs now available, and they're also on sale right now. Ali, if I'm a Toronto fan, I'm getting these immediately.
Absolutely, and
no
it's the
doubt.
most fire one on the lineup here, right? Like the blue and the purple. Heat.
It's the coolest one for sure.
It's definitely out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another series to go, Minnesota and also Boston. So we're gonna send this over to a break, but once again, I'm gonna give a big shout out to Toronto Ultra, the organization, for throwing this event, and also the fans, because things were getting a little bit loud at the end towards that series, and I actually love that. But coming up next is gonna be a match of the ages for the first round in this losers bracket. We have Boston, we have Minnesota Røkkr. I don't know what to expect, but we'll catch you guys on the other side for some more CDL action.
Y'all said I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in this movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't beat anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back, and ladies and gentlemen, this has been in Toronto for Major 3. It's been fantastic so far, right? But today has been something a little bit more special, and I don't know about you guys, but I love days like this. It's Elimination Day, and it's also Friday. We're having a good time. My name is Valley. We got Lando, we got Ali, and we also got Nameless. Yo, Lando, welcome to the desk, and I love having you on the desk. You know why?
What's that?
Yo, Lando comes so prepared.
Okay,
Look at
okay.
this. Yo, the notes are ridiculous. He nerds it up, but Lando.
I like me some COD, Belly. All right, I like me some COD. You're gonna hate on the guy for making some notes?
I love it, but you come prepared. So you just got it off of Toronto to getting a big win. It feels good to see that here, right?
It does, man. It feels good. Like, it feels so wholesome. Like to see Cleanex talk in front of the crowd. He's like, I've been waiting for this for years. You can just tell what it meant for Toronto. Obviously, after the loss yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe, has to sting, but they get a big W here versus Paris, and well, the grind is on now in the elimination break.
You know what else is a big W? This is Scuff's social giveaway, by the way. So for all of you that are watching at home or even in the audience, check this out. During Major 3, you've got a chance to win one of the brand new 2022 CDL Scuff controllers. It's easy.
Those are fire.
All you gotta do is follow Scuff Gaming and Colleague on Twitter, then tag a friend and reply with hashtag ScuffXCDL.
Yo, Val, you're gonna tag me, right? Because we're friends.
I got you.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm gonna be a real one. I'm gonna be a real one.
He thought about it for a second.
We'll see.
That's noted.
Now, when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, they're facing off against Boston Breach, and in my opinion, this is going to be the best series that we're going to have all day long, right? And when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, undefeated, online, got a big loss yesterday, and now they're here.
Yeah, I mean, with Minnesota Røkkr, it was search and destroy. This is the best search team in the CDL. They lose 2 of them yesterday, and they got dominated in both of those maps.
Dominated.
So they're going to be playing Desert Siege once again in this series. And what happened yesterday was Havok was getting caught early in the round. They tried to play hyper-aggressive, and LA Thieves didn't bite the bait. They sat in their spawn. They picked up those kills. And so for Minnesota Røkkr, it's going to be about adjusting now. Like, people know how you're playing search and destroy. They're looking out for the quick push by Standy, by Havok, and they're getting those first bloods. How do you respond to that in this series? That's what we'll learn. For the keys to victory, Ali, what do they have to do?
What's insane about that is they lost 2 SNDs to the LA Thieves, which SND has been their biggest issue this entire year. So they definitely need to bounce back from that and prepared for Boston's creative breakoffs on Tuscan Control. They've only done the standard A breakoff 5 out of 22 offensive rounds. So just be prepared for the unexpected and exploit Boston's offensive attack on Desert Siege. They've gone A twice in 29 rounds. They like to set up neutral. They like to play for that initial pick. There's a lot of VOD on Boston Breach when it comes to search and destroy, but you also can't count them out because they have previously been noted as one of the best S&D teams.
You're right, and take a look at Boston Breach right now, a team that got top 6 the first major, top 4 the next major. They're looking at an upwards climb, but the question is, can it continue on? They lose this game, they're out of it, Lando.
Yeah, they are, man, and it's crazy to think about that. As we talked about, I mean, 0-5 when it came down to opening hard points at those Major 3 qualifiers. You want to see the team turning around and really get some momentum on the board. We know this team, we know the potential that this roster has. We'll go and take a look at the keys to victory. First things first, play your life. They are last right now in non-traded kill percentage during those Major 3 qualifiers as well. They're going to need to have a great performance out of Zin, a .94 during those Major 3 qualifiers. He led the league in the Stage 2 qualifiers with a 1.33, and then finally, show off Berlin hardpoint improvements in that map 4. They are currently on a 4-game losing streak on that very map.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's like this team throughout Stage 2, including the major, they had a 16-10 respawn map record.
Okay.
That's incredible. It's one of the best we had in the league, and then up until this point in Stage 3, it's 3-10. So there's been a huge fall off, and what seems weird about it is that Nero is playing incredibly well.
Good.
He's so aggressive. Like, the chemistry of this team, it just seems to have fallen out. I think it really starts with Zin. And a lot of teams, it doesn't start with the Many-R, but with this team, it has been Zin. When he was super frying, they found so much success. So if he's able to get it going, this team has a chance.
You're right. Now, Ali, did you want to say something? I saw you.
I was just going to be to the point of like that first key to victory for Boston Breach was, you know, player life. And I think that's like one of the most frustrating sentiments I have when watching them, especially in Respawn, is when they're in the hill, they're always going for the aggressive chow, which like I get it to a point pushing out the lane once you have 4 dead. But like sometimes there'd be 1 player left in objective time going for the chow, going for the kill, rather than just playing their life in the objective. Because when you're not getting points, you know, make sure the other team isn't either. Sometimes your presence is more important than the kill. And I think that's something Boston Breach really needs to learn if they want to get back on the Respawn winning streak.
I actually love that. Now it's going to be time for predictions. I'm going to be honest with all y'all right now. This is rough. Lando, my man, who you got?
I don't know, man. This is a tough one to call because obviously you called it right. I think this is going to be one of the best games that we have of the entire day. I think just strictly based off of what we saw at those Major 3 qualifiers, I'm going to go with Minnesota.
Okay.
I don't know exactly a map count. I'll say 3-1. 3-1 Minnesota.
All right, Ali, you're going to rock with Minnesota, who was 5-0, or you're going to rock with Boston, who could show
Ali looks stressed. Ali looks stressed.
Right, Ali, who you got?
I'm so stressed. I mean, we've got Mr. Røkkr 5-0 in Stage 3, but then they come out, they lose 2 S&Ds to LA Thieves, so now all stats are out the window, and I'm just like, this is going to be a long series. This is going to be a game 5. I think I'm going to go with Boston just because I look at the map set, and I think it favors both teams, but I think it's also geared towards the fact that they're trying to make the SMGs and Nero and Capsidal comfortable.
Yes.
So I think Boston Breach will take this series.
I just thought about this. This match, we're going to have Attach and Zinni as the main ARs. Woo! Nameless, Røkkr, Breach.
I'm going to go with the Minnesota Røkkr. I think they're going to bounce back. I mean, after losing 2 searches yesterday, they definitely reviewed that VOD. This is such a good search team, like best all year long. They're going to come back stronger in this series, especially versus a struggling Boston Breach. This isn't Major 2 Boston Breach that we've been seeing, so I think Røkkr take it.
You know what? When it comes to the Boston Breach, I love this team, right? I think Zinni is a fantastic AR. Capsidal does Capsidal things, right? But Nero has been on a tear off and on lately. If Nero can keep up that type of consistency and Tease joins the mix, this seems to be dangerous, man. But I'm going to have to rock with Minnesota. They're looking so good. And I think that this team just ain't done yet with their, they want to start a new streak in my eyes. So let's send this over to the game. We got Minnesota Røkkr versus the Boston Breach. Let's go.
Four warriors. confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another game on our main stage. Our very last opportunity to say goodbye to a team, top 12. Coming dead last in the LAN, it's never fun, but somebody has to do it. These two teams don't want to, though. A lot on the line, points and pride, as they move further into our major. Well, let's get these teams on stage. And of course, coming up first, 5-0 in the qualifiers, but fighting for their life. Say hello to Minnesota Røkkr! Attach, Standy, Priestahh, and Havok.
I tell you what, man, this roster, we know the talent that they have got. They go 5-0 in the Major 3 qualifiers, a ton of talent on this team, but the guy that I'm looking out for is the AR for this team, arguably one of the best players in the game, Mr. Dylan Price.
Yes, sir. Attach has been on an absolute tear lately, and once again, I'm going to give a big shout out to Priestahh as well. This guy's been something different this stage, but hopefully they can keep this up. Bryce, bring out the other boys.
Thank you very much, Belly. Yes, well, our analysts think this is going to go the distance, and maybe the very best game we had today. Only our opponents will be able to tell us that one. Welcome to the stage, the new boys to the CDL. It's Boston Breach! Methodz, Capsidal, TJHaly, and Nero.
It's the Boston Breach, and they're looking to stop the dip in the Major 3, and the player for me is gonna have to be TJ. I feel like in Major 3 qualifiers, we have seen glimpses of him, who he has been able to take over maps. So if he can show up here on the stage with the maps that we got, I'm looking to see a new Breach.
And with the crowd going their way right now, Bryce, Boston wants to do one thing, and that's stay alive. Let's get this game started.
Thank you very much, Belly. It is time to get this game started. One more opportunity for these teams moving forward. And now over to our casters. It's Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Here we go, Chance. We're going to send another team home. God, these guys grow up so fast, already leaving the home, getting out of here already. We're shedding tears left, right, and center.
I didn't even save up for their college tuition fund, so it is going to be an interesting battle. I think a little bit less extreme than the series we had earlier in terms of CDL points, but Boston towards the top, they've been on the decline. Minnesota Røkkr towards the bottom. They have certainly been working their way up, but obviously, losers bracket, if you're going home, not a fun place to be because so much Call of Duty, at least you want to have left to play.
It's a tough one. I actually got the bump to the guys from the York Subliners and are saying, you know what, it's hard enough. It's Friday, man, come on. Either way, here's the maps and modes. Bocage to start things off. The Desert Siege, of course, for that searching story. Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan, who knows? Will we go the distance?
I don't know if that would be the case, to be honest. I think Minnesota Røkkr actually managed to drop a pretty godlike map set the entire way through. Berlin Hardpoint is the only map where it's actually Boston Beach has a pretty clear-cut advantage, but otherwise, this is wonderful maps that's coming out for Minnesota. I mean, on Bocage with this roster, 4-1. They're 3-0 on Tuscan control. They're one of the teams that's actually been pretty solid at winning those offensive rounds, even for the Desert Siege, since like the Pro-Am in Stage 3, 3-0 on that map, and Tuscan S&D is no different. So they have a phenomenal map record the entire way through, minus the map 4. So for Boston, it is honestly kind of tough to carve out a path to victory. They're just gonna have to play at their absolute best.
I mean, it's gonna be a true sweat fest from start to finish here, friends. Again, Røkkr have managed to win the coin toss. They're going to pick that Team A side. We will see how this all goes down. The desk said their share of things. Chance has brought his own notes. The gut is telling me all sorts, ladies and gentlemen, but that might be the delicious food we're having here in Toronto. For now, though, mate, this is going to be a tough one. Again, we've been saying goodbye to teams all day today. One more will fall here in this elimination bracket matchup. Røkkr have had a tough run of things, man. Of course, they had a fantastic look throughout the entire stage. Didn't drop a single series. We find themselves here on LAN in a nail-biting Game 5 against the LA Thieves. What went wrong, mate? What's going on?
Well, it was is Search and Destroy, right? So we talked about the fantastic map pool, even mentioned a map like Desert Siege. Well, that is actually where they were pretty poor yesterday and got picked apart. I know Havok has been mentioned a few times as getting first blooded, but if you get those maps back, you can run it back, obviously talk over those mistakes and sort of get rid of those like first land match jitters, even something Scump was talking about of like, it is a little bit different once you're back in front of the crowd to get one under your belt. Well, Røkkr at least have that, so even if they faltered on some of the maps before, overall still strong. I sort of expect a bounce back, but of course, when I mentioned even just the words like path to victory for Boston, even if the record for Røkkr has been incredible on a Bocage hardpoint, it is still Capsidal that has that record. It is still guys like Nero that have the utter pop-off like level performance where they just all of a sudden transform into the best player in the game. Obviously, they just need to capture that lightning in a bottle, and hey, then you can get that dub.
Well, that man on your screen there, Nero, one of the most explosive players we've seen in the Vanguard season so far. But ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. It is a Bocage to start the series off here. And again, sending one of these teams home. Let's get into this one. Hard point to start things off as we do. And again, the map record's chance they're close enough, but current form, man, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, again, though, that 5-4 for Minnesota Røkkr, who is a little bit different with previous rosters, 4-1 as of late. Now that they have a pretty strong SMG duo, they've been on a tear, and funnily enough, on this map, it is actually attached with the #1 overall KD, but admittedly, Capsidal not too far behind. I think he's number 3 or 4.
Well, let's see how things go off the rip. An interesting hit towards the riverside of the map. It's going to be seeing everyone fighting over mid-map control so far. Breach for the most time. Capsidal into the fight, he flies. This is co-partner in crime, Nero, doing what he can inside a hut, but Havok comes through, cleans those boys up, no questions asked. We're gonna take that hard point back for now, and we are still tussling for control of the top left-hand side of the mini-map right now. That's P2, but for now, well, for Minnesota Røkkr, get himself a sweep at a time. Havok, do what we can on the inside of R.
And I like the positioning from Havok as well, right? Getting the cuts through P2, able to direct traffic pretty well, and I mean, granted, it's only 11 total seconds, but on P1, that ain't bad, and of course, now you see Priestahh trying to make moves over towards P2, showing off a little bit of trigger discipline. Turns out just to be trades around the point, well, gets shot in the back and enough to take him down. Minnesota not able to flip, but with a very small edge going into new. Obviously, Breach looking to respond.
Yeah, Boston Breach, the white arrows on the minimap now, locking down the hard point number 2. Over the tanks we go, pops open. Capsidal, great work now on the back line. Oh, can't take care of Priestahh as P-Dog bites back. It's a nice series so far. Look from yesterday's performance as well. Zinni from the top rope though, guns a couple. Right back into the hard point you go. There's the lead change, Boston.
Yeah, good reads as well, right? Knowing that the spawn is coming in from Riverside, so knows he has to watch his back, and well, maybe not a fun position to be in, but hey, you're trying to collect the hill time until every single one of your teammates falls, and hey, nearly had the 180, but that is just trades on trades for Røkkr. Instantly there to break back in, and I mean, I'm not going to keep track, but already, what, the 3rd lead exchange we've had this game so far.
This is already looking to be a spicy 180. We're shaping up for a decent throwdown here on the cage, map 1. Kills going the way of the Havok and Standy duo so far. Stabber can't get any more as Boston Breach dug in well and truly at the backside of Grand Mars. Now, the rest of Røkkr trying to make the entries now. Flush these players out of every single corner you can find, and so far, Standy doing a decent job. You still have to worry about those spawns as Nero, whoa, was that the little beginning of the explosion that he can be?
I mean, hey, he just picked up 3, and Priestahh already by himself, and if you got the automaton, you ain't sliding in to break that hill. It is not easy to do by yourself, so gotta wait for your teammates to come off respawn, and the next go around for this attack. I mean, Standy, he's playing over towards outer like AS and D, gets a kill, but again, Røkkr haven't actually had any sort of pressure on this hill. Boston's collected all of this time.
Yeah, these boys are not having a good time in Granny so far, and that's a hard thing to say on this map. As Methodz from the backside. Typical spot to be in. This is a great contest out of Havok. Here comes the rest of Røkkr right on through the fight. Wallbangs are in. TJ with a pistol trying to stay alive as it's getting mixy indeed. But Standy will remain alive for now. Gets one other one with a pistol. Trades are bound and is back to back. It's a late break for Røkkr. They're going to get a couple of seconds here, but it's over the barn for next.
I mean, either way for Boston, that is pretty much as good as it can really get on that hill. That even though they lose the 10 seconds, you still get that rotation over towards new. Win a couple gunfights on the P2 side of the map, and sure, Standy's there for the trades, but just now has gotten towards the hill. Actually has players above him, and Boston actually a little bit of taking pressure off the actual hard point, and well, Røkkr taking advantage, Standy hanging out inside.
A couple of tags there on the head of Methodz as the rest of his teammates pick up those kills. Lead change again, and we're not going to keep track, friends, because it's only going to get bigger from here. 14-9 for Havok so far. Explosive start for him here on Bocage. Is looking good as the time's still ticking in favor of Minnesota Røkkr. He's got eyes on next as well. I love this play, but we'll see if this one works out. Again, Boston spawning top left-hand side of the map. P2 spawns not what they want. They're going to fight their way through that hill and over towards River for next.
Again, a very strange barn hill, right? Boston not really a ton of pressure on the point early on, and then I think Røkkr might have just misread the spawns and I mean really open up the hill for the final 20 seconds, but maybe they were just trying to be nice and secure for that rotation because they will be towards that river hill first. You get a player posted up in back L, you get one of your SMGs inside the hill, and well, you see the man that was on the tank. Havok does fall to nades, but you still should be able to get that early time as Standy finally moves his body on point.
Nero snaps in, not enough to get the job done. TJHaly, 6 and 11 so far, a little slow out of the cage from him. We'll see if he can get things going. Røkkr with a great setup for now. They've got the backside covered, a man in the point, and TJ trying to find a hole. He pokes his way through at least one. Trades are on point. Boston still, their teeth are in their way forward. It's just a little slow. They want to get things going now. Straight through the back line. Attach got them covered. All good for now. Back over to the hard point we go. It's open for a second, but Røkkr have done a wonderful job holding this river.
Yeah, and Methodz just doing a great job with the AR. Gets the players out of the point. Wins a couple big AR gunfights until Standy off spawn with the automaton as well. Comes back and picks up 2 of his own. So Røkkr right back in the hill, and I mean again, it's an incredibly tight game, but also about the biggest lead we have seen so far throughout this entire game, but only a 20-point gap. It is still up for grabs for both of these teams. I'd say for Boston, the main problem, it's just been the slaying. Capsidal again, the number 4 overall KD on this map. Double neg right now, he's got to crank it up.
As soon as he starts cranking it up though, we might be sending 2 pays to the sky. Here's where we go. Priestahh trying to find something through the back line. TJ getting things going. And Capsidal on the board for a mo there, trying to get himself going. And I wouldn't be too surprised, mate, if we see another lead change in a moment. But at this moment in time, Nero dodging, diving, and weaving his way through the back ends of Bocage. No one with that hard point time. Typical of what we usually see in the P1s, but for now, mostly dry for both teams.
And I say a nice little timing for a player to get in barn, and bad timing right there for Nero, just a fall around the point. See what Methodz can do is the main AR obviously knows the pressure's coming in from the left. He gets shot in the back, but I think TJ able to pick up 2. Capsidal not trying to control this river side of the map. And I mean, Boston maybe not getting the time on P1, but at least have a solid setup to be able to rotate over towards new. And if they can keep this pressure up and you got players push out AS and D, maybe able to convert some of this P2 time, or maybe Attach will find the round and flip the spawns as soon as the hill pops.
Top left-hand side of the screen, there he goes. Attach is in the backside of tin, and he's got himself in there. All he has to do now is deal with Capsidal. Will he find the shots? It's Capsidal playing this one very patiently indeed, but Attach, quite the veteran here on the roster. He's been around the block a few times. Your boy has seen it all. And there you go. He's seen Capsidal, and he's dealt with him indeed.
Well, that is the number 1 overall KD on this map, and Attach has been doing it with a bunch of different weapons. So he's certainly prepared for the day, but obviously you got to actually get this hill time, and both teams struggling to get inside of this hard point. It's not a guarantee, but this might end up being a game where neither team gets to 250. We're sort of dancing on that line.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20-something there on the game clock. We'll see how this one goes down. As then the kills coming through. Time ticking away now for Boston. We've seen the lead change, but now let's listen to it potentially happen with Minnesota Røkkr.
We gotta hit right, we gotta hold right. Top, watch out, Methodz. Top, going top, I'm going top, I'm going top. I can help you, I'm giving up. Top there. I'm pushing on top. I'm gonna hold all right. I'm staying on the steps, I'm staying on the steps. My front door.
Okay, I have left. Can you shoulder mid or no?
Watch out, TJ. Absolute top. They're hitting top, they hit top. 2 steps, 2 steps. One more. TJ.
Actually, back window.
I think he's top. Pop again in front door.
Left, dead.
Nice.
I have your steps. Yo, back. Shut up.
2 front door.
I have your mid, guys. I have all your mid.
Stay in the corner.
I have all your mid, guys.
All day to tools.
I got
window. Let's go back window. Nice.
Mid.
Yo, stay on this time if you can. I'm coming to help you. I get your tools.
Yeah. Nice.
I have tools. Stay in time.
Good time. I'm selling tools.
Hold this time. Hit front, I have tools.
I'm going to
Go on.
Nice.
I'm staying up tools. Stop. Nice.
I don't see it.
I mean, hey, that's a 30-point comeback from the Røkkr and then some, and I am loving the comms from Havok, right? Calm when he needs to be, but when he's screaming at that, 2 players up top, Attach knows the pre-fire, trust his teammate, and gotta credit Havok where credit is due, putting in some work.
I mean, what did Maverick say is you think up there and you're dead, and right now these boys are just acting on pure instinct. Standy attacks Priestahh, lighting up the feed. Røkkr getting it going. Over towards barn we go now, and it's looking fine so far. Will Breach find again the rhythm we've seen these two teams have against each other, the cadence set, as they undulate their way through this series? Will the lead change hands again? We've yet to see a break here on barn.
Yeah, I mean, a $5 word, maybe for a $5 moment if you don't get this break. Things spiral out of control, but hey, Zinni able to pick up 2. You got Boston Breach right back inside, and I mean, it's been 7, 8, a dozen, 20, whatever the case may be. That many lead exchanges. Røkkr started to go on a tear, but Boston trying to come right back, and it's TJ and Nero lighting up the feed along the way until Standy arrives.
Here comes Standy, looking to get number 4 now in a row. Capsidal, he may be the next victim. He fights one before Havok comes through and steals that one in again, and the time is ticking in favor of Røkkr again. Rotations may be down. It all comes down to this fight with the Attach.
Yeah, he's got to make the read as well. Ready for the spawn, but how many does he think is actually behind him? Because a couple players basically just spawned up on the squad spawn situation. Makes the read, can't win the gunny, and it is now all 4 players in the back for Boston Bud. That's in the back, not in the actual hill time, and Priestahh trying to be that cutoff man.
Priestahh's going in behind enemy lines. Finds one, looking for another there. Trades coming through. Well, this is the pressure now for the front side. Here comes Røkkr, and Boston, they're staying alive on point. Capsidal, he is having a tough game so far, 19 and 30. Into the point he flies, finds one, traded out once again immediately. Boston still with the pressure here. You got a lot of kills there on the Røkkr players. They're spawning in the back, but this may be the opportunity for Boston to get on the point.
I mean, yeah, trying to hold it from the front. Well, look at all of those nades pouring in for Røkkr. That is, like, moment of the game, honestly, right there is just for the fact that Attach and Priestahh winning some big gunfights, even when they didn't have the back spawns, and at least keeping the guys outside of the hill. So strong stuff for the moment, but only a 30-point lead. Boston trying to claw their way back, and I mean, we've seen it a few times for the Breach. They're holding those P2 side spawns on this hill, but they've also gotten broken on P2 instantly. You don't clean that up, you lose the game, and obviously that's 45 seconds away on this P1. You gotta keep the pressure up.
Havok looking to get streaks here. Good shots, one more, not gonna happen. Brilliant stuff either way. It's over the 200-point mark now for Røkkr, but we find ourselves in our 3rd set, and 50 seconds on the game clock. Keep an eye on that one. So this is important now for Boston Breach to get that time, stop the in-game clock, and try to mount the comeback. Crazier things have happened today alone. This is far from over.
I mean, they're working on it. Again, they might have lost those spawns for new, but I mean, 20 seconds on P1 is as good as it gets. The nades aren't coming through on time, so number 8, Nero, he's safe for the moment. Well, Standy's there to rip off his head and take him down, but still, if you can fight for the scrap, you take that scrap, and while Boston should get it all, so, you know, the 30-point lead drops to about 20, but still a long way to go.
Nero's starting to warm things up a little. We're into the final 30 seconds of the game clock. Boston Breach down the time. This is big work indeed. Over to P2, finding those kills, and of all people, Capsidal now starting to find the kills as well. Pulling that deficit right back. Nero heating things up, flying forward. It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. You've still got the hard point in the hands of Breach, and we may see a lead change.
Hey, this might be it, honestly. Keep in mind, this game clock might come into effect as well. It won't happen until the next hill, but you got to think about a lot of these things. You are jugglers in this moment. The contest is in from both of these teams. Methodz trying to stay alive, but the flank from Nero is there to take down 3.
Not over yet. The contest is there. That means the game clock runs. You have to clean these players up, get them off the point, and already things are looking even better now. 20 seconds on the last minute now as we dive into the point again, and Boston Breach have done it. They've taken the lead. Okay, now things get real spicy. Røkkr have got to start making big plays to take the lead back and then pull off the point and let the game clock end it.
It's going to be it. It's going to come down to a moment of just like when the game clock is too low, one team will have the lead by a few seconds and then jump off in the nick of time. Well, Røkkr just got that lead. Now the question is how much pressure they get. Cap's going to leave him, tries to go on the flank, and his teammate actually get those back spawns.
Oh my word, they got the back spawns now. The time taking in favor now of Minnesota Røkkr. They could actually win it here as well. So, oh god, it's going to be a spicy finish and grannies. Here we go. Capsidal flying forward. Hard point now in the hands of Breach. You still have Røkkr spawning in the backside as well.
And they don't know. They don't know they're in the back. No one has turned around. Finally, they make that call. So in the final moments, they do, but Attach gets taken down as well. You make the reads. Havok, the last one left, dead.
Lead change again. Breach now in the driver's seat. You have to make a clean break now for Røkkr to get the time out of them. And this is it. Final 10 seconds now for Breach. In you go. Kills come through. No one in the point. It's 9 seconds on the game clock. Røkkr now in control. TJ finds one. No more to be had. Røkkr are back on it.
You got to get the lead, and then you got to hop out or maybe try to make this balance. You try to fly in. You fall. 2 seconds left. Røkkr have the lead, but over towards New Boston there first.
Boston on the rotation. Can Havok get there in time to find at least one? Open up the angles now. Havok, Standy, finding kills. Game clock's open. It's a 1 second lead right now for Røkkr. You have to get the kills. Oh my God! It's going to come down to the game clock. Contest. Find a kill. Røkkr get the win. And that was a particularly spicy bocage.
Hide and seek map 1 champion Standy delivering. Do you remember the moment he had on Tuscan for Røkkr early in the year where he hops out of the point and cost them the game? He hops out of that point and says, I gotta get my ass back, hide behind that barrel, and win that game. And I'm not even kidding. If he doesn't get back in that exact moment and we go to a tie, everyone would have been flames at Standy, but hey, he makes the play. Boston not there in time, and that is a nail biter of the game number 1. We got the last minute for you. Good luck keeping track, because it is bodies everywhere around both of these points.
I don't know about you, friends, but I almost laid an egg. Woo! What a hard point that was to start things off here in this elimination matchup. The final minute, though, chance again. Pandemonium.
And all I want to do, honestly, in this moment is just try to keep track of Standy at least towards the end of this hill, right? Because obviously we know it's a swing. Boston get a chunk of this time. Røkkr take it right back, get a nice little lead, but don't have the rotations. But Standy number 1 of the minimap at the moment. He's over here flanking tower. He's causing problems. Honestly, wonderful 2-piece in that moment just to get Røkkr the time. But then off spawn, where the hell does he go, right? Starts from the back tank, taking route over towards P2, and I mean, again, the thing to look out for is he hops in the hill, hops back out, gets back inside, but wins a wonderful gunfight on Nero, and then it is about this final moment.
Oh my God, look at the time. Look at the scoreline as well. 3 seconds on the game clock. The contest is there. Røkkr have got to find Standy, and you bet he came out for a mow. He got straight back on that point. I think that Tuscan kept him up for a while, but man alive, what a hard point.
And again, right, just to give Standy all the credit in the world, it was a 2-piece at old, it was a 2-piece at new to get the win, but obviously Havok, 44 is not too shabby, 5,100 damage along the way. I mean, again, just looking at the map set, obviously, incredibly tight game, but Minnesota Røkkr now 5-1 since the Pro-Am on Bocage. They can put in some serious work.
All right, let's breathe the fire out of our lungs, friends, and now dive over to Desert Siege for Search and Destroy, map number 2 in this already very raunchy series. Okie dokie. While this is going to be very different again, maps have been, you know, we've got the stats, we've got everything here, but I feel like given what we've just seen and where we're going now in the series, all bets are off. Anything can happen now.
Well, I suppose, but at the same time, there has been a downtrend on Desert Siege for Boston. I guess that means, you know, you're definitely going back to the game plan, trying to figure things out. But certainly if you were a betting man, Røkkr, outside of yesterday, have been great on that map. But I suppose now that you think of that, you're right. All bets are off. An incredibly unpredictable game. I mean, I think what? Still the lower seeds are like 5-3 on the weekend so far. So you never know.
Well, we'll take a look at now the top performers in Search and Destroy going into this one. Eyes on the prize for these 2 champions for either side. They'll be the players to keep an eye on. Standy and Capsidal. Again, I mean, it's not a whole lot. It never is too much separating these two teams, 2 players. It's going to be a decent matchup either way, but we'll see what they can bring. Because chance, again, for Standy and for the guys on Røkkr, heartbreak last night against LA Thieves.
Well, yeah, and of course, that just means you want to try to mend the damage that has been done. But this is honestly, you know, 2 of the top players in the league when it comes to Search and Destroy. Both those hyper-aggressive SMGs, both decent collectors of the First Bloods. But you're right towards the top on, you know, 9 kills per round. I think they're both within the top 10, maybe even in the top 5 in that margin, getting a decent chunk of the team kills. So that is quite the battle that we have. Admittedly, when we're going on a map like Desert Siege, the ARs need to be present as well. But funnily enough, these are 2 teams that love playing the center of the map.
We will see a lot of center of the map fun and games. I think, you know, so maybe not so heavy on the snipe. So, of course, we've seen Methodz run a snipe at times. I'm pretty sure Capsidal can run it. Yep. And on the side of course, Røkkr, Attach has been looking fantastic for a long time. We will see, though, ladies and gentlemen, as we now dive into Desert Siege. Map number 2. If you've got nails left after that one, save them, because the series is far from over.
And it was obviously pointed out in the game fuel keys to victory as well. Boston Breach, they love their neutral setups. They've shown off a couple interesting looks as well, just like how they play around the center of the map. Not necessarily a bull rush in towards the actual building, but they do get a little bit mixy, pull out some creative stuff, and we'll see what kind of response Røkkr is going to have for the moment, whether it be the SMG battle in the middle of the map, whether or not the snipers get shown off towards the outside lanes, or maybe if Methodz can just be the guy for the team when they need him. I know he's had a few clutches on this map as well.
Indeed, I mean, don't forget what Ali said on the desk. There's a lot of footage of Boston Breach on this map. Let's see if those tendencies have been picked up. TJ with a boomstick now, looking to catch a head or two out in the dunes, and that is exactly what didn't happen. Priestahh, first blood.
Absolute beams. I mean, cross map, TJ's on a heady, and this is the dump. Oh no, he picked it up off his teammate. I was about to say, but Havok causing problems, standing right there. It is now a 1v4, and you got 2 guns, but do you have your life? He is completely surrounded.
I mean, Methodz is completely trapped on this side of the map. Finds one, can't get the second, beams out of attached there, and there's a swift round from Minnesota Røkkr. A kill for every member of the team.
It just feels so good for Priestahh if you're counting a sniper like that and you just zap him in the first 5-6 seconds of the round, open things up, and as soon as the sniper's dead, you see that for the rest of them, that just means freedom. We can go wherever we want, and they honestly just straight up sprinted at them.
Fast round indeed. We'll see if the same thing can happen now in round 2. We swap sides. That round took 28 seconds. Hey, fast one indeed, friends. Here we go though. Røkkr now on attack. Shades of A now being thrown. Mid-map presence heavily felt there by Breach.
DJ gotta hit the shot. Doesn't actually spot a player out there, and he's a little bit exposed, and well, there you go. Attach can't get the kill, but you don't have the angle just perfect. It can always be a little bit spicy. Nades coming out, does not connect. Bomb does get planted, no flanks coming through.
Standy gets the plant down. Here we go. 40 seconds. Trying to find the retake now from Boston Breach. It's going to be Nero, the point man now. First in to check every possible corner now of that overturned train car, and he hasn't found a single thing just yet. That's attached, get the fights going. First trades coming through, standing on top of this one. And now the clock ticks into the red. 25 seconds left on this. Boston Breach, 2 members left. Now it's a 2v2.
Havok in the back though, it's so difficult to read. He is going hunting, and well, his teammate actually needs to be careful as well. Because of the call, Cap is there, but now 2 players look in the wrong direction, but Methodz can't get the kill and no longer has enough time on the clock. Minnesota Røkkr, back-to-back rounds, convincing strat. And honestly, Nero, when he's standing on a bomb, attached, like he should have known that he was there right next to him, because that's where he's shooting TJ from up top, but Nero just not looking for it in time. And I know he's there for the trades, but obviously ended up just putting himself in a pinch. So I don't know if that's communication or just too difficult of a spot, but whatever the case may be, Røkkr 2-0.
TJ's now 2 for 2 on rounds where he picks up snipe, peeks forward, and gets caught at an off angle. So we'll see if he can't catch something here. Will Priestahh be able to take care of him again? Same spot. Priestahh this time though. Again, 3 for 3. They have got the perfect reads here on TJ.
Hey, from so many different angles too. It is the worst feeling as a sniper. When you are getting tagged up no matter where you stand, he is feeling the heat and his team is feeling the first blood battle. 0 for 3 for Boston. Nowhere to go, no safe spot on the map, and poor TJ, he has been just shot at from every single angle. Havok, gonna hit him with the next one.
Here comes kill number 4, potentially for Havok, and the flank is on either way. So whether Havok gets it or Attach gets it, the pressure is now on. Boston are in trouble. Capsidal has made his way through mid-map, and you've still got TJ pinched now in the corner. There you go, that's it. Now you're in serious trouble, son. TJ's got to go big here with a big shot. There it is. The collapse as Røkkr have absolutely flattened him. Here comes Capsidal though. First tag in, not enough to get the job done. Røkkr, 3 straight rounds.
Dude, and if I'm TJ, I am putting it away at this point. Unless you're going over towards A on offense, going over towards B is not fun. Couldn't even tell you where he was getting shot at from, because that time it wasn't Priestahh, at least not at the start, but I mean, he is literally just getting forced back in these rounds. TJ has not yet done a lick of damage, so gotta switch up the way you snipe. Obviously, you can still keep it out on defense, you know, make your call there, but on offense, it has not been working.
If you don't hit, you must have quit, which I think TJ's lawyer may have told him. Over towards the A-bomb site we go once again, but this time should be a bit more of a straight-up fight. Nades. I think Capsidal's head was spotted there by Standy, and here we go! TJ puts away the snipe, picks up the 40, finds himself 2.
Love the calls from the S&D, well, sort of lured throughout the scene over the years, and whether or not he's in his PJs, TJ can always get the first bloods, he can do it all, but now we get to see how Røkkr plays the 2 versus 3. Priestahh will take the free pick even though he doesn't have that bomb. And right now, Boston not too concerned about the flank, despite the fact that B is wide open. They haven't quite turned around. Cat maybe sort of feeling this one out, but a straight up 2v2, plenty of time on the clock. And Priestahh and Cap right next door to each other.
They're running circles. Oh, Priestahh in this haunted house of horrors. He may be the scariest thing. However, Capsidal's managed to escape. Slipped away for now. 30 seconds on the round. As Minnesota Røkkr looking to make something happen. Their attack has popped dead silence. Looking to now cover some ground at great speed. Zero sound. Capsidal manages to find one. No ace now for Thieves, but a beautiful bit of work as attach now makes it a 1v1. Oh, no! What the?
Before I could even talk about attaching the 1v1s, just instant on the I don't know what kind of laser vision he has. I don't know if that diamond popped up or his teammate actually, I think, might have seen him in that moment cross when he was on well, but I don't think attach saw him at first. That is either good comms or just like the beamer coming out of attach.
I mean, he basically hit nothing but head the whole time, but dude, that was melted. Nothing but sand there now. 4 rounds to nothing. Minnesota Røkkr looking wonderful here on Desert Siege. As attach is 3 spree. What a delight that one was. Super aggressive now here on defense.
Well, you can see clearly they've made adjustments to their S&D game plan, right? Or at least bounced back from yesterday. Now they got a double flank coming through. Methodz reads it, but way too late. Already getting death from above. In 2022, Havok is there, and he is ready for the next gunfight.
His automaton's going to poke around the corner in a moment, and that's going to be trouble. There it is, Capsidal takes care of it. 3v3 now, the bomb been planted, and Nero getting things going as well. This is a good look for Boston Breach. This is their round to now lose.
Well, Cap in the back just dancing with the devil, right? I mean, attach is here, but left alone in a 1 versus 3 now, 1v2, but I know attach is clutch, but only 25 seconds left on the clock. 2 different players to kill, posted up in corners. Impossible. He's on a 4, he's playing for the Glide.
Has to stay alive. If he gets a pick here, great. But at this moment in time, if I'm Capsidal, it'd be hard for me not to really think that I have a mental block against attach and I simply cannot kill him.
Never a player to stop being scared of, but at least Boston able to get on board, right? Bounce back, stop the bleeding. Make sure you don't go down 5-0, because if you're down 4 like that, like in my head, at least personally, I'm already thinking of like, dude, you might have needed that blockage. If the S&D is gonna go like this, that is a problem. So that 1-point heartbreaker in game number 1 could cost, but a little bit of life, a couple players now getting on the board, maybe a little bit of momentum on their side. You convert the offensive win. Now it's about clutching on defense. I know Røkkr have shown a few different looks. They won the elongated 2 versus 2. So Boston have certainly been close. You got to find that cigar.
Standy looking to speedily move this round along.
With an AR.
Prattling of gunfire all around him as well. I mean, he's trying to find literally anything there. Spots are Methodz.
And this is why, by the way, he has the AR. This is the gunfight he's willing to take. He will hang out here for as long as he needs to. Plenty of time in this round. Waiting for at some point Methodz to come back and overcommit.
Oh, wow. The timing is unbelievable. Capsidal managing to get at least 1. Gets out with a life for now, but there are players all around him. Movement is of the essence right now, with the first blood going the way of the Breach. Nero getting involved as well. The snap is there. Priestahh managing to stay alive up top. It's a 2v3.
Yeah, attached with the the beamer. There's the sniper we were looking for, and that's a 2 versus 2. A freebie though for Capsidal down low. Pick a corner, any corner. Now for attach, he's got a couple guns for the job, but similar situation last time. He's still, at least in the back of his mind, really thinking about that Glide.
Yeah, he's never going to expect these players to be running around holding hands, and yeah, you're right, he's still going to be playing for streaks. I would imagine post up here, get the sniper out, and enjoy the sights of Desert Siege, and see if a player may cross it. But for now, the final moments will tick down, and it's another round. Oh, wait a minute, it's not over yet. Here it is! Ziddy catches him out and ends the spree.
And a massive kill just to make sure the Glide is no longer a concern. You see, actually, Standy was still up top waiting for Methodz to peek back from tower. He never does, and Nero ends up cleaning up that kill. So strategically there, and shout out to Capsidal for the first blood, breaking him down in that round. 2 back-to-back, no streaks for attach. I mean, you're thinking when you're down 4-0, what, like a 10% chance of winning the game? It's feeling like just horrible. Well, hey, right now, back up to 30, 40%, a little momentum, feeling good.
1 round at a time, friends. Nero with the bomb in hand now. Attach from the grave straight into snipe. See if he can catch something here, as Havok is so aggressive, man. He is just all up in your biz, no questions asked. That's a shadow, that's a kill, that's an instant in and out. Oh, and he stays alive as well. Here comes Nero. Good pinch there from Boston, keeping things going. It's a 3v. Oh no, it's a 2v3. Oh my god, the players are dropping. TJ is sprung to life, standing now the last man up.
Yeah, and you just had Methodz playing with them, right? Just needs to bait out the shots and wait to gun him down. 4 in a row for Røkkr at the start, 3 in a row now for Boston. We have ourselves again.
This is certainly something. Desert Siege. One more round to tie things up and make it 4 straight now for Boston Breach.
Also, by the way, as soon as TJ put away the sniper, things have been so much better for this team, right? 5-5 now, started off 0-3. I think we saw him pick up a 2-piece there in that round with the automaton, so he has now found the right gun for the job. Maybe that'd be an opening for Attach to look for him with the actual snipe, because we've seen one of those so far, but whether or not that'll happen, over towards A, Røkkr, they've been clean on their bomb plants on this site. Capsidal, maybe a free pick can come his way though, because Priestahh oh so close to getting his head ripped off.
He just dropped from his perch now, closer towards that bomb site. Here comes the plant with that. We're going to see Boston have to spring to life. TJ looking for the first blood, not to find anything. Here we go, 4v4 retake.
Yeah, Priestahh's getting hunted, by the way. I mean, this is quite a few players looking to go on these flanks. They know he's going to be around this area. The question is, can Priestahh make the read, or can the nade come through for the first blood? Now you got a triple flank coming through. You still have TJ posted in the back. The trades are coming through.
Trades are coming through. It becomes now a 2v2 as Havok is shooting a ghost now out in the dunes. There we go. Standy makes it all down to a 2v1. 20 seconds on the clock now for Methodz. This is to force the team to map point Røkkr, as Methodz has been unable to clutch up, and he won't be able to get this one either. It is 5-3. Røkkr with the advantage.
Yeah, and I really thought Boston, because they had a player over towards the back, but TJ ends up getting caught. That is great awareness from Standy. So that is just almost simultaneously a bunch of little plays happening across the map. A difficult 3v4 clutch, but Røkkr delivered. They now stop the bleeding, and now 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the series. Nice plays on offense they were able to get.
Flow state nearly achieved for Røkkr there, but Boston have snapped them out of it with some great rounds. Can they find a couple more and make a real scene here on Desert Siege? Havok, what in the name of all things Pixels? He manages to spot that player through it, catches the tags out with his life, attached with the first blood.
Hey, that's the guy. That was the player Attached was able to get, was the guy Havok tagged up. So great coordination from the team. The comms, same as Bocage, flowing through between Havok and Attach, and well, it gets that much more difficult for Boston. DJ's found himself a corner, couple players around this area, Capsidal up top, but I mean, Standy right here, nice and safe.
It's that central building again. This is what we expected from both teams more, I would say, in the earlier rounds, but now as things get much more dicey, Boston playing far more conservative, not willing to let too much go.
Attach not showing himself, Standy not showing himself. I mean, yeah, there's the angle. Don't even know where it was from. Priestahh able to deliver now with 2 versus 4, and I mean, you're playing the bomb, but that does not mean you're feeling good about it.
Not at all. Standy's got eyes on. Here comes Attach. TJ's a dead man. Standy pounces. Methodz now trying to make it that bit easier for his squad, but it's all him. His squad's dead. It's a 1v3, a technical ace if he can get the job done, and oh no, hope in hell. Røkkr take care of business there on Desert Siege. They go up 2-0 in the series.
Ooh, shout out to the homework. They lose the siege yesterday, and they respond in a dominant fashion. I mean, hey, Boston at one point might have had 3 in a row, but that's only because they were making the adjustments, right? Well, one team adjusts, Røkkr does as well. 6-3 victory after the nail-biter of the Bocage, but now a massive advantage in this series.
A tremendous advantage to be had here at 2-0. I mean, that nail-biter was one thing, but 6-3 is a little bit more dominant chance. I think the numbers are sort of proving true here. The map record's certainly working out for Røkkr, looking far more like the team that led them to this moment than the team we saw last night.
And I think I mean, the SMG duo, especially Havok in map number 1, absolutely lights out. Well, he does his job, couple first bloods, and obviously Attached with the 9 kills. And I mean, what? Pulls out the sniper when he needs to, rocking the automaton when he needs to, gets the first bloods when you need them. Just a very solid, well-rounded performance for Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, good stuff indeed. Now we've Got to control, mate, and this is where things get wild. Tuscan coming up next. Berlin hardpoint if we have to go the distance, and again, at Tuscan Search and Destroy if we have to go all the way. But ladies and gentlemen, the way things have turned right now, Boston, they just can't seem to do anything right. It seems to be stacked against them, mate. Røkkr looking magnificent.
Well, look, at the very least, Boston, like that Berlin hardpoint, if they can get there, is a fantastic map for them in the series, but they have to get there first. They have a 6-5 record on Tuscan Control, but as of late, Minnesota Røkkr have made that their map. So I think Røkkr right now thirsty for that 3-0.
We'll see if they're going to get that first quench it again as we've got that control coming up after this break. Will this be the last we see of Boston Breach here at Major 3, or will this be the beginning of a magnificent comeback? We'll find out after this break.
Let's go, let's go.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Map number 3 between Minnesota Røkkr and Boston Breach. And hey, as I said before the break, this could be the last we see of Boston here at Major 3. Something's in the air here in Toronto, and we love it. Spicy games abound, but this is it. Do or die for Boston Breach.
And now I'm trying to just think back, because obviously when I talked about Desert Siege earlier in Minnesota Røkkr, I said they were 3-0 recently. Literally forgot to include last night when I looked at the stats. So now when I said they're 3-0 on Tuscan Control, I can't remember if they played it yesterday. But whatever the case may be, they've certainly been lights out on the map and have been converting some of those offensive rounds. So 3-0 or 3-1 or 4-0, I have no idea, but good. That is the important part. So Røkkr map, they want to close it down because obviously, well, the Berlin hardpoint is a good one. Very much so for Boston Breach. So you want to end it in a 3-0 fashion. Don't want to roll the dice on a potential map 4 or potential map 5. No Boston comebacks today. And of course, if you're Breach, hey, you get this one. You're feeling great about the rest of the series.
This is it. This is the beginning of the comeback right now for Boston. It's all been laid out. It's been set in stone. Will the prophecy come true? Standy's first blood gets things going nice.
And another thing from the game fuel keys to victory, right, is the fact that Boston never go with any sort of standard A push. They're always trying to play at least a little bit with mid over towards B, but Havok, he was ready and waiting. Gets that kill, and well, now he's got all the time in the world to flank.
2-man stack over towards A. They're going to get that one done pretty fast. Teacher's going to leave this one to push those players out. Havok's already on the pinch. Nero gets a tag in. Not enough to quite get the job done, but for now, you're all good. Second segment A taken care of. Oh no! It was a pixel away from being finished. Standy's there to pick it up. That should be it. There we go. 2 segments down, 1 to go.
And you, again, see though, they always want this pressure over towards B, so I think right now, they're waiting for that moment, maybe to try and hop this point at the very least, drag Minnesota Røkkr back to this side of the map and look for an opening, but Standy trying to close that one down as quick as he can. He has now returned to his spawn, and I don't know if you're actually gonna read this. They are trying to hunt him down. You try to hunt down Standy, you better be ready for that gunfight. Couple trades coming through, and this is a lot of effort and maybe to no avail.
Yeah, Standy's so hot right now as Havok trying to clear up Methodz, finds it. Plat's now all his. Keep things going now. Big tags out, having to take care of the second. 5-1 right off the rip now. So far, so good. You are looking towards capturing A now for Boston Breach. A little bit of pressure in towards B for a second there, but they should be able to get A done at a minute, 2 o'clock.
And obviously, you know, 6-5 record on this for Boston. They've been solid all year, and you certainly like the idea of, hey, if you ever find the moment to just make the break over towards B, any tick you get on that zone is a very much welcome one, let alone capping the entire thing. So you respect the attempts, but couldn't quite find enough kills to make it happen. But now it is the full focus of attention, and well, you don't gotta read the corner if you got a gunny like that. TJ waking up on the deck.
And here we go. Methodz and TJ that have stacked the point now. This is something Boston have not done in the past. They've not been the best at doing this, but now they're getting the job done. The clock has stopped. The first segment is cleaned up. Pressure now from the front is gone. It's the flanks now as Attach opens the point up. It all comes down to TJ. Nero on the tactical retreat. Backs up, tries to help out. Havok guns him. Havok can't get both though. As the pressure, they're alive and well on the point. There is 1 segment remaining on B.
Oh, Cat, yeah, just trying to make the play, but hey, you get those 2 ticks, you're already feeling great, and hey, 11 lives, minute 15 to try to make something happen. Obviously, a lot of map control you have to now make up for. Minnesota have a nice spread across the map, but you just got to try to take the time and break it down. Not the best start with TJ gonna fall, but seems for the most part, Field is going to be that call. Methodz maybe with a late pinch through P5, but Methodz just waiting for his teammates.
Can't take too long though. They've only got a minute to get this one done, and this is interesting. They get the trades coming through. This is going to slow the hit from Boston Breach. 8 lives remaining. 7 now on attack. A big kill there from Capsidal to keep that presence forward. Trying to manage that real estate is one thing he's worrying about now. He's dead. 6 lives left for Boston. Just over 30 seconds.
And Røkkr, they might have to like figure out how to wrangle this, because right now only 1 person potentially looking towards P5, now make it 2, but they don't have the numbers for the moment depending on how fast Standy flanks.
Here comes the pinch. Standy's coming for them cheeks, flying in the back line. Gonna get 1. There's a second as well. Standy, brilliant job. No lives left, 20 seconds on the clock, and that has sucked the wind out of the sails of Boston Breach.
And just a really good call coming in from Minnesota, and honestly now Standy on a 5, so he can be thinking about that glide. So right now, TJ, not a kill you want to feed, but now just 1 away from getting this streak. So an interesting moment certainly in this game. Clock winds down, no extra kill for Standy. So, I mean, two things that are major that just happened. Boston get 2 ticks, that's fantastic. Standy, though, the opportunity for something potentially even stronger. The glide bomb for an extra play, but again, just great timing for Minnesota Røkkr just to sort of suss out where the push is going to come from. Didn't have a ton of pressure over towards P5, takes an extra couple seconds. As soon as they figure it out, well, ends up being perfect.
Again, in the long run, not a bad round for Boston whatsoever. As you touched upon it, they get 2 segments on B with a full A cam. We'll see if that comes into play later on in that final defensive round. But until then, we will see now what Røkkr have on offense as they man a 3-man break towards B. And it looks like Nero's got a read on this one. We saw the door. Here come Røkkr. First up's Havok. Nero finds the first, tags her in the second. Still has pockets full of stuff to throw at them. Maybe doesn't even need it. Great kills out of Nero.
All of that, though, was just to get Standy that kill. He was the last man in line, baiting his teammates as hard as possible, and they delivered. So I think that's a calculated play. Maybe you don't get the progress over towards B, but you will take the glide for the long-term game. So they're thinking long, and now thinking short, or maybe actually still thinking over towards B. They get a little bit of pressure on this moment. You still have to read the late flanks, and if Attach ain't turning, this play ain't gonna work out.
Oh, Standy frying right now. 14-7 on the death there. 45 seconds on the clock now remaining as there we go. In towards A. Minnesota Røkkr plant themselves. Nero, though, fresh off a respawn now, trying to get himself into the fight, picking up the flank, stunned up indeed. Standy now has the comms, he knows he's there. This is a good hold out of Røkkr. First bit of progress done, halfway through the second.
And Boston right now sort of debating, do you want to make the call to hit it? Well, yeah, Nero waits for his friend through you, and they do, and well, you know, it doesn't work out at all. Both get 2-piece, that'll be A secured, and now players are flying over towards B. Havok already behind you, well, Nero ready off respawn. So maybe nothing too crazy. Maybe about 1:43 on the clock is Minnesota now trying to gear up for their next push.
They take care of A, an additional minute to play with now. Standy doesn't check a corner, and well, there you go, he's dead. Minute 35. 20 lives for Røkkr on the offense, 22 for Boston defending.
And now the debate, I think, is whether or not you want to try to call in the glide just to make the play, because keep in mind, they are down 2 ticks. Do you want to set up to make that play? Do you want to just play it out and see if the kills fall into your lap? But whatever the case may be, that is an ongoing conversation. It's right now Røkkr, 2 players working this flank. See Boston certainly ready for it.
It's the exact same play call we saw Toronto Ultra make, where again the glide is the start of the push. For now, Nero, Capsidal doing a great job on the back line, flushing those members of Røkkr out, makes safe the backside of the map. Now all eyes forward, get ready for the next hit from Røkkr. And again, time ticking, less than a minute to work with now, and 17 lives for Røkkr.
Well, everyone gearing up through P5, getting ready to go. All 4 players trying to group up and get nearby, but Methodz there in the back, ripping heads and shutting that one down. Sort of the awkwardness. If you try to do this on offense, if it's your SMG that normally leads the charge with a glide bomb, it makes it that much more difficult. So they have not yet made that call, and this is a super tight setup for Boston.
Firing squad for Boston right now. They're not going to let anything get through, and here come the ARs. Watch out, though, those 30-round magazines, they deplete real quick. There's the first kill. Standy now making his way, entered the death screen. Up next now, onto the point. Priestahh there, catch, tip of his head, taken care of. Beautiful shots out of Nero. 5 spree for him, checks the corner, gets the kill as well. 1 more for Streaks.
I mean, hey, get the bounce back. That is the response that Boston needed. And honestly, way too good of a setup to try to break down. Through a wall might be it. Number 7, he is waiting for it to fall in his lap. And Methodz might be just a little bit of bait.
Oh, here he goes, and he's a little bit more than bait right now. Finds a kill at least. Here we go. Oh, no, wow. It was so close. Yet, we'll give the round to Boston either way, 1-1.
And yeah, I mean, 1-1, but a 2-tick advantage, right? So Boston definitely have maybe not a sizable lead, but at least a slight advantage so far in this game. And well, if Nero connects, then any little bit of action that Røkkr could have had with the glide, you have the instant response. So we already saw Standy able to convert. Get to see what Nero's able to do, and we've talked about their unconventional hits, almost never just have a straight up A hit, and well, this is the time to not be conventional. Find some way to feed it to Nero. Last time it was 3 players baiting for Standy to make it happen. This time Nero gets capped.
Capsidal, he's going in. They've deviated from course. They're going to leave those 2 players over towards B alone, and this is interesting. We're going to see some special stuff. This could be it. Out of Boston, they've pulled those 2 defenders now away from P5 through mid-map, and they're never going to expect that 3-man church hit. What happens next? We're still trying to find that kill.
You're just never going to know where Nero is in his spot. So many players in church, and if you ever try to make that hit, Nero can just play patient to try to get the kill. So this is a super difficult spot for Røkkr, who you can actually see have completely backed down on the map and are now posted in the back spawn. Maybe 1 player in fire, but They're trying to do everything they can to not feed it to Nero, but here comes the kill, converts, the glide is in. The long-term play again pays off. Both of these teams playing smart.
And this is wild. I mean, while all that was going down, and you know, Røkkr scratching their chins, looking for him, all of that, TJ's been sitting chilled in A. He finds himself a few kills, gets himself the point. 2 minutes and 12 seconds now to work with 25-ish lives either side. This should be an interesting hit towards B.
And you actually have plenty of pressure in through Church. You've got the reads on P5. You are not worried about your flank. You are just flying forward. An unfortunate start, though. TJ wins that, and maybe the floodgates open, but no longer the case. And now to be back towards those stuns and attach 6 and 14, and maybe an example as to why.
There we go. Slow things down. Hits the radio side. Tags are in. Massive kills out of Røkkr once again. Standing now to clean up. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Forward you go now as Capsidal keeps them guessing. Never let them know your next move. 20 lives either side. 1:30 on the clock to work with. And Standy on a 3 spree. Could be getting more streaks.
I mean, hey, you never know. And again, just the unfortunate situation is have the aggro SMG with the glide bomb in the back pocket. I think if you're Røkkr, you need to make this round on defense dominant. You can't give up a single another tick. You're already down by 2. Need to try and be perfect, and hey, for the moment, delivering a small but noticeable 3-life advantage, decent chunk of map control.
There you go. Still holding the line down though. 2 clean kills there from Boston that opens up the Church side of the map through the field. They will fly. The backside of Church no longer safe. That's where Røkkr is spawning. But for now, you've cut them right down the middle. If you deal with one player, that's good enough. You may be able to dive on the point. You still have to worry about the flanks.
Yeah, Priest is going to be the man on the flank, but that's also an AR player that might want to take his time. It's a couple players on point. This might already be another tick coming through. Nero here for the flank. Nero here for the wipe. Now you might be able to stack this point.
You've got at least one player on the point for now. Nero's going to be the front line. He has to hold these players back as long as he possibly can. Here comes the next line. And Standy investing the glide. Will it be able to flush both players off the point at the very least one? There we go. Open point for now. 10 lives either side. Here comes the fight. It's not over yet.
I mean, hey, dude, you get the extra tick. You just burn the glide from Standy on defense. You're already feeling sweet about how this game has been going. Still though for Røkkr, it is not over yet. You gotta make sure you fight and close out this round. You still need that advantage. A little bit of an interesting setup. Couple players on B. You have what, Capsidal in an interesting spot. Everybody up gearing in through P5, gearing in through Church. Boston's got to worry about the flank, and well, they got to worry about attacks too.
Dashy still, he's starting to get things going. That's a 4 spree now. 12 and 17 overall. Looking to catch a couple more in the final 20 seconds here of this round as Røkkr looking to put another one under their belt now. Here on defense, there goes the kills. Havok trying to find a few more. 10 seconds left. Just keep Boston away. No, thank you. Good day, sir. I do not want to talk about nothing about Boston right now. We'll take the round win, and we'll put ourselves on match point.
I mean, dude, and this just goes to one of those very interesting times of a Tuscan control where, yes, Røkkr have that 2-1 lead, but it sort of feels like Boston have that advantage. They've done all the little things right. They still have the extra glide. They've burned it on the side of Standy. Of course, though, that being said, if Røkkr ever have a play towards B, if they ever get a 4-man wipe, they are still one of the better teams at converting around on offense, but right now, Boston, they have to take advantage. They're favorable to get the defense in that final round. You just cannot collapse in this one.
Yeah, Boston must win this round. It sounds insane, but a +6 tick advantage right now. To lose it here would be a tremendous spit in the face of the incredible work they've done so far here on Tuscan Control. 4 spree for Havok. There's number 5, and dare I say it, we may be looking at more streaks.
Yeah, and well, this is just going to be problematic. He even checks his corners, and well, not enough for the glide. He gets taken down. Super important kill for Methodz to be able to get, and all that comes off the back of Boston. You already see the game plan. It is no interest in the slightest of defending A. They've had tight setups over towards B entire game long, showing off a different one, and funnily enough, Nero completely by himself, picking up pieces over towards A while his team now making moves. They're trying to get a blunder set up.
I mean, yeah, look, the one moment they were like, hey, we can hold B for as long as we want for additional 2 minutes, but I'm feeling it. Let's hit it. And is it going to work out as the kills start coming through? I'm getting a little worried, though. You're investing a lot. This is becoming a little bit more of an expensive defense now for Boston. As things start to get a little dire, we will see the A zone go down. Let's go for a quick listen in with Boston Breach.
I got one in. Another one in. He's going bomb Church. Havok's a monitor. Bomb Church. Yep, Havok's a bomb Church.
Yeah.
He's one, I think. I spawned Church early.
Back in aBeZy. Nothing left right now.
Okay, I'm back out.
Then just keep on that. It'll be green, right? Or you have it?
Yeah, I'm green. I'm watching it.
Watch the back. Then go Church alley, then go Church alley.
Yeah, they can go well P5 here.
No, Havok in the back.
Then I'm backing up.
I'm pretty sure it's in the back.
Watch green, CDL. They're going to stack point. Get ready to glide.
Glide down. I'm gliding.
Oh, wait, green.
Okay. Two on time. One's top green and one's back our spawn. Okay, the guy's on. Okay. One's back our spawn though. Like, nice. Yeah, one's back truck. Last guy, back our spawn. Okay, uneven him. He's still back our spawn.
I'm pushing mid. He's on point. I'm one shot. I catch him. Listen, I involve mid. He's backstairs. Let's hit him. Listen, I involve mid. I got mid. Back tank. Yo, he's right. One shot. Mid truck. He's going 14 V6. Mid upper green church.
And you heard a little bit of awkwardness in the setup. They're trying to figure it out on the fly. When you're forced to call on the glide, it was not great timing. And well, now you got a clutch on defense, but Nero is there. Røkkr getting close to the point, but they get taken down. So hey, they might be doing this on the fly, but if the gunny's right, they're delivering.
1 minute left now for Boston Breach to stay alive and force that final defensive round. They've got to do this all over again in the next one, ladies and gentlemen, but they've got to get there first. Røkkr now on the precipice, finding that opening to get onto B. Kills are there. They've got all their players up for now. Tatch stays alive, gets out, still trying to draw the aggression of the defenders forward. Now, through the church alley they go, onto the point. If they can get a couple of kills to open this up, this could be huge. Here we go.
In Boston, if everybody's in the back, you just have to take your time and let the gunfights come to you. Capsidal, though, wins a massive 2. He does get traded out. Røkkr still 2 bodies nearby. The next SMG comes through, and Boston hold strong. But again, when you have tight setups like that, church alley has been open, and Røkkr have been putting the pressure on, and obviously 9v7, they might be able to do this on kills.
This is not over just yet. No, still. Here comes Priestahh. Forward he flies. Stops the clock. He's going to draw those players in. Here comes the hit. Oh my god, he didn't check it. His nades from his teammates. Oh my god. Priesthah's in. Kills are there. They're going to dive on the point in a moment, but is it going to be enough? Havok on the back line. Finds at least one. There's at least Nero coming through now as well. Church alley wide open. Minnesota Rockers reinforcements flooding forward. Here we go. The second segment is gone. Methodz cut down. Oh my god. Røkkr, they're on the point. Capsidal's the last man. They've done it. Minnesota Røkkr. Whether it was the point or the kills, they had full control in that final round. And we will say goodbye to Boston Breach in an incredibly decisive 3-0.
And one of the most painful ways to lose on Tuscan control defense is losing on lives. The battle of how aggressive do you want to be, but Røkkr took it to him, took him to task, and it is the SMG duo again that led the charge. 34 real ones for Standy. Havok not too far behind, and I mean, hey, Boston sort of played the meta game well, but in that final round, it came down to the TDM game, and well, Røkkr just delivered the hot 3-0.
The Stavok duo putting in solid work there indeed on Tuscan control, and man, that is a stinger for Boston. They did everything right in the first 2 rounds, chance a +6 in the tick advantage, but they couldn't get near that final defensive round. Wow, Røkkr, congratulations on that 3-0. Commiserations, Boston Breach. They will dip out of Major 3.
And you know, it seemed like Røkkr sort of in those final moments hadn't quite like to a T figured out what those setups were going to be, but a lot of times Boston, the only thing they were leaving open was church alley, and well, Røkkr was finding that as their like point of attack to actually make progress. So it wasn't a perfect suss out of the setup, but they certainly started to make some plays. But again, 34 for Standy, 29 for Havok. I mean, hey, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, 3,000 plus damage each. The pair of them putting in great work, and that was you know, problem solving on the fly for Røkkr, getting to identify those weaknesses in the setup there that Boston Breach had. They really made it work in the end there. So, woof, lordy, what a series. Here are the highlights from Tuscan Control, and we needed to see some special stuff out of Boston, and we really did, but that is the way Control crumbles. It can all fall upon you, especially on a map like Tuscan. We've seen it on Berlin. It's a cruel mistress.
And you know, we're only getting a 30, 45-second glimpse of the comms, but it seemed like Boston a lot of times just figuring these things out of the fly, like having the conversation of what's open, what could be happening, and definitely the conversation is good, but a little bit too slow. We saw moments like that for Røkkr where they're figuring out the setups and breaking them down. Those are the Standy flanks that are coming through. You like the work they were doing just to get Standy the glide, the double baits coming through, so I'd say super efficient work, and just on the strategic front, Røkkr just a little bit ahead.
Yeah, Røkkr finally starting to look like the team that got themselves here versus the team we saw last night, and I've said it before and I may have to say it again, but there we go. They certainly got things going in this series, and they will advance deeper into this tournament, and it is getting grueling indeed, mate. That lower bracket is stacked. More on the winners matchups tomorrow, but until then, we've still got one more to play tonight, but there we have it. 3-1 in the control, 3-0 in the series, and that is one Bocage hardpoint that we will never forget.
And I think what happened last night, right? A couple teams we didn't expect to fall, guys that were phenomenal in the Stage 3 qualifiers. Think of your OpTics who lose to Florida, your Røkkr now have the response. Toronto, well, it's not like they were, maybe expected to win against FaZe, but a bunch of these teams getting those bounce back wins and maybe things making just a little bit more normal here on Friday.
What is normal here in the CDL? We may never know. A man who may know, though, is on stage right now with Bryce. It's the man himself. It's Havok.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yes, I am joined on stage with Havok. First of all, congratulations. A great series. I know the fans are very enthused by it as well, but I do have some questions, some hard, some easy, but let's get into it. First of all, you went 5-0 in the qualifiers. Huge step for your team. And kind of slipped up at the first bit out the gate here at the major. Like, what happened yesterday?
So yesterday we just made a lot of like under pressure mistakes on the Berlin hardpoint, and our S&D was super flat because I think we were overthinking that, like other people are studying us. But today we went back to our roots in S&D and it paid off. We stayed confident and we kept doing the play calls that we usually do. And yeah, our hardpoint and respawn was looking good. Our comms were good. Everyone's shooting straight. So.
Yeah, well, obviously that will lead to a win today, so works out well. The next question I have is probably a little bit more complicated. Now, you have an interesting history with the CDL and its teams. So what made Minnesota the right team to join now?
We're the best, yeah. I always had a feeling that Minnesota Røkkr would be the right fit, and I had a feeling like when I was in Challengers that they would hit me up if they kept struggling. So I wanted to hold off on that because I feel like I just fit right in with their personalities on the team. And I've always wanted a team with Attach and Preston, and then Eli is just this young kid that I feel like I can mold into a really good player. So that's kind of the main reason I wanted to join them, and I was patient for that, and it paid off.
It certainly has paid off as well. I know a lot of people are big fans about you being on the squad. Kind of one of the things I want to talk about coming into this major as well, huge win streak coming through here. Did that set the team up correctly, and what were you kind of looking for to make sure was solid running into this event?
Yeah, so the 5-0 was really good. We really needed the points to try to get in that top 8 contention for champs. Like that's the main goal is getting the champs. So we really needed that, and then coming into the event, it was definitely a big confidence boost being 5-0 and being super comfortable in S&Ds and stuff. Like I said, if we executed better yesterday, we would have won that. But now we can make a losers run. These guys are known for it's never chalked. So like we can make this losers run one match at a time.
That is very true. You have got a long losers run ahead of you in a very stacked loser bracket. My last question kind of relates to something you said to me as you walked onto the stage, actually. The kind of the difference between Challengers and the CDL, one of them is obviously schedule. What else have you noticed kind of in the big leagues?
There's a lot more preparation for matches that I wasn't really used to besides the elites and challengers. So just kind of like hard countering strats in S&D, like watching a lot of VOD on the other team before you play them, because you have so much time before your matches. So I'd say that's the biggest thing. And it's just a lot more structured, you know what you're getting into.
Awesome, all right. Thank you very much for joining me on here on stage. I'll let you get off and chill out and relax and celebrate with your team. We're gonna throw this one back to the desk. Break it down, Billy.
Thank you so much, Brycey, my man. All of Minnesota's rocking right now with a big sweep over to Boston Breach. Bring out the brooms, baby. Boston's going home. Minnesota's moving on. And like I said, before, man, they're trying to make a new streak. But Ali, what are your thoughts about this?
I mean, it was just a tough matchup overall. I feel like there was a very slow start on the side of Boston Breach, where on the side of Minnesota Røkkr, they came out with the fire, right? Like some of the plays I feel like I was watching out of Attach as a player were just mind-boggling to me. Like when it came to Bocage, like I just watched Attach hit one of the craziest P2 rounds. He went all the way deep river, deep into spawn. He hit the deep cut, checked the corner, went into 10, just to flip Boston Breach out, like just to get some time when they were down and out. So some of the plays these Minnesota Røkkr team is making in these situations are just, I mean, the fact that they're thinking that far ahead into the game, you heard Havok talking about it, where there's a lot of prep, right? And when they're in game making those shot calls, like they're all on the same page, and he feels comfortable with that team.
And one thing too, I feel like it ultimately just comes down to the opening Bocage. Like that was a huge momentum shift possibly in this game. And the one thing too for Boston that you have to worry about is that you're faced off against a hot Minnesota team who we know is great in Search Destroy, and then that control record. They now sit at 7 control victories in a row. Like I said, that momentum I feel like was there. They had the opportunity to bring back the game, but Standy made the play, and I feel like really Minnesota rode that from there. You saw Havok talking about it in the, during the interview. He's like, hey, we learned. We were playing things a little bit too far-fetched. We were, I guess, kind of trying to hard counter our own strategies. We went back to basics, and it really worked out from there.
And Nameless, I want to ask your thoughts, but while we do that, let's throw Havok's stats up on the screen right now. The man definitely deserves it with a 1.36. But ultimately, Nameless, man, how are you feeling about this series that we just saw?
I mean, I love what I saw. I mean, especially in the control there, like on that last round on that offense, that was beautiful, guys. Like, let's talk about pressure. A team that really, their pace is what was holding them back in respawn. Well, on that round, that was elite pressure. That is so hard for defense to try to regain control of the map, to try to put you in that trap. They were not able to do it. How many times do we see Havok flying out of radio, winning that first gunfight? Standy pushing through church, winning that first gunfight. That is how you win an offense on Tuscan. They're able to do it. And then the search and destroy. Let's talk about what he said in the interview, how they're working on hard countering. There are a couple rounds where Boston, they were pushing all together. We saw TJ get a two-piece. I think it was round number 4, pushing upside train side. Well, what happens? They respond by just wrapping around, trapping them, clutching up in a 2v3 because they know if TJ pushes up and gets that first blood, they know the rest of the squad is going to be there. That is just them reviewing VOD, making a heads-up play, something they weren't doing yesterday. But I'm confident this Minnesota team, how good they've been at search and destroy. I knew it was an uncharacteristic loss to the LA Thieves, and that they would respond accordingly today. Exactly what we saw on that stage.
It's all about the bounce back, baby. But speaking of which, we have a Scump play the game, which is the last rotation in hard point. Minnesota's rocking it. S&D respawns like they're doing it.
Was insane,
Tell
guys.
us about it, baby.
Like so on this rotation here, well, prior to what you're seeing right now, Capsidal made a crazy play. He rotated all the way over towards tower, gives him the spawns in the back. It's just a frenzy back and forth. And then on this rotation, if Standy loses that gunfight to Nero, I think Boston Breach run away with it. Nero had the jump on him, but Standy with the snap, man, wins the Gunnion. I mean, this is just pure chaos in its finest, pandemonium. The comms had to be ridiculous in the final moments.
Thank God Standy got back on the hill, right? We saw him almost make that play again when he ran out. He literally, we can see it in the camera, he stopped and he was like, wait, I have to get back in. And he whips back around on P2 to get back into that contest, just lays down. He's like, I'm not making this mistake again.
I gotta say though, like if Capsidal didn't have such a slow start on that map, they might have been able to go up. I mean, it's tough, man. Like he's just playing by himself at times. Bocage is a little bit mixy over map. He's used to going out there and just being able to slay, but teams have caught up. Teams are so good at Bocage now. We're seeing teams like Atlanta FaZe lose that map. Like the meta is changing, right? Before people were just flying at the hill. Now rotations are starting to be more of a priority, and you know he's having a rough time, that's for sure.
Major 1, top 6, Major 2, top 4, Major 3, top 12. Let's take a look at the bracket right now to see how things have been voted as we have one more series on the day. Take a look at that. Elimination round 2. We got Røkkr versus Ultra, OpTic versus London. Yo, Lando, this is so good, man. This is exactly what we wanted.
This is exactly what we wanted. I would say my pick'ems by no means look exactly like this. I would say I've got quite a few things switched around, but man, we have got some grinder of the games still left in the way of OpTic Ravens to look forward to. One thing that I'm super excited about as well, I know we're not going to have it, but Røkkr versus Ultra. That is going to be the Battle of the North in Toronto.
Let's go. That's an S&D
gauntlet. And Minnesota travels well. And there's quite a few Minnesota fans out here too, man. So I think that's going to be a grinder of a game too, Bell.
All right, Lando, you're not going to be on the desk for this series, right? But we have OpTic Texas, you know, your hometown state, right?
That's true.
Facing off against the Beans and Toast Boys in London Royal Ravens.
Beans and Toast Boys, all right.
Who you rocking with?
I'm going to stick with OpTic Texas, man. I just feel like they're going to be able to walk away with this series. I'm very impressed with the Ravens. I think they are going to be coming through with the fire, but I think OpTic's able to hold them off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Lando himself. Coming up next, we have the last series of the day. OpTic Texas are looking to make this loser bracket run something special, but in their way right now, it's the team from overseas, the London Royal Ravens, to find out if London can prove themselves as a better team on the other side of this break. See you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we made it all the way to the end of day 2. And shout out to the audience right now. We see you on the floor. Toronto Ultra Major 3 has been spectacular so far. We just saw the Boston Breach get swept and teams are going home. But this series right here, it is yet another elimination match. We have the London Royal Ravens playing against OpTic Texas in an old school esports NA versus EU battle. And we have Chance on the desk. Chance, you have OpTic hitting that main stage once again, 1-1 this event.
And I'll tell you, man, like they had the perfect bounce back after their performance last night. And I suppose the exact same thing can be said for London, but it's certainly the way these teams have stacked up. OpTic, without question, in my mind, have the edge. That means London, all 4 players, need to be at their Sunday best.
Yes, Nameless, looking at this roster, man, all they're talking about Prolute, let's throw that out the window. We had a good game last series. But heading up against the London Royal Ravens now, we're talking about a squad that has good teamwork. But the question is, how do you think OpTic matches up against London, or the other way around?
I think that this is like the unwinnable for the London Royal Ravens.
There we go.
I mean, this is a team that has not been able to win Control, going up against the best Control team in the game. That Berlin Control was masterclass out of these guys. I mean, when you look at this roster, you have Dashy who can just take over games. You have Shotzzy who takes over games, but it's been Scump time and time again in the pivotal moments of these series who's been popping off. Like, for OpTic Texas, this should be business as usual against the London Royal Ravens. Their key is basically when Afro pops off and he is the playmaker, when he's in front, he's able to win them games. He's not going to be able to do that against OpTic Texas. So for the game field keys to victory, what does OpTic have to do, Allie?
Well, they have to get back to hardpoint success on Tuscan, right? They've lost 5 of the last 7 Tuscans, and that's going to actually be game 4. So that's only if we even get to that point and convert your first bloods on Bocage SD. London beat NYSL 6-5 on Bocage earlier, despite finding 3 first bloods. So it's just about converting that man advantage. And review what went wrong in the Tuscan Control yesterday. They lost 3-1 to Florida, 12-3 on this season. Losing a Control is not usually in the likes of OpTic Texas, so I have no doubt that they can sign that one under their belt in this series.
I bet you they can find out what went wrong in that Tuscan.
Yeah.
It was Skies and Awakening.
Right now, they're going to be facing off against the London Royal Ravens. Now, I have to say it, Chance, I really like seeing Nasty pop off like that. Why can't he do that on a consistent basis, man?
Well, I mean, I'd say the main factor is like when they lost Gizmo early on, Harry sliding in hasn't been quite like as dominant as a Slayer as Gizmo was.
True.
You lose a little pressure on one side of the map, it makes everybody's job just a little bit more difficult. So, I mean, hey, these guys can do it again. When they're at their best, they can absolutely fry. The only problem is we've seen that like twice in the past 3 or like 2-3-ish months. So, I mean, I'm not going to count them out. I'm not trying to predict anything that happens, but make no mistake, if they're not at 100, they're not going to win this series.
And when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Nameless laying on this, man.
Afro needs to continue being a playmaker on the map. 1.17 KD versus NYSL. Rarely will we put that much pressure on a single player, but there is a lot of pressure on him. He is the playmaker. He has to be first in. They had so many players that were bottom in engagements. That changed in their series, and they found success. Built up hardpoint success from last series. They beat New York in both hardpoints. They lost 11 of 12 prior to LAN. Win the Gavutu hardpoint breakoff being on the favorable side. Teams who outscore opponent on the first hill, Gavutu wins 71% of the time. So take advantage of that if you have the good side when it comes to Gavutu.
All right, baby, it's time for the pick'ems presented by none other than Zenny Blue Blocker. Shout out to them as well. You can get your own at zenny.com. Nameless, starting with you, man. Are you rocking with the overseas guys in the London Royal Ravens or the home country team, OpTic Texas?
Well, I mean, we are in Canada, so it's not really the home country, but I'm going to go with OpTic Texas. I think they're going to win this in a 3-0 fashion.
Home region. There we go.
Home continent, there
Allie,
you go.
who you got?
If I'm going to go the safe bet, obviously I'd pick OpTic Texas, but I feel like going a little bit rogue today after what I saw from London, so I believe the Ravens are going to do it.
Okay. Okay. I like it, Allie. I like it. Chance.
OpTic.
OpTic?
No problem.
Hey, you know, I'll throw on the OpTic Zennies right now, and I'm seeing the future, man, and it's going to be an OpTic win. I love London, but this is going to be a 3-0. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get the last matchup of the day going, okay? It's going to be the London Royal Ravens versus OpTic Texas. Let's get it going.
Players in every single corner of the map right now. Dude, London is Afro.
charge of the legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time. One we go. Dashy coming through in the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another game here on the main stage. It is the last, but it is not the least. Friday's been fun, but one more time we get two teams on our main stage. One of them has been upset this tournament, the other has caused one. We'll find out who goes further in this one. The wall and the tower are about to go to war. Let's get it started. First up onto the stage, the green wall, OpTic Texas! Scump, Shotzzy, Prolute, and Dashy.
These guys made a statement in their last match, winning in 3-0 fashion. Scump has been taking over games in Search and Destroy, trying to make a case to be the best Search and Destroy player here at Major 3. These guys are trying to make a historic run in the losers bracket. It started with LAG, and their next victim is the London Royal Ravens. We're about to find out if they can make that run. Bryce, let's bring out the next team.
Well, OpTic is sat against them, a team that still has an awful lot to prove. The Jubilee is on, but will that give them a good look? Welcome to the stage, the London Royal Ravens! Zero, Nasty, Afro, and Harry.
Mixed emotions from the crowd, and I don't know why, because I absolutely love him. Yeah, Harry's sitting in for the team outside of Gizmo being sent back, but you know what? I feel like when Afro was playing the way that he was earlier on, this London team is actually a problem. But I'm going to tell you right now, keep your eyes on that boy Nasty. That redhead right there gets absolutely filthy in the lobby. If he catches on fire, I really hope that this London team can stop the likes of a player like Shotzzy. Bryce, let's get this last game going.
Oh, we'll get it going indeed. The odds may be stacked one way or the other, according to our analysts. But only on land do we find out the truth. Over to Mack and Maven.
Thank you so much, Brycey, ready to get rolling. And, you know, they mentioned Afro in this on one side. Yeah. He's got to be an absolute monster. He's got to wreak havoc in this matchup somehow, some way.
No, he does. And I mean, you know, Nasty has looked a lot better on land. I feel like every time we watch him, you know, Major 1, they got top 4. You know, Major 2, they probably wanted to be a little bit better. But listen, this team, they have what it takes to beat whoever, you know, whoever is in front of them. It's just going to take a lot from every single person. You talk about Afro, right, because the sub duo, but then the other side, what we just saw Dashy do against the Guerrillas just a little bit earlier today. The ARs of London have to be on point as well, but this is why this OpTic team is just so scary.
100%. We've casted both OpTic series so far this weekend. You know, we saw the bad in the loss to Mutineers. You saw them bounce back in the most recent series and what they can do against LAG. Getting a lot of eyes on them this weekend. Just kind of overall thoughts and feelings.
For what, OpTic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know what it is with Florida, but obviously that matchup just doesn't seem to go their way. I don't know, you know, if it's just Awakening in Skies, what, you know, the confidence that they have in that series. It feels like they make them play at a very panicked level. But you wanted to see a good bounce back against our Major 2 champions, and that's what we saw. They looked comfortable in every single game mode. And well, you know, we saw a lot of Tuscan. And we're going to see a lot of touching on the back half of that series, but starting with Gavutu, Bocage, Search and Destroy. We saw that Bocage earlier for London. You know, they were not getting a lot of the first bloods, but they still won that in a round 11 fashion.
Well, you saw the big stat really for London. I mean, they lost, what, like 11 to 12 hard points or whatever it was coming into this. You know, they were able to take 2 in the last series. Can they get off on the right foot here in game 1, or will Scump and OpTic be simply too strong? The crowd will be behind them. You know they're going to be roaring. We'll see if they can bring it, but yeah, Dashy, Even though it's 0 kills in the search and destroy, so puts up a 1.6. In the map 1 we go, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto, let's have us some fun. Dancing on the map like Shotzzy. Up Scump. Well, popcorn, nade. Take 2 out to kick this off.
Oh, he finds number 3. Zero does get behind enemy lines, though. Zero, they don't know where he is quite yet. He's just trying to find Prolute. Prolute able to dodge that. So Zero, you thought he was going to be able to make the play. Not able to do so, but buys time for Harry, Nasty, and Afro to all find kills. With Dashy, the last man standing. Behind 3 kills for Scump. They hit 17 points, but a nice bounce back here for London.
Oh yeah, 100%. You get back into the swing of things pretty quickly, considering that nice opening from OpTic. Now, what can Afro do? He has been an absolute terror with the MP40 in his hand. The timing, positionings, the instinct, it has all been on point for him. And he's going to need a monumental effort. But with 5 seconds left on the hard point, let's start to focus on both sides. Harry's POV, and he's taking off shins.
And you play a map like aBeZy, a lot of autos. So kind of what we talked about, having Afro have to have an insane series, it kind of takes it out of that a little bit. Obviously, you want him to pop off within the MP40. It's just tough to do on this map, right? You can get caught in the blender with the positions of the auto, so you kind of look at everybody else, and this slows down maybe the pace of what OpTic is used to. They've been great on aBeZy all year long, but for London, maybe that's part of the strategy.
Well, let's see if they continue to hold. Prolute just trying to look for any crack in this armor, and he finds an opening. Shotzzy there as well. The push up top. Keiko get the tracking on point and take down the kill, but it'll be Dashy into the hard point now as the contest will come in. Just trying to chip away at this early advantage from London Royal Ravens, and Afro, the slide cancel around the corner. A little funny out there as well, but Scump, the pistol, up to the task.
Yeah, and over on rotation, there's Nasty, and that's what he's been so good at. I mean, he's just always in the right position. It feels like he knows where he needs to be on the map. Well, he's gonna get set up here at P3. Is OpTic the furthest player forward? It's looking like Dashy working towards lower beach side. I don't know if he was spotted. You have Zero inside a ring. The rest of OpTic kind of working through the flank. It's a very slow push. It starts though. Harry's able to find one. Shotzzy with another one. But Zero inside a ring, just kind of lurking, looking over his teammates.
The nades though able to hit. Shotzzy's able to take him out. Zero though still ringside, like you said. Just trying to hold this key position on the map. He gets about 12 wall bangs, but eventually the flank will come through. Now a little song and dance from Afro. The help over the top from Nasty, but the nades from OpTic continue to hit, trailing by 16. That time it's the flash.
Well, I mean, what a play by Shotzzy. He hits the nade, he's able to get inside of that boat, and then, takes 15 seconds away from London. Now, if you're OpTic, you get set up for P4. Control ring the way that they are. Not allow London to get this time. They're even finding scrap time. That's 3 dead. There is 1 player, and Nasty, but a big one-on-one win by Prolute.
And that's what you want the guy to do. Coming in when gunfights like that. A key one to get them set up early in this hard point. He gets ready to pop. OpTic now down 5. And we're on Dashy's POV because he's lurking mid-map, just trying to stagger this push, slow it down, get whatever picks he can or information, but he'll drop, should spawn safe, but now the pressure mounting here from Royal Ravens, they look to get intel.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna try to put pressure on front. Okay. Zero able to line them up. That's gonna open things up. Can you get Afro on the hill with that MP40? That's when he can make plays. Harry trying to go on the flank, able to snap on to 1, finds the second. But still, you have a lot of OpTic presence here, and they just can't get to the point, right? Usually you see a contestant and you're hoping to set up that spawn trap going from P4 to P5. So far, though, OpTic holding on.
Yeah, at most they've been able to get a chain of like 2 kills. It just haven't been able to find that 3rd or 4th, get any kind of finality. Okay, that's how I'm saying it. There comes the push on through. So look at the final 15 or so seconds.
Prolute gets through, and he gets his team to spawn on him. His entire team spawns both sides. The squad spawns come in. We saw it earlier today. It happens once again.
And this could be a huge moment for OpTic. There's still 1 person here in Nasty, though, playing around tower. But they'll have early control at this point. They'll now try to build upon this lead. What a great chance it is to bring together 4th and 5th. Nasty, he's still alive in this position. Keeps winning gunfights, just needs the team to get there in support. He continues to surge on forward. Now 4 in a row for Nasty. Trying to bring the action to the objective, and Nasty takes another one down, 5 in a row.
Well, his teammates, they just spawn across the map, right? So they have to work all the way through. All that work done for Nasty, and well, it does not turn into much. His teammates could not find kills, and they were getting cut off middle of the map as Dashy was able to find multiple both side. And OpTic, with that sneak route from Prolute, it was looking like London was finally going to be able to hold a setup, a spawn trap in that we've seen so many times, but it does not happen. As Dashy course, 12-7, +5, and now you can see in the scoreboard what they were able to do off those two hills as he is snapping, as he is going, not able to find Nasty. But still, Dashy looking good.
I think Nasty's feeling himself a bit probably after that 5 spree, even though it didn't lead to any objective times. Yeah, in that situation, it's like, boys, come on, get to me. But they just couldn't. They were getting cut down. Trying to get into position. We now get into our second set of rotations. Back to ring we go. Shotzzy. Nice little dance with the pistol over the top. Some lovely shots as Shotzzy heating up, so is the crowd. That's 4 in a row. 43-point lead to a listen in we go with OpTic Texas.
Get over Sips. I have a close ramp.
Yo, I need to shot. I need to shot.
I need you outer one shot. That's
I'm Everyone roll. There's a big roll here. One more roll. Yo, low clip as well.
And one stop green, yo.
One He's gonna be so up. I'm running this Lamar Rock. Lamar Rock got 2.
One clip. Nice. What's still Lamar Rock?
Yeah, what's Lamar Rock?
One is still Lamar Rock. And one's a new time.
Just one Lamar. It's still there. The thing is on top. They're refocusing them. Don't get beat down. One stop, buddy. You pop top.
One shot nasty.
I'm needing this shit. Yo, our side. I need this shit. One shot top mid belt. You just lay down top mid.
15 points separate these two teams. Looks like we might be lining up for another nail biter, but it's 5 in a row for Nasty. Let's hear the comms from London Royal Ravens.
Have you mid? Don't worry about mid. One of streaks, no. Fire rock, Scump.
Prolute, slow clip on you guys. Nice.
I
hear you. Can one of you right? I'm gonna play old.
Fuck. Yeah, go. Get top, bro.
Let's see mid tank. I'm running. I'm gonna spawn. Around Prolute, a little bit weak. There's 2 mid tank right now.
Weak. Against one.
Swear. Hold the back. Oh shit, I spawned the back.
Get push close.
I'll get a VP1.
Pinch them for a sec.
Watching it. 2v1 Prolute. There's 2v1. He needs help. Yeah, okay, close.
V1 Dashy, we can get
Scump. Shotzzy take down. I have a Joe.
Well, Joe over this stretch, Royal Ravens able to go out in front, but we still have a tight one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that P1 to P2 was huge for London, but Scump locking down top green. He's on a 5 spree, and this is what we saw last time over at P3. London with the spawns, but not able to turn it into time. Nasty right now is just playing so well for London. 20 and 18, he's had multiple sprees. He's been their guy. He's gonna have to make another play. This rotation huge for OpTic, maybe to put this game away or for London to fight right back into it. Shotzzy just fighting at the scrap time, trying to keep them spawn on the right side of that map as he wins multiple gunfights. That is gonna slow this down. That makes it so easy for OpTic on those rotations.
It's just his movement into shooting is so fluid. It's just fun to watch. Absolute monster. Went out of Prolute and right back to Shotzzy. He's finding kills at mid-shift, getting the angle up top as well. You love it from Shotzzy. The map is his playground and he continues ripping and roaring. Now 4 in a row at 27 and 18. Up top we go. There's another one. Free pickings from the sky. He's a bird, Joe. He's a bird.
No, it's Shotzzy, dude.
Caw-caw.
Oh, no, you're a dog, now you're a bird. But yeah, Shotzzy right now is rocking and rolling. London not able to get close, but Harry does get a spawn in the back. Now London is gonna spawn there. This is good time, but for OpTic, you don't worry about it, right? Because now you can lock them in the same way they did from P3 to P4. A chance here to shut the door and win this map number 1 is Prolute just gonna make sure nothing crazy happens towards the back. You have Scump locking down Cliff with Shotzzy.
They're in a good position now. 5 seconds till the flip.
I don't even know if they can get across the map in 20 seconds. They gotta go.
This is gonna be so tough to do. At least you're able to take out Shotzzy with the nade, but now you have to get through the rest of the players here from OpTic. Afro with the movement to hop across, but Dashy just holds, keeps on firing, and the head plucked off clean. 10 points to go for the map 1 W.
Nades have to hit. They have to hit Prolute on the hill. They gotta go. They have to go 5 more seconds for OpTic to take map 1. There's one player there, Dashy. He hits the shots and OpTic secure map number 1.
And that's just one of those where you know, the guys you look at, Dashy and Shotzzy, when it comes to the respawns and put up big maps, they do exactly that, Joe.
Yeah, and listen, like, London played that map pretty well.
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna look at the scoreboard, minus 18, minus 20 across in slaying. Obviously, Shotzzy's a big part of that as he drops 30, but I mean, what, 2 rotations from P3 to P4, or OpTic just, they don't allow London to get a ton of time at P3. Then over at P4, a lot of the times, that's where it gets scrappy, right? One team pushes through the front, they get an MP40 on that area, then the team gets kind of trapped in the back. And then the one play by Prolute, I mean, to get the squad spawns, to allow them to have P5 for free, just a couple of those small plays, and he makes another one.
It just feels like a lot of times when you're able to chain together 4 and 5, you're typically in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that, and I mean, just the way they shut down that P3.
Yeah, no, it was impeccable, incredibly done. We'll take a look at some of the highlights through this as we get ready for the search and destroy, but sensational map there from OpTic. And yeah, I mean, they played him pretty tough despite getting outslayed by 20.
I mean, you had that Harry, right? Harry gets around the back. You had the 0-2 piece, and even with those kills, I mean, none of London should just get to that point. Finally, they were able to. That's when Prolute was able to sneak on through, and you can see, right? This is when the biggest lead, but after this, P1 and P2, it was nicely done by London. But you had that stretch as we went from P2 to P3. OpTic found so many of the kills. Shotzzy, that's when he starts popping off. Just making insane plays. When he can roam like that, everyone has to focus on him on the middle of the map.
It just felt like, yeah, when he has freedom, freedom, right? To just make the plays he wants to, find the times he can, go up at the top of the ship and shoot down from the sky. I mean, a lovely little sequence there, but
they got to look for you, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. But on the other side, Nasty, I felt like he was always potentially on streaks. Like he was going on 4 to 6 frees constantly. When it was somebody that was close to streaks on the opposite side, it felt like it was Nasty, like almost like ego challenging a gunfight where he like torched Scump, Dashy on the chow. Like he was really feeling himself, just wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough. But again, I mean, a great hard point by OpTic. Just fundamentally, they knew exactly what they had to do. You know, London still played it tough, but we're going to that Bocage where they were able to win it earlier today.
So we'll get to this search and destroy, and that's the one where like Afro, I've never seen someone get off a plant and move that quickly. Like he put the afterburners on, hit the NOS, whatever you want to call it. Like he was cruising. And he can just be such a terror here when he gets into the buildings, just his ability to finesse around, win those close range gunfights. We'll see if he can do it here because it's going to be a very, very tough test, but it is fun to watch him on this map, it is.
No, it is, yeah. And then, you know, Bocage for these teams, we talked about them not finding a lot of the first bloods, but they're able to still clutch rounds. And that's what happens on this map, right? Bocage, search and destroy. It's just like one timing that doesn't go your way, or a 2-piece through a door or a wall. That's the difference in a round.
It just feels like OpTic, I mean, throughout this year, they felt very confident in search and destroy. They've steadily improved, but Scump, you know, you kind of said, I think I said on the desk, like he might be playing for like best search player right now, depending on how this weekend goes. Like he just seems so confident. He's making plays when his team needs him to, whether it's finding first bloods or clutching up at a 1v3 or 1v4, like he's been a monster.
Yeah, and I think it really helped Shotzzy, you know, joining this team even just earlier in the year, because all the OpTic rosters, it was always Scump planting the bomb, right? It just felt like he was the one to sort of start those sequences. Shotzzy is a guy that will do that. He was one, I mean, since he joined Dallas Empire a couple of years ago, he had no problem doing that. He knew the sort of benefit of planting that bomb. Same as Scump, and the fact that they can sort of work off one another and allows Scump some freedom of not having to worry about that objective.
Yeah, I feel like it takes probably a rare person like to kind of want to do that mentality if you want to plant bomb, because we've had, I mean, I just remember who stands out, like, I don't know, someone getting frustrated in the past, like an enable or a sensor or somebody, like you're going to plant bomb and it's just like you feel like you're dead, your teammates leave you out to dry, but why did you like it?
I mean, I don't know, it just like, you know, a lot of the times in sort of maybe 4v4 situations where you can just kind of get that objective down and they don't expect it early on in a round. Basically, if you put that bomb down, to me, that round is sort of like, that should be an offensive round win. That's how always my mindset was. Like, all the pressure is on that team, right? They're going to have to invest in so much to work that diffuse. So, I mean, that's just sort of the benefit of it, for sure. A little bit different on a map like that.
And I brought up Enable. I mean, to be fair, they had him playing bomb because he just had no idea what he was doing in Search and Destroy. So, yeah,
it wasn't the best search player.
Enable, we love you, buddy. But we're getting ready for the map 2 now on Bocage. We'll see who's going to be able to step it up and make the plays. And you're just hoping if you're London, you get a map win here, you start to maybe push this to distance. I guess you just want, kind of like we were talking in the Mutineers series versus OpTic, like you need moments where you kind of silence the crowd a bit, you kind of slow down the roll of the OpTic team, map by map, as this place gets louder, it just gets harder to beat.
Yeah, and you know, the Des talked about it. The control is a big worry, some. It's been a struggle point for London and not a struggle point for the other side of the stage in OpTic, especially Tuscan. But there you can see it there. Bocage records. We'll see.
Here we go.
The London Royal Ravens tie this uppercut OpTic, go up 2-0.
Natsu underway. We'll see what kind of madness we're going to hear, but all right, that's a big one. Get Afro off the map. Don't let him make those plays. Shotzzy, good job just backing down and getting out, and cards exploding and no damage taken, and 19 HP back to full.
Huh. Usually those kill you when you blow up. But
not Shotzzy.
All right, he's got something different.
He's a superhero.
What settings does he have?
And what slows down for a moment, Afro, he'll get picked, but what can you do? Playing down a man, bomb in hand for Nasty, and knock, hello! Peeks the corner, Shotzzy gone before he realized what happened. So now to a 3 versus 3. Harry in trouble, Scump able to sniff that out and hunt that down. 35 seconds left, you gotta work a plan.
And that was just a triple challenge from OpTic, right? They were just soloing him out, isolating him, giving them the man advantage, and now you have Prolute and Scump over towards that B site, very quick on rotations. Zero gonna get some bad timing, the pistol does not connect, and just the gunfight's going the way of OpTic.
Yeah, I don't know if he just centered off a little bit there, like a little off to the right.
I just doesn't expect someone there.
Yeah, I thought he snapped pretty well, but not gonna be the case. Can't get the kill. And OpTic behind the first flood onto Afro, they will close out the round.
And then even that secondary push, right? You know, Nasty is able to make it a 3 versus 3, but they go out looking. A lot of the times, defenses kind of play slow. You allow the bomb go down. It can be tough to play those retakes. They go out. They know there's a player towards that lower tank, and they find it. They want to take those gunfights to them.
Yeah, I mean, you have numbers. Try to isolate it, and they do a good job of that. Scump with a 2-0 start. Maybe not as crazy as his round 1 ace in the last search we commentated, but still a nice start for the squad. They're just taking their time playing for information now, but as you see on the minimap, looks like they're going to start to take this down towards B. This is Afro now tucked away in a corner, just waiting for the presence to come towards them. Maybe just selling it.
They're just waiting for it. I mean, it doesn't take long to rotate on a Bocage.
No, just not.
Shotzzy and Scump through the middle of the map. You have Nasty just locking that down over towards Kitchen side. And well, it's I think rough timing because he goes up and they're starting to make their push right below him, just back and forth. But Afro, he's looking for info. Doesn't find anything, and right through. P3 goes off because Afro, he's gonna get stunned, and Shotzzy, Prolute, they find those kills. I mean, Harry's like, what the heck? Nasty was up there, but they were just playing right under him.
Yeah, I think you said the timing a little brutal, but now see if Afro and Zero can bring it back. Just Shotzzy, every corner he's tucked in, it's getting red. Now Afro, the highlight machine here on Bocage, looking to do it once again. Close the door, slide left, slide right, just trying to stay up with 27 HP. 30 seconds to go into this 2v2. He spotted him. He chows it in the back, and that's 3 for Afro now, bringing it back. Dashy, last alive.
They don't know where he is, though. They do not know where he is, and well, Zero, his pistol didn't connect last round. Dashy, his doesn't connect this round as he finds that kill, and that's what I mean when we talk about Bocage individual plays. You just run through a couple of doors, and guess what? You get some kills.
It always feels good when you talk about what someone's capable of before the map, and then you watch them do it. Like that, it's just the things Afro has been pulling off. Like they're on what, a 2 versus 4? You think they're in a bad spot, and then Afro just absolutely pops off and starts annihilating the competition.
Just his ability to stay alive. I mean, Dashy, he puts some shots in, and he just shuts the door.
You shall not pass. Holds it, stays up. And that's going to be a frustrating one for OpTic. I mean, that is all in your control, and you let it slip away. So 3 kills of the round for Afro. And now they'll swap over to offense and see what openings they can find. Shotzzy's finding some bullets, and he's finding lots of them. His deaths have just been, I feel like unfortunately there's someone just picking the exact spot he's in, or wallbangs through. He can't get going in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good job by London, right? I mean, Shotzzy likes to play those lurk positions. He was trying to get some information, a good spot over towards A to kick things off for OpTic, and now London slow things down, and now you can see OpTic starting to get aggressive, trying to see what they can find. You have Prolute pushed up pretty far on the offensive side of the map. He's gonna have a one-on-one versus Zero, but Zero, he's just gonna back down. Prolute's got to run away. Is London starting to work over towards A? Scump
he's going to have his hands full.
Ready and waiting. The slide out, not going to be enough. Harry and Afro come through. Prolute last to drop, and his Ravens collapse. All of OpTic fall. They get a second round.
And that's just a duo, Nasty and Afro, right? They both win their one-on-ones to execute onto this site, and the last player in Prolute taken down by Harry. But they slowed it down. They didn't allow OpTic to make any plays on the map. They spotted the Prolute flank. As soon as that happens, they pick that A site to work towards.
Yeah, sometimes just like who's going to hit the slide first in some of these engagements, like when you're rounding these corners or kind of waiting for the push to come. Who gets the bit of extra movement in to take that fight? 4 in a row now for Afro.
Taking Jowls off spawn. We're 4 seconds into the map. Let's get it.
Half the AR ammo already expended.
So it's 0 all the way in the back. I'm in a nice spot here from Shotzzy. Towards that P1 area, right on top of the gate, just trying to find any angle he can. Seeing if there's anyone working out towards outer B. Harry's thinking about peeking, but it does not happen as this round has been pretty much a standstill, besides the start.
You can see
Shotzzy gets in up top again. He's able to sneak on through. He's finding these routes. London aren't going to be ready for this. Can he find a first blood? That's really the question.
Yes, he can.
Finds on through. Of course he does.
He comes soaring out, but there is a second one there to trade him. So 3 versus 3, 30 seconds to go. Starting to work up towards this plant. Not going to happen. Afro, he's able to find the angle. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds to go now. Prolute looking to make a play. Sees just the tip of a head there. I believe that's Afro, but can't finish it as he's soaring in. It's Afro through on the flank, and they go big again. Another round, and it feels like Afro somehow in a lot of these key plays, he continues to be involved. He's the one that got the player off bomb. It's the final kill as well.
Well, they go for that plant because you saw when we went to Prolute's point of view, he was up top, right?
Yeah.
He's up top. They're not thinking that they can get killed from that player from the window, but Afro, he finds the angle, the timing to get away from Prolute. And I think Afro's on 7 in a row. He might have a glide as well to work with on this map.
Oh, so since that 3 in the round has not dropped, unbelievable stuff. Yeah, 7 and 1 out of Afro. A man on a mission to tie up this series. Here comes, going to call it in right away.
Might get 2 or 0.
Yep, they're all able to get inside. They're all able to stack, but they're going to plant behind that. So you love to see that. Funnel them all in, get the bomb down quickly. Now the 4 versus 4 retake.
Well, I just saw Shotzzy soaring through the sky as he gets pushed out, but there are the kills. Afro, Harry with the first 2. Now it's down to Dashy and Scump. Nice shots, but they don't expect the players that far pushed up. And that's just 0 getting aggressive behind the glide bomb.
Well, and that's, I mean, you kind of talked about it earlier with streaks. Like, when it comes to search and destroy, you usually, usually get a pick or info, or it's to try and clear people out and get a quick bomb plant. That's exactly what they do. You see everybody funnel, they get the bomb down fast, they play behind it. I mean, was there a chance for a retake there for OpTic? 100%, but the setup too strong from Royal Ravens.
It's very nice teamwork here. I mean, again, it's one of those maps where OpTic, they have 3 of the 5 first bloods. But London are finding the winning plays.
Might have another one here. Not going to happen. He's pre-aimed like a little bit higher towards the ledge, and Afro just comes around the corner and smokes him. But he finally drops, which is probably a good sign for OpTic. Finally get him out of the map. 3v2 though for Ravens.
Just getting picked apart though in these mid rounds, especially on their attack. Is Nasty able to find that pick on his Scump. So now it's a 2 versus 3. Still a lot of time to work with for Prolute and Dashy. I mean, you saw the nades connecting. It's just they're not, I mean, double nading this. The specific areas where you would want to. I mean, they would have a pick on to Harry, but he's just able to stay alive, regens his health. Bomb's starting to go down, and as soon as it starts to go down, Nasty is there again, just checking it.
I mean, he's on a 4 streak of his own. Him and Afro have been so strong throughout the course of this map too. And 0 just playing back for the tank. Now we'll see how they deal with this post plant. Bomb in. What's the plan of attack from Royal Ravens?
And he gets the info. So either that player's on the bomb or through tunnel. And you can already see Harry was ready for it. Nice play by 0. to let his teammate know with that information. So now it's a 1 versus 3 for Dashy. Bomb is planted, but this is just such a tough one, right? You cannot check it from any position besides right above it, and they know that. London with the retake.
I mean, they're simply just outplaying them right now when you talk about Bokash, but they got a rep recently. They looked really strong. They're continuing behind their strengths.
And I like that. They're just not allowing the bomb to go down towards A. Every couple of seconds, someone's checking it. What does that do? It forces OpTic towards B. And we saw from Zero's point of view, right? He's just sort of playing safe, but he's watching the cross to that outer part that tells the team the guy's either on the bomb or he hits tunnel. He gives that information to his teammate. It's a nice trade. Just those small things.
I mean, they haven't allowed anyone to get comfortable. I mean, you've got, what, 2 kills basically in the entire side of OpTic. Shotzzy especially, I mean, I think he's had 3 first deaths across the 6 rounds. Like, they're getting him out of stuff early, just not allowing him to make plays. All right, here's another first blood.
And look where Shotzzy is. He's trying to go. He's trying to go now. He's trying to make plays. He's very aggressive on this defense, does OpTic. Scump, Shotzzy flying through the middle of the map.
Yeah, I feel it's like, all right, boys, we're down 4 rounds. Like, let's let loose a little bit. It kind of feels like they need to. Now, can they close out the 3 versus 2 and continue on this search and destroy? Nasty some shots in. He's on 5 in a row. That streak will end. Shotzzy finally coming alive as he finds number 4. Zero just tries to find some kind of free pick in this 1 versus 3, maybe to give him a chance.
Yeah, it's either that or he's going to go off the map. I'm not too sure what he's deciding to do yet.
He's on 3 in a row, so I think he's probably going to stay up and see if he can get something, maybe.
Just trying to find anything as we hang out.
Hello, Joe. How you doing this evening?
I'm great.
What'd you have for dinner? Chicken?
I didn't eat yet.
Oh, all right, nothing. All right. After this, perfect. He's so sneaky. He's like a leopard.
Yeah, but he's just not a very good leopard.
No.
There we go.
Yeah, he's able to get 1. Time runs out. I mean, that's about as good as you could ask for. Get a little bit closer to the streak.
On a streak, I guess, but for
I mean,
OpTic,
still a ways to go. But
the early round aggression, they're able to turn that into a round win.
it's going to need to be, what, 5 straight? They're going to get this done.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like a lot this year, just in general, yeah.
And if there's a map to do it on, it's probably Bokash, because who knows what can happen. Shotzzy's just going for this right away.
But what's up? It's me, Afro, laying him out!
And again, they do not allow that bomb to go down towards A. The timing for them has just been so good. Shotzzy does a little jump to, find the timing to go right on it, but Afro is there. He checks it. Plant still has to be worked, and our first blood going the way of London.
They just dominated A defensively. You nailed it, just not giving them any openings whatsoever. I kind of like the just hit it mentality, get this thing planted, but no amount of movement or routes is going to change that. That was so awkward as he slides down and looked right.
Well, it was awkward for Scump too. He couldn't snap onto it, right? You saw him almost actually get taken down, but Afro's able to bring it back as he continues to have a map. Now up to 11 kills is Afro. And Zero, Afro, they just get aggressive. They've kind of flipped the map. They left Harry all the way in the back of the spawn. Harry is going to get spotted by Prolute. So now we're going to be into a 2 versus 2, but they know bombs down towards A. Scump, though, able to win it.
Okay.
Time to work with. He's going to try to head towards B. Can Zero find the timing on the plant?
He spots 1 in the back. Going to be 1 versus 1. 0 on 5 in a row. Plant in for Scump. 0. Scump. 2 of the most decorated players on the planet getting ready to go at it, 1 versus 1. Zero's on it, Scump sniffs it. Another clutch for Scump.
I'll be honest, even for Scump, with 11 seconds left, the cojones to just hold the plant, right? He just goes for it. I mean, Zero finds the kill, and he's thinking, all right, maybe he's not going to plant this bomb. He plays a 50-50. I like the play from Zero.
I think maybe he's going to chow this, maybe he's going to...
Yeah, but Scump's like, whatever. If he pushes this, then he wins the round. But he just held the plant. He's able to rotate through P1 and finds him on the defuse.
6 and 5 now for Scump, 3 in a row. Remember, you need 5 straight rounds for OpTic. 2 are already done, and into the blender they go as they run into royalty. 5 straight for Scump.
And there's one of those plays. They take that chance, but Harry's able to bring it back now. Finds the pick. Zero trying to look for another one, but they're going to get aggressive behind this. They're not going to allow them any room on the map to work with. You have Shotzzy inside a barn. Prolute working towards that low ravine. They're not going to expect this. I mean, so much presence here from OpTic. As soon as they get pushed up, Shotzzy's going to close this round down. He does just that.
Zero, 1v3, now down to a 1 versus 2. 40 seconds remaining. Bomb down just outside of A. Can he get a free pick, turn this into an interesting 1 versus 1?
It doesn't look like they're going to give him to it, right? It's just sort of corner to corner here for OpTic. There's going to be a peek at Prolute snaps. I thought he caught a timing. Prolute was jumping up.
Like on X-ray.
Yeah, right on a little ledge to watch that angle, but Prolute with a nice snap on the zero. What is that, 3 rounds in a row?
Joe, round by round.
It starts with Scump. I mean, you know, Nasty and Afro, they've been working A so well. It's been going their way. This time, not so much.
And now it's like when you're on Royal Ravens, you have some young players, you start to feel the heat a little bit. You're starting to feel the pressure, right?
Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, we just talked about it. There's been some insane comebacks in Search this year, especially on this map. And a lot of the times, it's just the timings. Your calls aren't starting to go your way. They find some momentum. Can they shut this map out? Shotzzy, though, he finds the first blood. There we go. The team nade connects onto Harry.
Zero is very, very weak, but just able to get away as Dashy puts in the shots. Bomb getting planted now. 4v3 at the plant. Shotzzy, he gets another one in the round. Afro trying to dance, but this time not going to go his way. It is Zero last alive as OpTic look for 4 straight rounds to get us to around 11.
Yeah, he's just going to jump off the map. I think he doesn't want to give him many kills,
sure
and here we go.
All right, baby.
Round 11 time.
Dude, it just seems how dominant it was, like towards the A side, just in general for Ravens. Like if we got to this point, like it just felt like they were in such control. You blink your eyes, and here we are going to around 11.
Well, on defense, OpTic have started getting aggressive, right? They put a lot of pressure over towards A. On offense, they kind of avoided it. They've just been finding picks the other way, but here we go, round 11. Scump on 6. The glide bomb could come in. It's going to be OpTic on attack. There's the records this year. Both of these teams have had a lot of them, 11 each.
You've done all this work to get here. Can you close it out if you're OpTic?
Of course, it's a bit of a standstill. First 20 seconds gone by. Shotzzy, nade in deep. Afro's just kind of hanging out. A bit of a lurk spot, but they know, right? He has not gone their way. Maybe it's going to be a B hit for OpTic.
Had so many rounds where you hit the nade. They are deep, and Dashy, okay, you get the trade there. Dashy can't win the gunfight, but you've got 2 there. Now Shotzzy from the top rope. That gets him to 8. 3 versus 2, they've got the numbers, just trying to dance away from it. Scump there to help. Scump's got the streak. Here comes the glide. Nasty is scrambling.
Not going to connect, but they have the info. Now a 1-on-3 for Nasty. 5 rounds in a row.
Unbelievable scenes here in Toronto. Dashy might know Scump another dinner for Search and Destroy.
I mean, listen, man, whatever works. Whatever works.
I got you to respawn, just give me a search, but no, that was unbelievable. And yeah, you can say it starts with Scump, or it starts with kind of a shift in their aggression throughout the course of that one. Just the kind of mid-map changes.
Yeah, there's 2 things, right? It's the mid-map changes. I mean, one of the biggest things is they had to calm Shotzzy down. It kind of reminded me of like sort of Berlin. He was just getting caught. I think just trying to make too many, I mean, unique, cute Shotzzy plays.
So, like, take a breath.
No, chill. Like you don't have to do this every single round. And they slowed it down. They used their teamwork a little bit more because, you know, against Berlin, that's what was happening. He was getting caught so much. London was punishing them, but but they took it away from A. They were playing around mid-map, the rotations over towards B, but even on defense, they switched up the pace. They were finding picks quickly through that lower tank side.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting the first blood kind of early in the game too, but it just felt like they capitalized them far better as the game went on. And Scump just had a couple incredible moments as they bring that back and now take a 2-0 edge. But I know it's happening maybe a lot more this year, but it's still not an easy thing to do when you're down 0-5, down 1-5, to rip off that many rounds straight. But it's like at some point, I think I asked you maybe at 4-5 or 3-5, it's like it starts to shift a little bit, right? Like that's when the momentum sort of like, you go from being like, all right, we lost this map to believing yourselves, and now on the other side, you're like, oh shit, boys, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, just like, look at the round, right, where Scump finds 2 kills on Nasty and Afro. It's just a simple play call of for London, all right, we're gonna hit towards Kitchen. And maybe that would have worked 2-3 rounds ago, but that round it wasn't, right? Scump was there. The rounds in the play calls that were working for London just got shut down. That's just what can happen on Bokash.
It is absolutely unbelievable, but where you thought you might have a 1-1 series and we're maybe going the distance now, I don't know, because the control struggles have been very real for London Royal Ravens. They need all the fans' help as they try to battle back in this series. OpTic come alive with 5 straight rounds in Search and Destroy. Scump has been an absolute monster in S&D this weekend. He and the boys look to close it out. Coming up next in the Map 3 Control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back. What a ridiculous search and destroy we just had, but we are not done yet. The fun, ladies and gentlemen, continues here in Toronto. We have, well, this match to finish tonight, and then we have a whole weekend coming of action for Major 3, but we're going to take a look at our Scuf play of the game, and it's going to be some moments from Scump. Over the course of that search and destroy, he continues to be a playmaker. He's disciplined in the clutch moments. He's making the right play calls. It's been fun to watch.
And I mean, like a lot of these difficult rounds, I mean, he's kind of just winning, right? Like even this is a nice bait and switch by Dashy and Afro, but he knows what he has to do. That movement by Afro, not an easy centering, but he is on point. And then Shotzzy and Scump working the middle of the map in that last round. They use the glide.
I like that.
I don't know. Somebody get them another beer, though. We still got another map. Yeah, they're mosh pitting in there.
Is that called river dancing?
No, that was not river dancing.
Oh,
no.
I'm not a dance expert, Joe.
That was not good. You gotta be careful.
Like he was doing something like this, like some sort of river dancing.
You're gonna like tear your ACL. You need to relax.
I might. Yeah, that's a good point, Joe.
You are an old man. I'm gonna wheelchair you out of here.
Very weak knees, but. We are getting ready to continue on. We hope you guys are having fun. We're having a little bit too much fun up here, but no, some incredible dancing there from the OpTic fans in front. But what a comeback it was. 5 straight rounds. And now, yeah, if you're London Royal Ravens, like you gotta dig deep, pray to whatever bird god you have, and try to get ready for the map 3.
I think they just got shot out of the sky. I know. That was a tough map. And now they're gonna go play Tuscan Control, honestly. That's just
it's pheasant season.
They lost 5 rounds in a row. I mean, listen, it's gonna take some next level discipline to bounce back in this one. Then you can see the map records, 12-3, 2-3 for London. I do have some bad news. You have to deal with us a little bit more because the lobby resets. So.
That's all right. We're gonna get back in as quickly as we can, but man, this has been a lot of fun. Just a shout out to, I did an interview a little bit ago just asking me, what I thought about Toronto and their fans and how different it was. You guys have been spectacular. Whether it's just been how friendly everyone has been, how it's just been like heartwarming. Like everyone's been so incredible, so hyped, so nice. It's been amazing to see.
Yeah, Toronto, I have a confession if you can look at me. I love you.
Uh-oh.
I love you a lot. I've been having a blast. Yeah! Yeah!
Oh, you guys
been amazing.
Seriously, you've been so cool. But back to this match, I think we're gonna take a look at some of the OpTic stats going into this and how they look at control, how they've been over the course of the qualifier and coming into this major. But it's a little bit lopsided when you think of the struggles you've been having on Royal Ravens. But here, let's take a look at the player KD. So this is actually the overall KDs on the series so far. And as good as it looked for Dashy after map 1, struggles a bit in the map 2, and now Scump just right up there with a 1-3-5.
Yeah, I mean, what was like 3-10 for Dashy, but I mean, he's been playing so well in respawns, it doesn't matter.
If you take his search out the last 2 series, the guy's got like a 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, he's known for his search, right? I mean, he's been so good all year. Just, I mean, I don't know, just timing's not going his way, but doesn't matter. His team's winning, and Shotzzy, I mean, it feels like, I don't know, like, he's like struggling, and then I look back and he's having another map, and then he's struggling, I look back and he's even, I don't know.
See, I guess that's when I think it would be fun if I was on a team where, like, you've had teams in the past where you get the quote-unquote, like, hard carrier, like the guy that puts up the numbers. Like, I think it's kind of fun when it's like, I don't know, some people popping off in one mode, some popping off in another, and it's like everyone's kind of having their pop-off moments, because I think that just like, I don't know, everyone feels good when they have big maps and big moments. I think that's just good for the team.
Well, think about, I mean, Dashy last year, I mean, right, even with the OpTic team throughout Cold War, it just felt like he had to, him and Envoy, he had to go off. If they didn't, I mean, Scump was obviously great throughout all his search, but I think Dashy really felt like he had to do certain things, but that's what we talk about, him getting comfortable in that AR role more and more, allowing his teammates the freedom to do whatever they want, him knowing his role. But yeah, I mean, maybe just some adjustments in search, but or not. I mean, they won 5 rounds in a row and they would bounce back. But I'm sure he wants to improve there.
Yeah.
And he will.
The fact is, you won.
Yeah.
Tough control time. We'll see if OpTic can close it out with, 2 3-0s on the day. Continue on in this tournament. Try to make an incredible losers bracket run like we saw LAG just do, the most recent major. I'm not sure if we're getting started.
I think we got another one.
That's the look of someone that's not getting ready to hop into the map right now.
We have it right there. We have an observer feed right to our left, and yeah, lobby reset. So that's okay. But back to, I mean, a game like that though, we talked about day 1. with a Mutineer matchup and Prolute really struggling, I mean, getting that first match under your belt and winning, probably great for Prolute. Getting a map win like that, I mean, that has just got to give him so much confidence in saying, like, dude, my teammates are, I mean, some of the best in the world. I'm having a blast on this stage, and got to keep him comfortable.
Yeah, I was going to ask if maybe this delay benefits either side much, but I feel like you saw like kind of laughs and smiles on the London side, then same on the OpTic side. I guess I was just thinking, like, if you collapse like that and you gave up 5 rounds if you're London, maybe a little extra moment to regain might be nice, but...
I don't know, bro. I'd just be thinking about life.
That's true.
Over and over again. Like, that is just... it's a tough one to swallow, but, I mean, we've seen some laughs, right? I mean, you know, Trey, a veteran, he's been through it all, like heartbreak and, well, winning, victorious
Or just
moments.
not even being able to compete. Like, I'm sure he's happy to be on the main stage just battling, man.
100%. I mean, you know, we heard Scump in that interview. God giveth and God taketh away. It sure does. I mean, no matter what, all of these veteran players have had their ups and downs, and that's just what happens any given day, any given game.
I think that's true of, you know, when you hear about NBA, NFL, whatever, like all these like really decorated people that never won.
It's the NHL, we're in Canada.
Well, sorry, the NHL, but these really great players that have never won. Like, it's just sometimes you forget because some teams have been on top and dominating. It's not an easy thing to win. It's not an easy thing to stay on top for a long period. Maybe you get the 1 W, but to win consistently and stay at the peak of your game, it's hard in anything.
And there's going to be different tests, whether it's, you know, visa things like we've seen from London, or, you know, what's going on with Illy for the OpTic side. You know, he's just probably pacing back and forth in the backstage, just trying to help them out. He wants to be back, but, you know, Scump's just kind of hanging out on the stage, but it looks like we have 7 players in the lobby. We just need 1 more. We'll hopefully be good to go.
Yeah, I was told probably 2 minutes and we're good to go. So thanks again for bearing with us. Trust me, we want to get to the game as quickly as possible. Joe and I don't have control of it. As soon as we can go, we're ripping and roaring right into this match.
Yeah, blame him.
It's my sweat. Honestly, I sweat so much it hits open cable and it's set afire.
Well, it's not really your fault anymore. You're not the full-time guy. It's actually Miles. He's a commissioner.
Right.
He's a new commissioner. Blame Miles.
Part-timer. Get after Miles.
Yeah. Unlucky.
All right, so we do have a giveaway going on right now. If you want to get on Twitter, you have a chance to win a Scuf Gaming controller. So check this out. Going to pop up on your screen. An amazing opportunity to get it. I'll tell you what, I've been using the new...
Get it right. Let's see if you can get it right.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Forget the names. Don't do this to me.
Bogey's listening right now. Dude.
Bogey, don't judge me.
You're going to get it wrong, aren't you?
Can I do it?
It's the Instinct.
Instinct. I always want to say Impact because, like, the last one, the Instinct is, like, my favorite controller quite literally of all time.
Yeah, but there you go. Make sure to enter. RT, follow Scump Gaming and TJHaly on Twitter. Tag your friend and reply with
Why should you call me out there? I got nervous.
CDL.
You put me on the spot like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just one of those things. Hey, there's the commissioner right there, dude. He's walking away from the arena.
Oh, Miles,
what the heck?
Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Is that an adult beverage?
Are you not setting up the match on the main stage, Miles? Miles?
He's gone. He just walked out of the venue.
This is ridiculous.
Unbelievable stuff. But for those of you in attendance, thank you again for your patience. We appreciate it very much. I'm looking at it. Still just waiting on one person to get in the lobby, but unfortunately every now and then we'll have these technical delays. But for the most part, I mean, today's been smooth. We've been ripping through matches. You've seen some upsets, and today's like, we're going to get back to obviously the winner side of it soon. It's just going to ramp up in intensity.
We got 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. But as they work to get this resolved, I think the production team has heard enough of Joe and I. So we're going to head to a quick break when we're ready to go. We'll be right back.
Yeah, watch some ads.
when you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time!
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Have done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat.
Dylan, attached, ready to rock.
You don't give up though. You don't stop. You don't quit till you're the best. I'm always searching for that next competitive edge.
Yo, Dylan, you good, bro?
I must have fell asleep. What's up, Eli?
Check what came through the office today.
Looks like my next edge found me. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
1 minute to game start.
Oh my, 1 minute, gentlemen. Let's go. Come on.
Talk abeZy?
Yo.
Okay, that's better.
One shot.
Yo. One shot.
Okay, that's fine. I need Tyler to talk. Tyler, talk.
Hello.
All right, you're good.
Are you guys game ready?
Yeah, we're game ready. We're game ready.
Yes, game ready.
Yeah, I'm game ready.
Whoa. Not
No, I
game
can't hear
ready.
you.
Not game ready.
Yeah.
What mission? Immigrant. Game ready.
You're still game ready.
Can I get muted this time?
You want to be
series. It's not right now, Alex.
How do you mute your mic?
There's a button next to the scroll wheel.
The little small one.
On top of the scroll wheel.
Right here?
Put your thumb on the scroll wheel.
It's a little.
And
like,
just
little.
push your thumb up.
Hello? I don't know, bro.
Bro, MC, like this. There's more above it. Don't just scroll the wheel.
Oh, I found it.
Dude.
Just keep on how we've been playing. Just keep the comms flowing. The comms flowing, bro. What about comms, bro?
Keep the comms flowing, yo. It's all good, man.
No, it's what is a king to a god, and then what is a god to a non-believer? What is a goon to a goblin? I prefer goblin.
Who's Coach?
Coach.
DC was the IP.
Oh, don't know him. That's the president right there, brother.
That's the president.
Bro, Hamilton was not charged.
And you chew and it pops. Like the earbuds pop in your ear.
Yeah, but that's because your ear canal is actually smaller than what the earbud squishy bit is. And you're meant to buy different ones.
Bro, that stinks, bro. Kick up.
Wait. Had to wake up early to get a haircut this morning.
Oh man, a haircut. How you feeling?
That's alright. No, if you want, I'll bring you to my barber. You sure, man?
Actually, no one here could have the same barber as you, bro.
Yo, play with some intensity, yeah?
Intensity out the get-go, my boys.
He's like, oh, baby, go, dude. Oh, that's a 4v2.
Ryan, you're looking wham in that t-shirt.
Looking massive.
Is it still Vulcan season? Yeah, that's why you got nuggets yesterday.
That's for game day.
If they kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, mourn for me Monday, well, then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. If they kill me on Tuesday, bury me on Wednesday, mourn for me Thursday, then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. Weapons hard, vaqueros.
Somebody say a prayer for me.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, then you gotta let me go.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We just, to be completely transparent, had to swap out some equipment. Just looking to get Dashy ready to rock and roll.
All the ice on the OpTic side from that map too had melted and actually caused an equipment failure. I don't know what to tell you.
Joe, you are so clever. You have a way with words. But no, it was just
I am an idiot.
Equipment swap, and we're looking to get into it. But hopefully we'll be ready to go here momentarily. So waiting on Dashy to get back into the lobby. But if you are just joining us, it's been kind of a crazy one so far. Map 1, OpTic able to take it. Map 2, get the rip off 5 straight. Is he in there?
Yes.
Okay, I believe we have all 8 players in the lobby. We might be good to go soon. It's some nipple magic.
Yes, whatever that means.
I'm not sure that's a thing, but I hear the game is low. We're getting ready to go. Thank you again, Toronto. You guys have been absolutely brilliant throughout the course of this, but
they're trying to get us to the game, get us off the screen.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, because I said nipple magic, Joe, which I do not think is a thing.
Maybe not here, but I don't know. It might be somewhere.
It could be, absolutely. There we go. Map up on screen, Tuscan control. Can OpTic close it out? Royal Ravens with a little bit of break and a regain, be able to bring it back and push this one the distance.
Seeing all 8, I think we're good. I think we're good. But this man on your screen, 1.35 out of Scump, a huge search and destroy. I mean, he was the catalyst in that comeback.
I love the word catalyst.
It's a pretty cool word.
It really is, right?
Yeah.
Later, we got to talk about the whole fiber optic cables going under the ocean and the fact that sharks chew on them and stuff. Dude, I was watching that. I didn't know that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fiber optic cables, they run between continents underneath the ocean, Joe, and sharks try to chew through them. It's absolutely insane stuff.
We got to get to the map.
Map 3, here we go. Control. OpTic up 2-0. Let's see if they can get it done. Dashy is looking to regain, get a reset, get some new equipment, and looking ready to fry. The man has been an absolute god amongst men in the respawns. And speaking of gods, it's your king, Scump, with some crisp shots at the MP40 to get us out the gate.
That's going to be forward dead. You can see the pressure already, what London has to do. It's going to be a push through P5. It's already spotted. Dashy is, well, he's seeing everybody, and he's going to get out with his life. You have Shotzzy being the lone man, but looks like London just going to play around well for right now.
Okay.
And well, yeah, the nade comes in, does connect. Afro able to find 2.
Dude, those ones when they come like right at you, it like makes you like go back a little bit, like, oh God! That one came right for him. Nasty able to catch, I believe, Shotzzy with an 8 in his hand. And Nasty will surge on forward. Second bit of progress, just about to complete over at the A side of it, and that will get done. Lives-wise, OpTic doing a good job, up 4.
And if I'm Nasty right there, like, I think he goes just a little bit too quick. When you find a kill on the B side, we saw all of the green arrows look that way. To me, he's just got to find a kill, play his life a little bit more, allow his team to work through A, but it's a 2-piece again from Afro to open up the map. A zone going to be complete now. It's all about B defense. And I mean, it was a different map. It was Berlin, but OpTic were so good when it came to these moments, these 2-minute holds. 2 bullets. And they do it on Tuscan.
He actually has 2 bullets in his auto, so I'm not sure what he's going to get done with that, but he's been very good with the pistol as well.
I think it's a sniper rifle.
Yep, pistol is fine. He's good, he's good. Well, that's what he's going to be using for a little bit, but now over to Scump with the MP40. A little dance around the statue and some help from Prolute. Is now how long can they hold? I mean, yeah, Berlin, you saw their one-side defense, how incredible it can be. A little different here, but now Dashy's found an MP40 and he's yet to drop, going through every gun in the armor.
It does get taken down. No streaks for Dashy, but so much time off of the clock. And I mean, not a lot of map position. Afro, though, has lurked on through. And it looks like OpTic does know it. But they find the kills and they shut him down. Nice comms from OpTic. They find the person lurking. And really, London has not been able to get a team push out from P5, out from this area. It has just been stopped right away. Prolute's watching the cross. It's staggered every single time.
I thought Nasty's nade looked pretty good, but Scump had already tossed one. His was a little bit better. And now you're up 9 lives in complete dominant position. But one crazy break could get it done. Cutting through enemy lines will be Afro, just trying to find an opening. They're slicing on through. When he finds that opening, able to get a kill. But Scump is still up. And the collapse potential still here, but they're worried about Zero on the other side of this. Afro just picking them out of corners. But the lethal's strong here for OpTic Texas.
But I love that discipline from Scump, right? Obviously they get through B through Church, but he does not give up that P5 area. He knows someone is going to try to push through there. He finds the kill, then plays his life, allows his teammates off a spawn to hit the nades onto the point and deal with that. Only 5 lives remaining for London. Harry and Nasty, only 2 kills in this round. They just could not find anything. OpTic shutting it down. Prolute, 3 in a row. Prolute snapping with the MP40.
Just absolutely melting. Can he take a 5th with the streak? Not gonna happen. Harry there to silence the storm, at least for a moment. But a good defense holds for OpTic.
Yeah, and what, 4 tick? They got 1 tick at B, does London. And now if you're London, you talk about losing 5 rounds in a row in Search. Now this first round, right? Obviously you're on offense. This needs to be a round win for London to keep them in this match.
Has to be. You need something convincing here. something to give you some energy, some confidence going forward in what could be a lengthy series if you can win this map. Shotzzy is biding his time, looking to find something. Afro just hits it, just flies right up through the doorway and able to shut him down.
It's just funny, Shotzzy's like trying to find this sneaky little angle, and Afro's like, I'm just gonna run through the door.
Like, dude, just hits it. It's like the
Kool-Aid man.
Kool-Aid. That's what I was trying to think of, the Kool-Aid man. Just smash him through the wall. Well, they're about to finish A. And the difference here, I mean, think about it. When you finish A, if you're London, you're, what, you were down about 4 lives? OpTic, when they're doing it offensively, they've got a 5-life advantage.
And look at the map already. I mean, 3 dead right now. The last player alive is Nasty on the B zone. Off of spawn. Harry, he's gonna take it down. Here comes the collapse. OpTic with so much map control. Dashy and Prolute trying to do what they can, but Afro with a big win is gonna slow things down. But I love this. Dashy just realizing he has to lock down this position, allow his teammates to get to him, just backs down, repositions. The nades, though, do come in, but he's gonna play his life.
Those slide cancels around like that tower, like when you have little like half walls, you just lose somebody. They just pop up like a gopher and smoke you. Let's see if they can close it out. They've still held on to this like 5 to 6 life advantage. This has been great from OpTic. You still have a ton of time to work with. You can bleed them out. But now you need to reset. You're getting staggered a bit. Afro is pushed up the mid-map, looking to find what openings he can. Prolute's gonna win one on the bottom side. It'll be Harry that can take it top side. And there's Afro lurking, able to get the kill, but can't get away with his life. So at least you dealt with the mid-map pressure for now if you're OpTic.
Man, I mean, Afro just needs a little bit of help right now. I mean, everybody double negative on the side of London besides him, 13 and 12. He's playing with a lot of pace, but he's gotta slow it down. Do not give up these lives. As you said, OpTic, they just, keep one man on A. They just, slay around the map. They've done it so well on multiple maps. Now you have 3 dead, 0. The last player alive has to deal with this, is able to find one, but they're quickly gonna trade this, and they wanna make this messy. As you said, only 8 lives remaining. OpTic know this. They're taking their time, playing with discipline, staying on it, and Scump is just slaying in the spawn.
Pistol out, continue the streak, headshot through, 5 in a row, 17 to 3 in the lives department as it is a massacre here on Tuscan, and OpTic up 2-0.
I tell you what, if you're a team that wants to learn how to be better on offense, on control, look at what OpTic has done, not only on this map, but even Berlin in their series earlier versus Guerrillas. They keep one man on the point, right over towards that weaker zone, or what is a little bit easier for offense, and then just sort of slaying around. And what they do is they drain those lives, right? Have that 5-6 life advantage, and then they work their way up the map over towards B. They took their time, they got in power positions, and what that does, when you find 3 dead like that, London, they have to panic. They're worried that the stack is gonna come in, and then what, the lives are gone.
It's like they almost flip offense and defense. Like you gotta make them play panic. Like they're trying to push an objective, and they're just so good at doing it. Dashy in the respawns, just terrific. 16 and 5 now, make it 6 in a row now, as he is looking for streaks. Just been brilliant. And a hold here defensively will be another 3-0 for OpTic on the day. You've got, look at the duo there. Scump on 6 in a row, or sorry, 5 in a row. Dashy on 6 in a row, just going huge.
Finally, some gunfight wins show the way of London. There's not too many of them. Afro has been the one guy. Been aggressive inside of church. Able to find another one. As his teammate wins them. Dashy with the pistol.
That's just rude.
It is just, this guy is just in such a rhythm. I think he's gonna find another one. Dashy's looking for him. Hello, the pistol. Oh, just gets caught.
Kind of caught between a YY and a slide there. Just a bit awkward, but the fact is the damage has been done. You're still holding on to a narrow life advantage. You have the streaks to work with. And they still have to finish A, which I thought was done. Now it is. Okay.
Now there's a pinch coming in. I mean, again, now they're just going to suffocate them. Now the spawn trap is in.
And what's scary is like you were pretty close in lives like until that moment. Like you get the point, then they get what, 3 or 4 straight, and you start to open it up. Granted, you start to bring it back a bit if you're Ravens,
they waste a lot of time, right?
Sure, yeah.
30 seconds off of that clock, just having to get to P5. I mean, they couldn't get out of this position right now where Shotzzy is earlier in round number 1. We'll see if they're able to do it this time. You have a 3-stack here from OpTic. 1 player and Harry working all the way around. Afro's gonna check the corner. Afro is the one man keeping London in this game. 21 and 20, that's gonna be 3 dead. The last player is Prolute.
And Harry is tucked away all the way deep. That's going to be with the streak coming in for Dashy.
Oh no, he doesn't find, okay, he does find one.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think he was going to hit either, but he's able to at least get one kill. Harry has still been lurking kind of behind enemy lines, but the read is there. Scump is ready and waiting, and there will be the kill and the basic reset. That'll be the final one. So Afro will be cleared out now with 60 seconds to go. 15 to 12 in the live count. Advantage OpTic. You've only got another push or two. That's it.
Well, this is going to start the push. That's going to be 2 dead. Shotzzy off a spawn. And well, he's just getting caught right now by Nasty. Dashy. Of course, he's going to slow it down, but Zero with some nice auto shots.
But Dashy, even better through the window. 2 players from OpTic coming off spawn.
On the flank. This is what he does, just buying time if you are OpTic. Wait for Shotzzy to go. It's going to be good timing or bad timing for the man. And well, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be even better. Works through P5. They wait for him. He finds the kill. Dashy's like, hello, Zero. That's a freebie, and now look at the map control for OpTic. This is looking like a 3-0.
15 seconds remaining, 4 lives left for Royal Ravens. OpTic looking for another 3-0. They're all pushed out mid-map. They're doing victory laps right now, but it's 4 in a row for Shotzzy, and they have been brilliant today. 6 straight maps, another 3-0. OpTic move on.
They are not done yet. A lot of work to do. But we saw LA Guerrillas do it last major, 1 round at a time, and they're looking very comfortable with back-to-back 3-0s.
I mean, the tests are just going to get tougher as you move on throughout the course of this tournament, but you make it into the weekend. It's a rough start, but you've been brilliant from there, Dashy, man. So good in the respawn. Scump's search has been unbelievable. I mean, you've had some close maps. I mean, London, you probably should have taken the map too.
Well, even map 1, I mean, they played it well. Just outslayed at these key moments where OpTic just held the map. I mean, they did play Gabutu well. They really did. Outslayed by like 20 kills and still only lost by 50. But yeah, the map 2, it's the one that hurts. You at least get to that 4th map, another hard point. You can see it there. Besides Afro, who's 23 and 25, still negative. Everyone else around double, if not worse. And on the other side, everybody contributing, but it's Dashy who 3,100 damage, 2.6 in this control. Yeah, I mean, you take the searches out of the equation, and this guy's stats are ridiculous.
Today he had, I mean, they only played 6 maps. He was 0-5 in map 2 in the first series. He was 3-10 in this one.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, he's been like double positive basically in every map. I mean, it's been whatever. It's working. They're getting the wins, but OpTic, you see his fans emotional. Dashy's mom, that's an amazing shot. She is pumped up, fired up for her boy. Going out, lighting up the map 3. I can't look at that's gonna make me cry.
You're an emotional
I get emotional. I am, yeah.
I know.
It's the mother and son love. It's too much for me.
We're good.
I'm all right. I've regained.
Well, there is the match recap. Yeah, close Gabutu, both guys 6-5. 5 rounds in a row, down 5-1. London couldn't close it out, and then Tuscan in control. It's been their home all year, now 13-3 on the year.
Oh, what a day it has been.
To get my man a tissue.
Yeah, right? 5 matches. And we had, yeah, I know there were some 3-0s, but there were some thrilling moments throughout the course of the day, and it just ramps up as intensity as we go forward. But like, from what you've seen from OpTic today, they got a chance to get this thing done.
I mean, of course. I mean, everybody's been talking about that. It's just, it's going to take a lot more. I think the 2 teams that they've beaten in the losers bracket, teams they should have beaten in my mind. But yeah. It is 3-0s. Yeah, they look good.
Well, that'll do it for Joe and I on stage. We've got the respawn Reaper. It's Dashy.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I am live on the stage with a very enthusiastic green wall. All very happy to see Dashy here. First of all, it's been a great day for you hitting the hot 3-0s. OpTic, you seem like all business today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously yesterday we didn't have the best performance, so today we wanted to rebound and have a good bounce back.
Okay, it's interesting. You guys kind of hit a bit of a stride now. Is there any kind of different way to approach a tournament when you're in this position, though? Because obviously coming into it very highly ranked, straight into loser bracket. Is that kind of like a mental reset for the team? Do you have a long meeting at night and say, all right, this is what we're going to do differently?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to give credit to Ford. I mean, they played some really good COD yesterday, and they caught us on our off day, I guess you could say. But I mean, it's just like, that's why it's a double elimination bracket. If you lose, you can bounce back, and we're doing that, so it's cool.
Okay, awesome. I like that. I like that. And let's talk about the fact we're at the major here, and let's face it, incredibly enthusiastic crowd right now. How does that lift the team's spirits when they need it most?
What was that? What was the first part?
How is it kind of playing in front of a crowd like this?
Oh, I mean, the green wall and like, they're insane. It's free dopamine. I appreciate all of them, really. Seriously, I love the green wall. Even the Canadian green wall, it's different too.
Yeah, that's a very loud bunch, but it's not the only difference this event, Dashy, and I got to ask you about this because your parents are here, your family is here, you're playing against them. Does that give you a little bit of extra energy on the stage?
I mean, yeah, it's always great to have support. I mean, my mom usually comes to a decent amount of tournaments, so I love her too. My dad's there too, and my brother, so shout out. Even my uncles, cousins. Oh, wow. Everyone's here. Well,
I'll tell you something, that's a very proud parent. So proud, in fact, that I think we can actually get your mother on the stage and celebrate with you as we go back to the desk. Well, it's an incredible family reunion here on the main stage. OpTic have done the business again. Belly, back to you.
My heart. Ali, did you just see that, okay? Dashy playing above is even the average of a KD of a 1.21, ending the series with a 1.47, and topping it all off with love from his family. I mean, that's a beautiful... Ali, are you crying?
I'm not crying.
Are you crying?
I'm not crying.
Her allergies acting up, y'all. Ali, OpTic Texas moves on and they stay alive to fight another day.
It was incredible, and the only reason I get so emotional is because you think about the gaming scene, sometimes it's harder for parents to accept, that this is a passion for us and this is a career for us. So to see parents like Mama Dashy who show up to the events to, support their sons, support their daughters in the crowd that want to enjoy, maybe do this someday, it makes me emotional.
It's the absolute best.
Absolutely, man. And Dashy's just been so spectacular throughout this year. He's really making his family proud, and it's nice they can all come out here and support him. And they had a wonderful day today, 6-0 map count, facing adversity, losing in the first round, trying to make this losers back a run. And, in this series, it was no different. These guys look spectacular.
All right, now let's talk about the recap for the games that we've had today. We kicked off the day with something special. The London Royal Ravens faced off against the New York Subliners, and both of these teams are unfortunately home, but New York went home first. Chance, Steady got to the death and he was frustrated. What we've seen with the New York Subliners since the Prime Classic didn't show up.
I mean, yeah, the most success they've had is at the tournament that mattered the least, right, towards the end of the year. Kind of tragic as well, because that is a bevy of, top 12 placings, can't win series, down bad in CDL points. And, I mean, these guys have left themselves in a situation where they've had 4 different rosters at this point, and now they have one stage where they're going to have to work themselves out of a massive hole. So they'll be a fun team to watch going forward. Obviously, with this roster, they've shown they have skill, but I don't know, man. That is just a deficit and a half.
They have to, win the next event.
Top 4 at minimum, 40, 50 points like they're out the qualifiers. Yes, it is not going to be fun.
They need a Minnesota Røkkr tight red heading into champs,
and
right?
especially for the fact that, I mean, Clayster obviously not a part of the roster anymore, but even Crim, they've been at every single chance for a decade straight, and this could be it.
That just sunk in today, Crim might not be at champs this year.
That's unthinkable.
Right, and the one team that won 2 games today, OpTic Texas, wiped the floor with Los Angeles. Ali, LA went home with their tails in between their legs.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest, this was a clinic. I mean, we really can't say a whole lot out of this. I mean, that search and destroy is what really solidified it for me. I mean, we end on time on the Bocage hardpoint, are heading to the Berlin SD, and I mean, Scump gets a 1v3 right off the opening gate. So, that is your instant first round. You're mentally checked after that if you're LAG, and it's off the backs of just nobody could get anything going, right? It felt like nobody on this squad could really find their footing in this series, and they ended up falling right away.
Right, and then after that, we saw the hometown team, Toronto Ultra, face off against Paris Legion.
Yeah, they better win that. They lose the Bocage hardpoint. I
was a little scared for them.
All right, hold up. But yeah, they take care of business. It's the easiest matchup they possibly could have had, and they're very happy for the bounce back.
I mean, it was a perfect game for them to have to bounce back. Fans and Kleenex had good series. Kleenex in particular really stepped up in this one. The control looked better, game mode that they've been struggling in. And, Paris isn't the best team we have. Obviously, they're at the bottom of the standings, but sometimes they play up to their competition. And when they came out on that map, when I could tell their guns were hot. And John and Jimbo actually individually didn't have too terrible of series. So Ultra, you know, getting those first match jitters out of the way, losing that match, coming into this one to win, I think it's still an impressive W. So we'll see if the Toronto Ultra that we saw throughout the qualifying stage can translate to success tomorrow.
And on the flip side, I mean, it's just painful in the likes of Paris Legion, right? I feel like we saw so much out of Tom Gravity during this series. He felt like a completely new player. In the stage 3 overall during qualifiers, he felt like a new player. He was the one that stepped it up to try to help out Temp, but unfortunately, it was John Jimbo that just couldn't get anything going, and Gravity and Temp were just not enough in this series.
Now, this next matchup, Minnesota Røkkr versus Boston Breach. I'm gonna say it outright. Boston felt empty this entire series.
I mean, besides the first map, like they had a massive opportunity there. Just came down to some crucial gunfights, like at the very end of the game. Minnesota clutched up, man. That gunfight that Standy won is just so massive on rotation, and that's just heart-wrenching. If Capsidal starts off hotter, like they win that map, like, it's a totally different story.
I just think like it's almost like a rookie thing in my mind of like there's a certain level of like veteran understanding of the game, and early on when like not every other team is to that level, that is where they have success. But I just think the rest of the league is caught up to these guys, and outside of like superstar performances, whether it is a godlike stage from Methodz, a record-setting performance out of either Nero and Capsidal, this team, I just think they're going to be stuck on the struggle bus.
Well, hopefully they pick it up for the next major. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded. Today was special, okay? Elimination day, the first one of this event so far, and it did not disappoint at all. Looking forward, take a look at the bottom side of the bracket now. OpTic Texas waiting alone in the elimination round 3, waiting for their opponent. We're gonna have the Battle of the North between the Minnesota Røkkr and Toronto Ultra. And the winner side of the bracket, nameless, man. Mutineers versus Surge is what I'm really looking forward to.
Got some weird matchups, man. We got Mutineers versus Surge, and then LA Thieves versus FaZe. Still don't know what to really expect on the LA Thieves. They come out and they win 2 S&Ds. I do not have faith in that team to continue Surge and destroy success. So that's going to be an interesting one as well.
Remember the last time they faced off on land? It was insane. LA Thieves got reverse swept in. They just weren't the same. But this is tomorrow's schedule. Allie, which one of these matchups do you love the most?
You gotta say all of them. I mean, we're heading into day 3. I'm already sad that day 2 is over. And I mean, we got 2 teams in red going against each other, 2 teams in blue going against each other, 2 teams in purple going against each other. So it works out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 2. It's been a great one so far. OpTic got the ball rolling with 2 wins today. And let's see if this Cinderella run at the end can actually, you know, pay off. But tomorrow we're gonna continue on with day 3, more elimination games, and we're also gonna see the winner side of the bracket. It's going to be phenomenal, okay? A lot of teams went home today, but the hungry are the ones that are surviving, right? Let's find out how far the Atlanta FaZe are going to go on the top side of the bracket. And also, on the bottom side, we're taking a look at Toronto Ultra facing off against Minnesota Røkkr, the best team that we saw throughout all of the Stage 3 qualifiers. This has been phenomenal. I want to tell you guys thank you so much for tuning in. We love you. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Hope you all have a great night, but don't forget to tune in at the same place at the same time, 1:30 Eastern Time PM, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow for more CDL action. Love you guys.